Alright, real quick before we actually get into the video, I've decided to start a new channel. This one's called Crimson Goes Rogue, and this is going to be where I put all my literary rants and opinions that can't really fit on this channel. I'm going to keep it largely separate from what I do here, but it might be fun for people to listen into if they want to hear me complain about current events or some stupid argument that I heard somewhere online. I currently have one video on the channel. It is about the Spines AI publishing company and some of the curious things that they do. It's about 30 minutes, so shorter than my usual style, but hopefully a lot of fun and very informative. I'll be posting there infrequently, but if you have suggestions on things that you want me to talk about, just mention them in a comment and I'll see what I can do. And enough of that, now for the review. I defended the last book. I defended Fourth Wing, at least in part. This book is a mess. So, Fourth Wing was fine by the end. I think I've settled on like a 5 out of 10 score. Not great, certainly very galling in its flaws, but there are some moments that do shine through, notably in the romance between Violet and Zaden, even though that romance is between a I'm not like other girls kind of girl and a standard dark brooding loner.
This is very romantic.
Fuck off.
You know, the funny thing is the I'm not like other girls badass heroine archetype is becoming so prevalent that if you actually did want to have a not like other girls kind of girl as your protagonist, you would have to create a trad wife. Okay, but Fourth Wing was a messily told fantasy or romantasy story with really bungled world building, really confusing rules in what can only be described as a murder college, but is some degree of potential with the characters. I don't think it's a great book, but I don't fault anyone who likes it. The writing style is very easy to get into and does make powering through the book a complete non-issue, at least if you're a fan of it. And while Iron Flame does continue that easy writing style, unfortunately the problems with the world building and some of the characters and just some of how everything is supposed to function gets much worse. Like, there's an entire rant about logistics that I want to go into later on, just because some of the things that happen in this book don't make any sense within the confines of space and time. But if there's any positives I can really give it, at least it sounds like the author, Rebecca Yarros, is pretty cool. And some of my reasoning for that actually comes down to an event that happened in April 2024, an event known as Readers Take Denver, a book convention that was supposed to highlight all sorts of authors rising and established and just open the doors for a whole bunch of readers to come through, meet writers, talk about books, get books signed. It should have been a marvelous occasion. And I think it's up there with one of the worst conventions that's ever been put on. Kind of like it's up there with TanaCon and whatever the one TumblrCon was. You know, the one with the ball pit. You see, with Readers Take Denver, there were so many stories about so much mismanagement. The management behind that, I am not sure if they could have actually screwed up worse than they did. Like, the only thing they could have done to make it worse is, like, solder the emergency exits shut and then somewhere a kitchen catches on fire. There were excessive lines. There were really confusing rules about when and where you were supposed to go to meet people. There was a lack of water. There was a lack of security. There was... like, the entire thing was this incredible mess. And one of the things that the managers of Readers Take Denver did is they blamed Rebecca Yarros specifically. You see, when you're dealing with physical security in a situation like this, you have vulnerabilities and risks that you have to account for, and I do not believe that anyone in charge of Readers Take Denver ever considered the risks and vulnerabilities. They should have accounted for the fact that Yarros was going to be there and centered things around that, because she would have been a major draw for a lot of readers. Like her or not, she's popular. Instead, someone who should have been your, one of your biggest draws for the entire event just became a scapegoat that pretty much got debunked by every single attendant within 5 minutes. There's a lot of stories that I've seen by people who were in attendance, and the entire thing was screwed up so badly they've actually canceled Readers Take Denver for 2025. And on top of that, Yaros has also been doing a lot of interviews and appearances, so her publicist is doing a great job. Now, one of the things that Yaros has been pushing for in a lot of these interviews is more awareness of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or EDS as I'll be referring to it because it's just easier. I might be a touch lazy. And I do think it's admirable that she's trying to raise awareness to a condition that even I didn't know about before I read Fourth Wing, but I'm of mixed minds about how she's approaching it. You see, in the television and magazine interviews that I've read, she does go into a good amount of detail describing what EDS is like and what it's like to live with it. But you would think with how much she apparently understands about it, you would be able to put it into your writing, especially considering that Yaros herself also has EDS. Now, in Fourth Wing, Violet suffers a condition that is never actually named in the book, but it's been confirmed by Yaros in interviews that yes, Violet does have EDS, as is confirmed by some of the symptoms that she displays. And I glanced over that when I was reviewing Fourth Wing because I kept seeing people that were in favor of the way that EDS was shown because she got so many things right, like the chronic pain or the dislocating joints. And I saw some other people that were not in favor of it because she doesn't really consider the totality of having EDS, like how much you actually have to plan out your days around EDS and other such issues. And I didn't really want to get into it because there was just so much else I had to talk about the book, and EDS was so new to me that I didn't really know where to start. So this time around, I decided to bring in some experts. All right, this is the EDS Council. I have been joined by several people with EDS of their own variations. Thank you everyone for joining me, and we'll go around with introductions.
Hello, my name is Amethyst. I am a person who has hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and I've had this diagnosis for a few years now.
Oh, I'm a 21-year-old student athlete from Poland. So I used to train professionally martial arts from judo to Krav Maga and Muay Thai.
I'm SATA CableQueen. I am a 21-year-old student, a master's student actually, and I was diagnosed with hypermobile EDS / hypermobility spectrum disorder about a year ago.
Hello, I'm Shad. I'm 24 years old and I do a lot of physical work, be it on the construction sites or substituting in preschools. I have not been officially diagnosed with EDS, but when I went for a private doctor's office for other checkups, when I offered my hand for blood to be drawn, the doctor looked at me, said, "You have EDS."
Hi, I'm Viri. I'm 37, so I'm a bit older than the rest of you. I got diagnosed with hypermobility EDS actually about 15 years ago now, but I'd been suffering with it since I was about 16. It affects me in pretty much all of my joints, from slipping ribs to spines to fingers and things, and I am no longer able to work because of it. In fact, I'm currently housebound, basically.
So I did bring in what I have called the EDS Council. You'll be seeing segments of them periodically throughout this review as their comments become relevant to the matters in the story. So make sure to give special thanks to the members of the EDS Council who assisted not just my understanding, but also will help really elucidate some of the problems with Iron Flame later on in the book. And special thanks to everyone who wanted to sign up for the EDS Council and reached out to me, but were not able to attend for one reason or another. Still, the conversation was quite informative. Now, that's enough setup. I don't really have too much other background info to go into, largely because Yaros has somehow managed to keep herself out of controversy, unlike a lot of the other authors I go over. And I'm not counting Readers Take Denver because I don't see that as being her fault. But anyway, brief recap of Fourth Wing. So this stars Violet Sorengale, who does suffer from EDS and is not really in good shape to be in the military, and yet is pushed into it by her mother, General Sorengale, the head overseer of the Basgiath War College, which I will be referring to as the Murder College, because it is very, very badly run.
You are a factory of sadness!
While there, Violet runs into Zaden Ryerson, the son of the failed rebellion leader from 5 years ago. Well, the two start off with a degree of animosity because he's got every reason to want her dead and she doesn't like him, but there's just something so nondescript about him that she finds so very alluring. But as time goes on, Violet manages to not just survive the Murder College, but thrive, overcoming a number of deadly challenges and obtaining not just one dragon, but 2 dragons. One of whom is Tairn, one of the most powerful dragons in the country, and the other being Andarna, an unusual little golden feathertail. Adorable and probably ill-suited for combat, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Well, people keep dying around her thanks to how badly run the Murder College is, and eventually Violet and Zaden have some sort of a budding romantic relationship, and that is thrown into a bit of chaos at the climax of the book when they are both sent on to a mission south in the continent as part of a trial war game thing. Well, it turns out it was a trap by a duplicitous member of the Murder College's upper ranks. I think he was a colonel, which led to Violet and Zaden fighting a group of monsters known as Venin. Basically mages who are able to draw magic from the ground and use that to terrorize people. So Violet, Zaden, and a squad of theirs had to team up with some Griffin riders, the enemy supposedly on the other side of the war that Violet is training to join. They win the battle in the end, but Violet is wounded and they are taken to a place called Aria, which I'm probably mispronouncing, where it turns out Violet's brother, who she has thought dead for the last 5 years, is alive and well. Oh, and there's also a guy named Dane who used to be Violet's crush and may have betrayed her, which is why the colonel, Dane's father, sent them on what was supposed to be a suicide mission. And yeah, that is most of the plot. There are plenty of other side characters, but none of them get any description in the first book, so I don't need to worry about them. They do get description in this book, some of them, a little bit, not too much. More on that later. Now, one small thing before we actually get into the book is the condition of the book. You see, there was a slight problem with some of the early copies of Iron Flame. It wasn't terribly well constructed. There were plenty of other mistakes that people had. Apparently, Chapter 17... So, let me get an example real quick. At the start of all the chapters, you got this little dragon atop of the chapter number. Well, Chapter 17 apparently was missing a dragon in a couple of editions that people had. It's not the case... Whoop, I skipped 17. It's not the case in my copy, but what I do have is some of the cover peeling off like this. So it just feels pretty sloppy. And I haven't been like mishandling this book at all. Like at worst, I put this in my backpack when I go to work and do a little bit of reading at lunch. So what should be standard wear and tear will eventually destroy the cover of this book. It is not a huge fault, it is just amusing in how sloppy it is. But before we actually get into Iron Flame properly, I have to have a quick interruption here, not for a sponsorship or anything, rather give another indie book shout out. And I did not film this with the initial part of this review because I was actually still reading this book when I filmed the first part. I have since finished it and can now give a proper review and shout out. And this one's a little different from the books that I'll read for fun on the side. I typically go for thrillers of all stripes, fantasy, maybe a drama here or there. This one's actually a psychological horror, which can be a lot of fun when done properly. The Babadook is probably my favorite horror movie of all time, and that one is a very psychologically heavy story. And even better, this one actually ties in with the start of my YouTube channel. You see, when I first started doing things, I had all sorts of inspirations. The Nostalgia Critic to a point, yes. Linkara, Spoonie were inspirations in their own way. And for a lot of the analytics that I really admired, I had to watch a lot of Bennett the Sage on Anime Abandon. And now I get to review his book, Shadow Dream Girl. Shadow Dream Girl is a very unusual book because Bennett actually takes a lot of writing conventions and just throws them out the window. This is a very daring book, but one that I really do recommend, especially if you're a fan of books with a psychological angle. Shadow Dream Girl follows the story of Ian, a down on his luck, otherwise kind of pathetic guy who's just working a dead-end job with like no real prospects or drive in life. He is going through the motions with such a dull repetition that he even forgets what month it is. And all of that starts to change when a very magnetic redhead walks into his life. But it doesn't change for the better. Now, I've already left a review for this on Goodreads where I gave it an 8 out of 10. Very much worth your time if you're a fan of psychological horrors. But in that, I said that Ian puts the pathetic in sympathetic. It takes a couple of chapters, and this is a very slow burn story. It takes a while to really establish who Ian is, what his world is like, and who the people around him are. And you gotta get a little ways into this book for anything to really happen. So this isn't going to be for everyone, but if you do appreciate a lot of setup that leads to multiple rapid fire payoffs at the end of the book, this is something to pay attention to. And when I say it takes a while to get into the psychological elements, I mean, I was under the impression that it was mislabeled for a long while. You're not gonna get Evil Within vibes right off the bat. This one, you gotta get, I'd say, about halfway through before you really start to get anything that appears messed up or beyond the ordinary. But all of that setup is necessary, and one of the elements that I do want to bring up that you should pay attention during the Iron Flame review is the use of repetition. You see, as we're going to get in Iron Flame, there's a bit of a problem with repetition of the relationship between Violet and Zaden. More on that later. But Bennett actually uses repetition to cement just how boring and how soul-sucking Ian's life is, and it's told in a way that maintains an engaging read. I can't really specify precisely how he does that because it does spoil the effect when you get to it, but there are certain chapters, I'll just say chapter 4 for now. Like, once you understand that, you know what I'm talking about with repetition being used effectively. And there are other writing conventions that get thrown out, but are surprisingly effective. Chapter 16 is probably my favorite example of that. And yes, while this is a slow book with a lot of setup, by the time you start getting to some of the payoffs, you've gotta, like, you are hanging on every individual word of what's going on because you need to know what happens. This is an above average debut novel, and I'm really glad that I read this, and I'm not just saying that because I get to pay back Bennett the Sage for getting me inspired on YouTube all those years ago. So check this one out. Be warned, it is a little weird, but it has such a unique flavor to it that I can't think of any other book that does what it does. Anyway, back to Iron Flame. Now, one thing I do want to note, and I normally don't touch on this, is the dedication page. The EDS Council is actually quite informative, so now I understand what this is referencing. It says, "To my fellow zebras, not all strength is physical." Now, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense to most people at first, and it wouldn't have made sense to me when I started reading this. But it makes sense when you learn that the mascot for the Ehlers-Danlos Society is a zebra.
Typically, EDS is a zebra disease. I follow a lot of the Ehlers-Danlos Society, and their mascot is a zebra because there is in the medical space the analogy when you hear hoofbeats, you think horses, not zebras, but in this case, it is indeed a zebra. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is not one thing. It's a bunch of different syndromes that are put together into one. It's an umbrella term.
Now, the book hits the ground running in a similar way to Fourth Wing. We get a bunch of exposition pretty much right at the start. It's a little heavy, I think, and you get perhaps a bit too much information in a very condensed period. For example, in the first chapter alone, we get the fact that Violet is now 21. She slept through her 21st birthday while she was unconscious from the poison that she got hit with in the last book. Brennan is alive, of course, but he's also been promoted to a lieutenant colonel in the rebellion, and he has changed his last name to Azare, which I am certainly mispronouncing. The ruined city that they are currently hiding out in is Aria, which is actually Zaden's old familial kingdom. Well, part of the kingdom. It was the city where the castle was set. You know what I mean. There is a group called the Assembly that has 7 members. We get introduced to many of them, and none of them are actually memorable, unfortunately. And one of them, it really becomes a problem for a dramatic reveal later on in the book, but I'm getting ahead of myself. And the Assembly discusses a number of things, one of which being the idea that they need something called a luminary, which I don't recall being mentioned in the last book. But apparently it's being used to power a forge, which they need to make weapons, which they've been using to supply the Griffin flyers with weaponry so they can fight off the Venin. And apparently, despite the suicide mission that they were sent on, and the fact that now Colonel Atos understands that Zaden is part of a rebellion, which is why Zaden and company were sent on a suicide mission. The vote is put in by the Assembly that Zaden and all the survivors of the battle from the climax of the last book have to return back to the Murder College, which strikes me as a bit odd because they're assumed dead by this point. They've been gone for about a week, and they've never checked in. It really makes me wonder what was the cover story that the Colonel must have used, because as callous as she was, General Sorengale wasn't going to send her daughter off to be killed. Although a lot of that thought is supported by context later on in this book, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You'll have to forgive me if I say that a lot this episode. There's a lot of later context that answers prior context. It's not an awful writing style, it's just a little frustrating to talk about. But all of that is contained within the first chapter, and I do need to go back and talk about some other notes because some of this stuff doesn't really work. For example, Brennan being promoted so quickly. He's a lieutenant colonel at his age. He's in his upper 20s, I think. I had to change my last name for obvious reasons. He glances at me and unfolds the missive, breaking the blue seal wax. And he'd be amazed at how fast you get promoted when everyone above you continues to die. So that's actually kind of true. When you do have power vacuums, you've got to fill them up, otherwise you get messy orders and all sorts of discordant chaos in the ranks. My question is the rebellion fighting in such a way that would necessitate these losses? Now, it seems that these losses are being incurred by skirmishes against the Venin, because the Venin are much more of a prevalent force than we were led to believe in the last book. They're not just a small handful of stragglers. There's a number of them. But are you really sending your highest ranked people to go off and fight against them? That's what you've got, as terrible as this sounds, that's what you got the grunts for. You send the lower level soldiers off so that the command structure can stay somewhat consistent and you don't have this revolving door of promotions and deaths. I mean, after a while, you're going to have more of a problem keeping the new upper brass members appraised of everything that's going on, as opposed to just sending out privates and sergeants and maybe even lieutenants into combat. It's a reckless design choice that we don't really get an answer for later on. Kind of like how we don't get an answer why all of the marked ones, or the kids of the rebellion, you remember they were given those relics somewhere on their body so that when 3 or more of them gather, General Melgren cannot see their futures, and General Melgren's entire shtick is being able to see the futures of battles in order to properly plan around them. But now he's got this self-made blind spot by branding all of the rebel kids in such a way that if 3 or more of them gather together, he suddenly can't read their futures. And now we've got an entire, calling it a kingdom is too much of a stretch, it feels like, but a sizable chunk of them hanging out together, and he can't tell what any of them are doing. This is such an obvious design flaw. And unfortunately, we do get an explanation, a sort of an understanding of why Yaros included it. It's for a scene later in this book. She wanted the scene to be written in a very particular way. You will see that much later. But sometimes you've got an idea that just sounds really, really cool. And you got this really good idea about how you want to set it up. But you have to throw, she had to throw logic out the window in order for that scene to work the way that she wanted it to. And sometimes when you have to sacrifice that much, it's not really a good idea, and you sacrifice world building or logic or any number of elements in order to get the scene to play out the way that you want it to. It's a very reckless writing style, and I cannot say that she was unsuccessful, because this book is sitting at a 4.8 on Goodreads right now. So I guess enough people didn't actually realize that this was a mistake, but it is still a mistake. Because when you realize that this is a self-imposed blind spot, they had no reason to mark any of the rebel kids with these magic dragon icons when a goddamn tattoo would have been just as efficient. Now, during the initial assembly meeting, some guy named Silverbeard, rather that's the name that Violet gives him because she doesn't know his actual name, says that the tide will shift too far to ever hope of holding the Venin advance at bay. And this raises a number of questions. See, while this does seem to confirm pretty early on that the members of the rebellion are dying at the hands of Venin attacks, it also raises the question of, if these attacks are so prevalent, then how is the Kingdom of Nevair censoring information about them? You see, one of the principal problems that Yaros has within this book is the use of logistics. It's not always the immediate image that you've got to consider, it's also the extensions from that image that you've got to consider. An apt comparison would be Avatar: The Last Airbender in the city of Ba Sing Se, which the citizens were somehow unaware of the war that the Fire Nation was waging against the rest of the planet. How could they possibly not know about that? Well, Avatar actually explains that in 2 ways. One, you've got the big wall around the city that not just blocks immediate information, it also blocks visuals. So the citizens couldn't see the giant ass drill that was headed towards their walls. And the other, probably more important factor is the use of the secret police, or the Dai Li, who would kidnap and brainwash people who rose any sort of awareness of the war. This was to keep the citizens and the king ignorant and happy. It was a basic example, and one that probably wouldn't work in real life, but whatever, everything that we got worked for the show. But those were elements that had to be considered in order for the logic of nobody in the city knows about the war to make sense. And there are a number of times as we go throughout this book that you'll notice certain things don't have as much weight because there's no logical through line through them. Oh, and speaking of logistics, there is a slight problem that Yaros creates for herself here when in the second chapter, when Brennan and Violet are talking. You see, Brennan gives a brief explanation for why he changed sides when he supposedly died fighting Fen Ryerson and the rebels. He shrugs as though his answer is obvious. I'm here for the same reason you fought at Resson, because I can't stand by, safe behind the barriers of Nevaire's wards, and watch innocent people die at the hands of Darkwielders because our leadership is too selfish to help. That's also the reason I didn't come home. I couldn't fly for Nevaire knowing what we've done, what we're doing, and I sure as hell couldn't look our mother in the eye and listen to her justify our cowardice. I refuse to live the lie. And that's pretty much all that we really get, and at face value, that sounds pretty good. But it runs into a writing trope that I do not enjoy. You see, the problem is that this leaves a bit of gap of information. How did Brennan learn about this? What was his reaction when his entire worldview was shattered? The idea that the Venin are in fact alive and are wreaking havoc, and the rebels that he's supposedly fighting in order to stop them from taking over Nevaire are actually fighting to raise awareness about the Venin. And there are logistical issues about how the rebels don't actually spread the word to the citizenry of Nevaire, but that's besides the point for right now. You see, the key issue is, how did Brennan turn? Why did Brennan turn? What explanation was he given in order to explain why he's not fighting for Nevaire anymore? Take a game like Haze, where you start as some soldier mercenary thing for like some big company that's moving in to fight some rebels in an area, and then you get captured by the rebels and you talk to them for all of 2 minutes, and it turns out, oh, the rebels actually aren't that bad. The company that I was fighting for 5 minutes ago are the evil ones.
We're on the observatory today. The sun is shining and it's a great day to open a six-pack of... Check it out!
Yes, you are a traitor, but now you're on the right side.
It's so lazy, because you're taking somebody's entire worldview and shattering it. Only this is worse than Haze, because that one you were at least just some paid grunt low on the totem pole who didn't really have a lot of emotional investment or ideology associated with the company. It was just, fuck it, they're signing my paycheck. But this one, there's an ideological difference here because of the actual war that you're fighting, or the war that Brennan was fighting. And now he's switched sides because, like, apparently he wasn't even resurrected or anything by anyone from the rebellion. He was resurrected by Naolin, who was Tairn's old writer. That's how Naolin died. He was a siphon and put too much life energy back into Brennan, and that killed Naolin, but saved Brennan. And Brennan just went turncoat. This is much more effectively done in games like Final Fantasy X, when Yuna and everybody learned that the entire religious order that they've been fighting for the entire run of the game was actually a horrendous lie. And they spend hours of gameplay contending with that. It should not be a snap decision, and yet that's exactly what Brennan's decision comes off as. Now, during this conversation with Brennan, Violet asks a number of questions to extract some information and help herself understand the point of the rebellion, as well as the condition of the war. And one of the things she asks about is about the Luminary, and why they are smelting alloys to create weapons, because apparently that's the only thing that can really hurt the Venin. But you don't have a working forge or enough riders to defend yourself if Nevaire realizes what you're up to. Panic crawls up my spine like a spider. And you think you're going to win this war with a bunch of daggers? There is a bit of a problem I have with the weaponry that's being constructed by this warforge. They only make daggers, which is not a terrible decision. They're doing it to stretch out resources because, you know, daggers are small, and it would take a lot more alloy in order to make a proper sword or a spear or whatever. Although if you did make a spear, you could just do the metal on the spear head and have a wooden shaft, but whatever. Same thing with arrows. Anyway, they're making daggers because it helps maximize the amount of resources that they can make. And this will be a problem later on, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Just keep it in mind for now, they're just making daggers and nothing but daggers. Now, one of the other things that happened as a result of the climax in Fourth Wing is that Andarna has been forced into sort of an accelerated growth. See, she expended so much magic all at once by stopping time the way that she did, that it has sent her effectively into an early growth spurt. I stare at the sleeping dragon, who's almost twice the size she had been a few days ago, and try to get my thoughts to line up with what I'm seeing, what my heart already knows thanks to the bond between us. I shake my head and my pulse starts to race. Wasn't expecting that, Brennan says quietly. Ryerson left out some details when he reported in this morning. I've never seen such an accelerated growth in a dragon before. Accelerated growth, I whisper, repeating Brennan's words, then gasp. From the energy usage, we forced her to grow. In Ressin, she stopped time for too long. I forced her to grow. And Taryn comes in to explain things about Andarna, and this leads to many, many such jokes in the book. Is she full grown? I can't take my eyes off her. No, she's what you would call an adolescent. We need to get her back to the Vale so she can enter the dreamless sleep and finish the growth process. I should warn you, before she wakes up, that this is a notoriously perilous age. For her? Is she in danger? My gaze swings to Darren for the length of a terrorizing heartbeat. No, just everyone around her. There's a reason adolescents don't bond either. They don't have the patience for humans, or elders, or logic, he grumbles. So the same as humans. A teenager. Fabulous. And I'll be lying if I said I didn't laugh at least some of these jokes, but I imagine for possibly some of the readers that might get a little tiring. It's a daring act to go and mock some of your potential readers.
Isn't that like age-restricted content?
Maybe. But like, who cares, am I right?
But there's another thing about Andarna's early growth that leads to a revelation that I'm not crazy about. You see, one of the elements that I really liked about the dragons in the last book is the indicators that we had between them, because you not only had the red dragons, blue dragons, green, brown, black, and orange, they were also identified by tails, because you had sword tails, dagger tails, club tails, etc. And I thought that was just genetic. They just happen to have the DNA for that, and just like that, they're a sword tail. Well, it turns out that it doesn't work that way. Tails are a matter of choice and need. So this was an element that I don't think even needed to be touched at all, but apparently conscious effort can change a dragon's physical appearance. Like, one of them are scorpion tails. Does that mean you can consciously develop a poison sac? Is that how they work? See, this was an element that we could safely assume was just a matter of genetics, and instead it's a matter of willpower for some reason. Now, does this actually conjure anything later on? Is there prep work that goes into this? Like, why would a dragon choose a particular type of tail over another? What's the rationale for those decisions? Why wouldn't you go for something that's apparently rare and powerful, like how Terran's a Morningstar tail? You've got all the benefits of a spiked mace and a big-ass club at the same time. And again, this is a logistical matter that we never actually see expounded upon. It's just some weird-ass rule that Yaros includes for some reason. And at the same time, what are the limits to what the dragons can actually consciously conjure in their tails? If one of them wanted to be a Charizard and just have an open flame at the end of their tail, is that something they can do? Can they then project that fire out through their tail and use it as a weapon? Can they conjure water and do the same thing, or lightning, or any other number of elements? What if they just wanted to include fins instead of any kind of weaponry and hopefully get better agility while they're flying? Is that an option at all? I haven't heard of any fin-tail dragons. You see, when you introduce new rules like this into your world, you've got to think about everything that rule would logically have to leap to. And sometimes that does require talking to people and beta readers and seeing what they can counter your ideas with. But half-formed ideas like this just feel incomplete, which is a shame, because I don't think Yaros is a talentless writer. I think that when you give her at least a romantic storyline to write, she's probably really talented. It's just all the fantasy elements are just becoming entirely too much for her, and this isn't even the worst of it. Wait until I start complaining about the runes that she introduces. But anyway, even though it's pretty much already been decided that Violet and Zaden and the survivors of their entire squad are going to go back to the college, Violet feels the need to add this little line. "We have to go back." I fold my arms across my chest, preparing for a fight. "No matter what that assembly says, if we don't go back, they'll kill every cadet with a rebellion relic." And at this point, I gotta admit, it feels like I'm missing something, because why would they do that? If they were just looking for a reason to kill all of the marked ones, why let them into the college in the first place? Why not just surreptitiously murder them one by one? Because think about it this way. If Violet and Zaden and the rest of that entire squad had died in the climax of the last book, the net result is the same. Nobody goes back to the murder college. Would they execute everybody, like all of the marked ones, at that point? What would the logic for that be? What's the logic for them doing it now, aside from they just feel like it? The first couple of chapters, like, it does smooth out later on, but the first couple of chapters are so bumpy with so many logical missteps and so many exposition dumps that it's entirely too turbulent to read. And it's entirely possible there is something that I miss, just because everything is so goddamn convoluted and we're getting so many conflicting ideas, conflicting compared to the information that we were getting in the last book, just because now we've got all these new truths revealed. And we also get some of the other cannon fodder from the rest of the squad. Members like Ciaran and Aya that are introduced. They're introduced very clunkily, in dialogue that doesn't sound like dialogue you would actually ever say. They're saying them in such ways that we need to get their names out, and this was just the easiest solution that Yaros could apparently come up with. It's disappointing. You don't actually need to know any of their names, except for later on, shall we say. But Zaden gathers everyone, and they do eventually go back. Now, the next chapter is where Violet and the other survivors of Zaden's squad make it back to the murder college and report in. It's been 6 days since they first left, and we get a little bit of information about the relationships between humans and dragons, including the origin of the bonds, which will be important for later. I still don't understand why the Empyrean would ever agree to let dragons bond human riders, knowing they'd have to guard their own young, not only against Griffin flyers, but the very humans they're supposed to trust. "It's a delicate balance," Taryn replies, banking left to follow the geography. "The first 6 riders were desperate to save their people when they approached the dens over 600 years ago. Those dragons formed the first Empyrean and bonded humans only to protect their hatchling grounds from Venin, who were the bigger threat. We don't exactly have opposable thumbs for weaving wards or runes. Neither species have ever been entirely truthful, both using the other for their own reasons and nothing more." So, okay, a bit of an origin story. There's not exactly a lot of trust between humanity and dragonkind. Understandable at this point, and it does match up with everything that we've gotten from the last book. But there's one particular line that gets dropped, which is going to be very important, again for logistics, later on in the book. You see, once Violet and the others arrive, the appearance of their dragons has a distinct link with all the other dragons at the murder college. The second Tarn scale arrived in the Vale. Every dragon would know they'd returned, which means every member of the Quadrant's leadership knows we're here too. Now keep this in mind for later. There is an undeniable link between riders and their dragons and all of dragonkind with each other. And the first question that comes up immediately is, it's pretty obvious that the Venin are a thing and the royalty of Nevers are corrupt and are hiding information from the citizens. Why don't the dragons spread this information if the Venin are a threat to their hatching grounds? We don't really get an answer for that. Maybe that's something that could be answered later on in the series, but at this point, I'm not sure if we ever will get one. It's just the way things are. Now, as they're walking in, Violet takes note of a bust of the first six riders that made bonds with the original dragons from 600 or so years ago. And it's a very small scene, not too stand-outish. We don't really get any description of the first six, except they will be very prevalent later on in the book. So much so that it's kind of weird that they were never mentioned in the last book. These are basically, they are essential characters within the history of Navarre. Because of these six, we have bonds with dragons. You'd think something like that would be celebrated. It's why George Washington in America is taught so prevalently, because he was the first goddamn president and a pretty pivotal character in history. So by including them in this book, but not in the last one, this reads like a retroactive fix. Not really a full-on retcon, but more like an oversight from the last book that she just never got around to conveying. Really a stumble when you consider how important the first six are going to be later on, you will see. Now, Violet, Zaden, and the others all report to an assembly hall where you've got the Murder College leadership in attendance, and we get a bit of a conflict with a previous scene. You see, we've got General Sorengale, Colonel Atos, and a number of other big names in the Murder College. The rest of them don't really matter as much. But as they approach, we get this line. "I don't understand," Fitzgibbons say to the two scribes behind him, then addresses Panchek. "They aren't dead. Why would they have been reported for the death roll?" "Why were they reported for the death roll?" my mother asks Colonel Atos, her eyes narrowing. And this is good because we actually do get a bit of characterization with General Sorengale. It's like she gives a reaction that demonstrates that she didn't actually know anything about the plot to murder Zaden and the others. But this conflicts with the supposed motivation Violet gave for needing to return to the Murder College. Everyone was assumed dead, so why would any of the marked ones be put up for execution? This feels like a different draft from the logic that Violet gave in Chapter 2, and it's definitely very sloppy. It's a very small note. That's the thing about Yaros's mistakes. Oftentimes, she does make a number of stumbles, but most of the time when she stumbles, they're like really small things, odd word choices, bad design ideas, things like that. This is just sloppy. It's not foundationally breaking. It just sounds like Yaros wasn't thorough enough in her own work. Some of the logistical errors become a bit extremely noticeable, but more on those later. Now, the rest of the scene becomes honestly a kind of a satisfying read, because you've got Sorengale chewing out Atos in front of everybody, and he ends up getting sent away, reassigned somewhere else. I forget where, honestly. But not only do we actually get a bit of characterization from General Sorengale, we actually see that she does care about Violet, which is kind of a relief, because my working theory through the end of the last book was that she was trying to kill Violet. Now, my other idea that maybe Violet was some child of prophecy or something, which is why the general pushed for her to become a writer, that doesn't actually come to fruition either. It turns out the general's just extremely prideful, so, you know, not great, but more on that later. Now, we also have a number of side characters pop in, give a line, and then pop back out, pretty much just to reaffirm, yep, this character still exists in this book. And we get characters like Quinn and Nadine, Heaton and Emery, characters who, if you have forgotten about, don't worry, so did I. A handful of side characters do get a little bit more definition in this book. Not a lot, though. One of the other names that gets mentioned, though, is Soleil, who was one of the two people who died in Resin in the climax of the last book, along with Liam, which would be tragic if we knew anything about Soleil. The fact that she didn't get named until the chapter she was killed in is kind of troubling. Like, how are we supposed to have any sort of an emotional response to this as a reader when we had no idea who she was. You don't mourn the deaths of the nameless red shirts. They're expendable for the sake of the plot. Now, she does spend a lot of time mourning Liam, and considering their friendship in the last book, that's entirely reasonable, but we'll get more scenes of that later. So it's graduation for the murder college, and everyone's partying and living it up, as is apparently the custom of the place. And Violet and Zaden take a moment to talk about their relationship. You see, there's still a bit of animosity. Violet is a bit miffed that Zaden did not disclose the whole rebellion thing, as well as her brother being alive. And I can kind of side with that. Like, that sort of a reveal is pretty big, but at the same time, I can understand why Zaden wouldn't reveal a secret that huge, because the more you talk about it, the more likely it is that that information will leak. So they're both in a position to have their own boundaries, which is why I'm actually kind of pleased that we get this bit of back and forth. I'll earn your trust as soon as you realize you don't need full disclosure. You only have to have the guts to start asking the questions you actually want answers to. Don't worry about the bed, we'll get back there. The anticipation is good for us. He smiles. Really fucking smiles. And it almost makes me rethink my decision. I'll tell you we're not together because you won't give me the one thing I need. Honesty. And you counter with, it's good for us? I scoff and walk down the stairs and past two of the marble pillars in the rotunda. The arrogance! Confidence is not arrogance. I don't lose the fights I pick. And we're both allowed to have boundaries. You're not the only one who gets to set the rules in this relationship. And this is why I say that one of Yaros' strengths as a writer is romantic chemistry. Because in this scene, both Violet and Zaden are correct. They're both talking about particular boundaries that they have, stances that they are not unreasonable for having. Violet wants, like, full honesty, and Zaden wants to be able to have at least some secrets, which, frankly, you can make arguments in favor of both of these positions. And if they're going to have a relationship going on, they are going to need to discuss these boundaries so that they actually know where communication lies, where certain things are okay or where they're not. It's a healthy discussion, and it's a smart thing to include. The problem, though, is that this is the start of a very unfortunate cycle that Yaros sets for herself for the rest of the book. You see, Violet and Zaden love each other. And since this is told mostly from Violet's perspective, I'm going to consider her point of view. But she's not sure if she's really ready to get back into a full relationship with Zaden just because of how big the secret he was hiding from her in the last book was, this whole rebellion thing. But she loves him. But he wasn't honest with her. But she loves him. But he wasn't honest with her.
That's my life over and 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 over.
And this just goes back and forth, and we get this cycle that just keeps repeating itself over and over, where they can't stay apart from each other, but Violet keeps repeating the idea that she can't fully trust him. And after a while, it gets a little grating. If this had just been like one long discussion stretched out through the book, where Zaden slowly works to get her trust back, that might work. That could have actually worked. But that means you'd probably have to minimize the sex scenes, and that seems to be one of the major draws of the book. So, unfortunately, Yaros has set a trap for herself where she has to keep bounding back and forth between love and distrust. It is a shame, though, because it was otherwise on a really good course. Now, there is one more complication in this relationship, and that being they're dragons. You see, thanks to our understanding of dragon relationships, once they're mated, they're, it's apparently physically painful for them, for mated dragons to be apart from each other for more than 3 days. And Zaden has been given an assignment to one of the border outposts, Samara. But Violet is just moving on to her second year, so she's not able to really leave that often. So that means that they have to come up with a solution. You know, Tarn and Scale need to be able to stay near both their riders and each other. So there is a solution that's not really a solution. They're approached by Colonel Atos and another guy, Vice Commandant Varish, who I will get to shortly. But Atos hands over an official missive with new instructions on how Violet and Zaden are to conduct themselves, considering the distance between them, the physical distance between their assignments and their dragons. Cadet Violet Sorengale is hereby given 2 days of leave once every 14 days to be used only to fly with Tarn directly to and from Scale's current duty station or location. Any other absence from classes will be considered a punishable offense. I grit my teeth to keep from giving the Colonel the reaction he so obviously wants, and carefully fold the orders, slipping them into the pocket at my hip. My guess is Zaden's say the same, and rotating our leaves puts us at every 7 days. Tarn and Scale are never apart for more than 3 days. A week? They'll be in near constant state of pain. It's unfathomable. Tarn? I reach out for him. He roars so loudly it rattles my brain. Dragons give their own orders, Zaden says calmly, pocketing his papers. Dragons give their own orders, and they don't fully trust humans, and despite that, Tarn and Scale will adhere to these orders very, very rigorously throughout the rest of the book, for the most part. There are some exceptions, but plot allows that to happen. We'll get to it when we get to it. It's just this odd inconsistency in the writing where the dragons are not under the command of the humans or what the humans want, but are going along with them as if they are following the orders just because Violet and Zaden are under chains of command that otherwise necessitate it. It's a bit of a sloppy bump in the world building where we've got these two contradicting elements where the dragons don't want to follow orders but do. It doesn't work too terribly well. Again, the world building is one of Yaros's weak points. Now, the other thing that's odd to consider is why would anyone actually follow this if it violates the dragon's physical needs? Because if the dragons are in physical pain, as this passage indicates, then why wouldn't you take that into consideration? Granted, the military doesn't really seem to care about anybody in its ranks, so you've got that going for it, but at the same time, if the dragons are in physical pain, why wouldn't Tarn just snatch Violet at one point and fly off? Tarn's supposed to be one of the strongest dragons in the entire country. What's stopping him from saying, fuck your couch, and leaving?
Oh, what are you gonna do? Grab that guy who can stop me?
What was his name? Michael
doesn't exist.
And it's not like there's some way for the upper brass to really subjugate the dragons or dragon kind. Dragons are, one-on-one, much stronger than humans. And unfortunately, there's no clever twist revealed later on that reveals, oh, because humanity has this command signet, they're able to tell the dragons what to do at all times. So Andarna is going to be away for, we're told, 2 months while she can sleep in the Veil, something called the Dreamless Sleep. So she's going to be out of the story for a good portion of the story, which is unfortunate, but it works. Like, functionally within the rules of the world, it works. So Zaden leaves, and Violet runs into Rhiannon, her best friend from the last book, who was otherwise undefinable. Well, Rhiannon comes with 2 pieces of news, one being that Dane is the new squad leader that Violet will have to follow. And she is quite miffed with him, considering that he used his signet to read her mind, and logically, he must have told his father, Colonel Atos, but because the Colonel learned about that, it's what got him to mess with everything in Ressin, which is eventually what led to Liam getting killed. So Violet hates Dane because she blames him directly for Liam's death. And now he's wing leader. But the other bit of news that Rhiannon brings is that she's been promoted to squad leader, and Violet falls under her jurisdiction. And this is good because this allows Rhiannon to get a bit more definition, and God knows she needs it. She and Rydok actually get a little bit more, I don't want to call it definition, they just get more exposure of the same things they're already known for. It does work, but almost exclusively for just them. Almost nobody else, like Sawyer, gets any real definition. So Violet, Rhiannon, Rydok, and a whole bunch of other second years are brought into a class, one that is held in a room that apparently they've never been in before. There are 89 of them, And apparently that's the smallest class since the first 6. And this is for something called Rider Survival Course, or RSC, which I kind of like at first, and then you think about it practically, and there are problems. What the hell is that? Rydok mutters. I don't know, I whisper, writing the letters RSC in the blank book in front of me. But you know everything. His eyes widen. Clearly not. Seems to be a theme lately. Don't know what it is? Professor Greedy asks with a grin, staring straight at Rydok. Good. Our tactics work. He crosses one boot in front of the other. RSC is kept classified for a reason, so we get your genuine reactions to the situations at hand. No one wants my genuine reactions, Rydok mutters. I bite back a smile and shake my head. RSC will teach you how to survive if you become separated from your dragon behind enemy lines. It's a staple of your second year, culminating in 2 full evaluations you must pass in order to continue with Basgayev. One in a few weeks, and the other around mid-year. Rider Survival Course is basically SEER training. They drop you off in a location, they give you a map and say, come to this waypoint by this time, good luck. And we do actually get to see this course in action later on, so I'm going to save my rant for then. It's a neat idea until you consider some of the steps they have to take in order to make it actually happen. Oh, it also comes with an interrogation process, which does include full contact torture. More on that later. Now, one of the things that Violet wants to do is she actually wants to get involved with the rebellion and help them out however she can. Maybe she's not fully involved or fully abreast of the situation, but she wants to do whatever she can, and part of her specialty is research. So she says, fuck not getting involved, which I do like. Good dynamic character moment. She's actually taking action to get involved and make decisions for herself. Excellent character work. Very enjoyable. And she's doing something that she can do, you know, pretty easily. She was training to be a scribe, so she just goes into the scribe quadrant and starts pulling down books to try to research the history of making wards. You see, while she was in Aria in the earlier scene, I didn't want to say this because I didn't want to overload you guys because there's a lot of information. One of the problems they have is they've got a ward stone that they can construct, but they don't know how to actually do it. The magic that it takes to create a ward has been lost. So if she does enough research with enough old books, she might be able to uncover the secret of whatever it takes to actually construct a proper ward. That way, everyone in Zaden's rebellion can safely barricade themselves behind the wards and ward off the Venin for at least a little while longer. It's a stopgap strategy, but it is not a bad idea. Also, sorry that I'm competing with the AC. We gotta keep that on or else Tuck overheats. Now, other small bits about Violet's character that I do like is that every once in a while we get some thoughts from her that provide a little bit of insight that are told in amusing ways. Like, for example, this particular line, in the next chapter. You see, it's conscription day, and you've got all of the new recruits that are walking up to the parapet so that they can cross the uncovered bridge because the murder college is stupid from day one. And Nadine, one of the tertiary characters, takes notice of how the new candidates look. They look nervous, Nadine says, leaning recklessly far over the edge of the tower to see the candidates lined up stories below. They aren't the only ones. I'm 4 steps away from Dane and his memory-stealing hands that could pluck every secret from my head. I lock my shields in place just like Zaden taught me and fantasize about shoving Dane off the tower. See, it's those little moments of intrusive thoughts that do make Violet an amusing character, in my opinion. Now, Violet is assigned the role of Walmart greeter and greets all of the new candidates as they come up to the parapet one by one. One of whom is someone who's calling himself Eric Greycastle, but she actually knows him as Cam. You see, he's somebody that she has run into previously. How precisely we don't know, but we can make assumptions just because she's General Sorengale's daughter. Eric Greycastle is actually a pseudonym for King Tori's third son. Now, we don't get much about him to start. We do get more later on, a little bit more later on. What we do know is that Eric's older brother died during threshing 3 years prior. So there's no way that Eric is here with permission of the king. Now, he does have his own motivations, which we do get later. They're not bad, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Take a shot every time I say that. Now, he ends up making it across, and we get one other name about to cross the parapet. Someone named Sloane Mary. I don't know how to pronounce that. Somebody that Violet immediately remembers is Liam's little sister. And Liam, she had promised Liam in the last book while he was dying that she would look out for her. Oh, and something I forgot to mention earlier, again, there's a lot of small things that happen in the first few chapters. As soon as they landed back at the murder college, the first thing that Violet did is she ran to Liam's room and grabbed a bunch of letters that he had told her about that were in his desk. And she stashed them away in her room. That'll be important for later, because, you know, once you die, the murder college burns all your stuff. Information control and all, even at the cost of logic. Anyway, Sloane doesn't like Violet. She actually blames her for getting Liam killed, which I can only assume she knows because some marked ones that don't like Violet spread the rumor. It's not true, and Violet does what she can in order to make amends, but it doesn't work. Sloane hates her, and that will be Sloane's defining character trait for a while. Now, we get the assembly as all of the survivors of the parapet make their way across and stand in formation. Eric and Sloane are assigned to Rhiannon's squad, so that means Violet gets to watch over them directly. But that's not the thing that really stands out about this scene. You see, we've got Major Varish, now Vice Commandant Varish, second in command, effectively, of the college, at least in terms of administration stuff. It's a little messy, but whatever. Now, this scene parallels the initial formation in the last book pretty effectively to start. So you remember you had all of the dragons lined up. They abhor cowards. So if your information, the dragons show up and you run away, the dragons start taking pot shots at you because they can't stand the idea of weakness, because the relationship between dragonkind and humans is so nebulous and strained, I guess, that free-for-all slaughter is permissible. Well, that's made a little worse with this particular scene and effectively the meaningful introduction of Vice Commandant Varish, who is single-handedly the most confounding mess of a character in the entire series. And you remember how much I complained about Jack in the last review? Varish is worse. We have a big an orange dagger tail named Solus. Solus is Varish's dragon. He apparently lost an eye to Tarn in a previous bout, because Solus is a dick. So Tarn constantly tells Violet to keep an eye on Solus because Tarn knows what Solus is. So when they do get a runner, we get this mind-boggling scene. Solus extends his neck, tilts his head horrifyingly low, and curls his tongue, fire churning up his throat. "Get down!" I shout, lunging for Sloane and tackling her to the ground as fire blasts overhead, the flame so close that heat singes every patch of exposed skin on my body. A scream musters at the base of my throat, but I can't breathe in this inferno, let alone give it voice. As quickly as it struck, the heat dissipates, and I fill my lungs with precious oxygen, gasping for breath before shoving off the gravel to my feet. I turn to face the aftermath as the other second and third years around me rise. Those at the back of our section who acted when I shouted are alive, but those who didn't aren't. Solus took out the runners, one of our first years, and at least half of third squad. So, killing the runners is already a really bad look, not just for dragons, but also for the way that the school is managed. Varish just roasted half of a squad of either newbies or accepted riders. At no point is he disciplined for this. He had no control over his dragon, who just, let's call it what it is, murdered several cadets. and nothing happens. I'm convinced that court-martials do not exist in this world, because the only way this scene could actually have a logical follow-through is if Varish is brought into a court-martial on a stretcher, strapped up, a la Hannibal Lecter style. This scene, the first time I read this scene pissed me off so much I almost stopped reading the book right then and there. This is so blatantly illogical. Look, the murder college is run so badly that it already defies explanation. This is so much worse at this point. This is such brazen disregard for the units in your army. Like, this isn't just some sort of a haphazard work condition. This is open, defiant murder. And for nothing to happen to Varish as a follow-up, like, he doesn't even get a slap on the wrist after this. And what makes this worse is when you consider the events of the last book, because remember, they're short on writers. They have very low numbers of writers. Like, last year was apparently the lowest number of writers they've had. And earlier in this book, the second years only had 89 students in their survival course, writer survival course class, which was apparently the lowest number they've had since the first 6. So you can't exactly afford to start throwing away lives like this. They were talking about using cadets to bolster the forces at some of their outposts in the last book, and now we can just roast half a squad, no problem. Look, I don't want to say that this is completely impossible to write about, conditions being this incredibly harsh. The problem is we're being told that there is a shortage of writers, and we just had a bunch killed, and this doesn't lead to a hint of discipline at all. This is just some weird plot object that Violet has to contend to for the sake of heightened stakes that do not fit logically in this world. Now, you take this into consideration with something like the Warhammer 40k universe, where you have the Death Corps of Krieg, and do correct me if I'm wrong on this, I've only seen a very brief excerpt on this, but there was a battle where the Death Corps was involved. They ran, like, there was the end of some disastrous fight where they lost, I don't know how many hundreds of soldiers in a battle, but the way that the thing was explained is one of the ranking members of the Death Corps spoke to a Space Marine and said that there were like 200, I'm going to make up a number here, 200 lives expended, not lost, expended. And that works because the war in that universe is so constant and so dangerous that you've got this entire group of people, the Death Corps, who are raised with the idea that they are just objects in the war. They don't have lives. They don't have purpose outside of being an instrument for humanity to win in the end. They are no different than bullets in that way. But because the framework is different, because the framework set them up to be expendable in that way, the logic is there. The logic works. And unfortunately, this is going to conflict with an element that happens later in the book that is so maddeningly defiant of everything that Yaros has set up for herself. I'm going to have another nice lengthy rant to go on. But do keep this in mind. If lives are so blatantly disregarded in this universe, then why doesn't anyone just kill Varish? It's somewhere in the hallway later on. Is it against the rules? Absolutely. But so should roasting half a squad. Just keep that in mind going on. It's always an option, and it's never seriously considered by anyone, because if we did that, then this little bump in the plot would get solved, and we can't have that. Yeah, at the same time, you gotta wonder, why don't, like, any of the cadets present, why don't they take action against Solus for killing possibly some of their riders? We've got Tarn here directly threatening Solus, saying that he's gonna swallow Varish whole.
You mean like 4?
And then take out Solus's other eye. Now, we've got some explanation later on. Apparently, dragons killing dragons is a huge faux pas, so there's some societal reason why that doesn't just straight up happen, but like this moment is still, Varys should not be alive beyond this chapter. He genuinely shouldn't, and no one should allow him to live beyond this. I don't understand how this military can function this way when free-for-all murder is brushed off with a shrug. Now, the next day, Violet is out for a run early morning when she runs into Imogen, who asks, "Why are we running?" "Because I generally suck at it," I answer. "I'm good in short bursts, but anything longer than that, and I won't make it. Not to mention it's hell on my joints." Now, one particular element that we were very lucky to have with the EDS Council was one of the council members, I guess I'll call her, somebody named Martinka. Now, she is an absolute badass. She has apparently I think she said she spent 6 years training with Muay Thai. She's done ultra marathons, obstacle course races. She ran a 55K at one point.
Right, I did an ultra marathon, 55 kilometers in the mountains with obstacles. So it is possible, but I didn't just do it on the whim. I actually had years and years of preparation, all the medicine that I had to take, the knee braces, a lot of kinesio taping, and it is possible.
She was the closest thing we had as a comparison to a real-life Violet Sorengale. So some of the accomplishments that Violet has, like, they might seem impossible for somebody with EDS. Martinka was proof that it's not impossible. It is, however, very unlikely considering Violet's backstory. You see, she was training to be a scribe this whole time, and while it is possible for some degree of athleticism if you have EDS, it does take a bit more consideration and training. You see, because of the way that EDS affects muscles, among other things, standard muscle training or cardio or weightlifting or anything has to be taken very differently, very carefully. So while it's good that Violet is training like this, you also have to remember she's way behind in where she should be. She's only been training, she's been a member of this college for about 9 months now, maybe 10, and she's only been training for 6 months prior to that. Martinka, in comparison, had been training for several years before she actually took on an ultramarathon. Part of the problem here is that we don't actually get specifics on what type of EDS Violet actually has. We can probably assume that she has what's called hypermobile EDS. That is currently unconfirmed, I believe, but considering that that is the most common type, it's a safe assumption. And that's important because depending upon what type or what subtype of EDS you have, that can affect how you have to address various problems and activities in life. For example, there is apparently a version of EDS that involves prolapsed organs. So, it's good that Violet is training in this scene and in other scenes. The problem is she doesn't struggle as much as she properly should if she really has EDS. The results that she gets out of training comes off a little easy compared to what EDS actually should result in. It's not impossible, of course, but there are extra steps that Yaros is overlooking, possibly because she doesn't want to really go into that much detail, or because it'll derail the plot, because Violet isn't set up for this sort of lifestyle. See, the other problem with that is, while I'm thinking about it, is if you have EDS, at least in America, you're not eligible for serving in the military as a member of the armed forces. You can still work like in logistics or behind a computer or administration or something like that. You're not going to be a soldier with a gun in the front lines.
Yeah, I'll bring up what people said to me. You're a health and safety risk. The fact that you're way more likely to injure yourself at any given moment without any root cause, like being hit in a weird angle in your knee or tripping over something. In a military, I don't think they'd risk that. That's probably why you're barred from it in the American military.
So we did get a line suggesting that because of the very brazen murder that Varish committed, there was a degree of managerial restructuring of Third Squad, which just furthers the question, why didn't he get disciplined for that? And this isn't something that you can just wave off with, oh, he got a slap on the wrist off screen. No, this This demands like a public execution. And we get a line in Battle Brief where Professor Devera says that some third years could be called into service early to man the mid-guard posts or shadow forward wings, which makes Farish's murder even less excusable. Now, there's a story beat that's introduced here when Rhiannon runs into Violet and says that there might be something up with the healer quadrant and she's not quite sure what. I think there's something going on in the healer quadrant, she says, lowering her voice. I tried to take a first year to see Nolan yesterday after formation turned into a fire pit, and he looks like absolute shit. I mean, the man could barely stand. And when I went to ask him if he was alright, the new Vice Commandant said he had more important things to do than talk to cadets and basically escorted him to that little door in the back of the infirmary, which is now guarded. I think they're hiding something back there. So keep that in mind for later, and if you need a reminder, Nolan is the mender on staff in the college. Rather than just being a regular healer, he's someone who can pretty much fix something completely from where it was. So, you know, broken bone, like he fixes that entirely to the point where it's like it never even happened. So think Orihime.
Hey, Jiggles, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
So Rhiannon, Violet, and the whole squad are in the sparring room when they're just discussing watching the newbies take each other on. And we get a very curious moment here. Did somebody say Sorengale? A deep voice asks from behind us. Our line of second years all glance over shoulders at the bullish first year who threw the scrawny one off the parapet. There is a second wing patch on his shoulder as he lumbers forward, his hands at his sides. Popular today, aren't you? Nadine whispers with a smile, pivoting playfully towards the first year. Hi, I'm Violet Sorengale. She points to her purple hair. See, like my hair. Do you have a message for her? He grabs hold of her head and twists, snapping her neck. Now, that was sudden, and we don't get a full explanation for this, but we do get a bit of flavor text at the start of the chapter. You know, Euros likes to include those. And it says, it is not unheard of that a candidate enters the writer's quadrant having been paid to assassinate a cadet, which is such a bizarre concept when you think about it. Now, both notes taken together really paint a very conflicting image. Nadine's death was absolutely a shock death, but Nadine wasn't much of a character. Like, without looking it up, can anyone tell me anything about her from the last review? I think she had a signet, but without looking at my notes, I couldn't tell you what it was. Now, Nadine wasn't much of a character, but she was present enough that this still comes off as a little tragic. At least, you know, we can empathize with Violet in this moment. A friend of hers just died in front of her because Nadine took Violet's identity for some reason. Like, it's a really awkward setup, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, what was she going for? This doesn't work if you try to consider what Nadine's motives would have been for that moment. It only works as a setup for this assassination attempt. Now, couple that with the idea of people hiring assassins to enter the Writers' College just to murder people, which is a pretty stupid idea considering the high mortality rate here. Like, why would you hire an assassin to enter a place that they are contractually stuck in after the fact in order to kill somebody who has a 50-50 chance of dying by the end of their first year? Like, you know what's even worse is second years get shore leave and they get to go to this place that I didn't bother mentioning because it's not plot relevant. So why not just hire an assassin to kill a writer when they go there? And instead, you've got an assassin who's now stuck in the Writers' College? Like, how much are they being paid in order to actually sign up for the military? It feels like you'd have to go to a specialist assassin shop that deals in assassins with no forethought. And on top of that, this assassin was really bad at his job. Sure, he killed someone very quickly and efficiently. He just killed the wrong target. Are you telling me you did no research beyond a name? That is so stupid, especially for somebody who stands out as much as Violet does. Like, even if you don't have a photo, get a quick description. She's the one with silver tips at the end of her hair. Now, the professor that oversees all of the sparring, Emeterio, continues to be completely bafflingly useless at his job at overseeing anything that happens in his stupid class, and doesn't call for the guards, doesn't interfere with anything, doesn't try to stop this first year through any means. Violet instead challenges him to a fight, and they both go onto the sparring match, sparring areas. Okay, whatever, I guess rules don't matter in this goddamn murder college. Let's be honest, they don't. And we get a brief fight scene, and at one point the assassin mutters, "Secrets dies with the people who keep them," and this leads Violet to the conclusion that Colonel Atos must have hired him in order to kill her, because aside from wanting to kill her for her secrets, now that she knows about the Venin and all that stuff because of his fuck up, he was also humiliated because of her survival, so he's got a personal reason to want her dead as well. And at one point he manages to grapple Violet and grab her windpipe and tries suffocating her that way. You know, he thinks that he's got total victory at this point, but he forgets one crucial detail. Violet's the protagonist. My vision tunnels as I grab one of the daggers sheathed along my ribs with my free left hand, draw quickly, and plunge the blade into the giant's back, angling right where Zaden taught me, his kidney. Once, twice, thrice, I lose count as I stab over and over and over until the grip on my throat releases, until the first year sags on top of me.
Carl, that kills people!
So, yeah, she wins. And it sucks that we don't have somebody to interrogate now and really find out who precisely hired him to kill Violet. But I cannot dislike this moment because it fits Violet's character. She is a very emotional person, and this was a very emotional response. Aside from the fact that her friend just got murdered in front of her, Violet was in the process of being murdered in front of the world's most useless professor. Why wasn't he stopping the strangling? And right after this scene, as Violet is covered in the assassin's blood, Zaden finally shows up a day late, and they get a little bit of talking, and this is in the upward progression of their relationship where they are trying to build things together, they're communicating, they're being open, and in an attempt to enhance that growth, Zaden wrote Violet a letter about himself, kind of as a little semi-diary entry of a sort, but it's cute, and Violet appreciates the effort and actually reads the letter and several subsequent letters several times. It's a nice moment. It's actually building on the chemistry between the two of them. It won't last. I'm going to be complaining about these two in a little bit. So a little bit of time goes on, and she's chatting with Bodhi, who lets slip that he's never seen Zaden really care like this, not even with Catriona. And this is the first time we get to hear about Catriona, who is apparently Zaden's ex. More on her later. Well, the reason Bodhi was with Violet is because they are using her as an excuse to transfer supplies between the murder college and Zaden, who can then transfer certain goods to the Griffin flyers. You see, the rebel kids are somehow able to extract materials, mostly daggers, from the Warforge in the murder college, and they let slip a few supplies to Zaden, who carries lets them slip to Tarn specifically, who's carrying them on a pouch, and that makes its way to Zaden in Samara in the outpost, and he distributes daggers to the Griffin flyers after that. You'd think after a while they would have an abundance of daggers, but apparently that never happens. But, oh no, pesky old Varish shows up and has a bit of a confrontation with Violet. He actually insists on a particular search, citing the Codex, stating that cadets' property is to be searched at the discretion of command. And this is dramatic for a moment because we don't know precisely what Varish is looking for. He just looks like he's being antagonistic. He has his two little underlings with him. They just dump Violet's bag out and then search through everything and determine that it's all clear and they have to let her go because she is on pre-approved leave now. But it's just a small moment that adds up to the animosity between Varish and Violet, something that Yaros does pretty effectively because Varish is, like, surprisingly detestable. And I've got a bit more to say on him later on, but I don't want to overload this video too much. So it's about an 8-hour flight to from the murder college to Samara, and when she gets there, because she leaves at midnight, it's early morning, and Zaden is not there to greet her. Oh, one moment. She's been really good. She hasn't gotten trapped in the pantry in a while. Although, amusing story, she did get trapped. So, our fireplace has a little section underneath it that allows you to control it, and part of it is hollow. Well, Umbra was running around one day, kitten zoomies and all that, when he ran into that panel and knocked it loose. Hello, you. And it was annoying, but, you know, whatever. I got up and I closed it. Well, about a minute later, he crashed into it again, opening it. What I didn't know is that this tiny moron had climbed inside underneath the fireplace. I forget who said it, but somebody at one point said that torties remain stupid forever, and unfortunately, this one's living up to that reputation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Careful, you. There's your good girl. So, Zaden's not there to greet her when she arrives at Samara, so Violet has to kind of just wander around, which is kind of suspect when you consider that this is a military facility, and I don't recall anyone actually really checking in on her. I mean, the fact that she's riding a dragon is probably evidence enough of allegiance. Although with the rebellion in play with their own dragons, that creates a pretty sizable security vulnerability. Anyway, Violet wanders around until she finds a fighting pit where some of the riders are fighting for a weekend pass, which Zaden ends up winning. You got to keep in mind that the pass is really just so that the dragons can get together. Zaden will still occasionally have his own duties that he has to fulfill. The fact that he has to fight for a pass is brutalistic, but not really a plot hole. It is, however, very shaky world building because you have to literally fight for a weekend pass. That would be so detrimental to team morale in a society where team morale already doesn't really exist. You know, I might not have ever served in the military myself, but I got enough buddies who did, who would relate stories to me, and I've listened to enough Mike Burnfire to understand that a lot of the military is pretty dumb. But I don't think that they're actually this dumb. This is starting to really create a wedge in my suspension of disbelief. Especially because this isn't really necessary. This is just another on top of the pile of the cavalcade of dipshittery that is the military in the Empyrean cycle, or saga, or whatever the series is going by. Anyway, Violet watches the fight and gets a bit turned on by the display, as Zaden is in fact shirtless, so oh boy, horny Violet is back. And during the conversation, Zaden confirms that the only thing that can kill a Venin is what powers the wards, which is being imbued into daggers. Now, when she gets back, there is another scene with Varish. You see, part of his problem, aside from the fact that he's a pompous douchebag who lives to throw his power around, is that he wants to see Andarna. But he can't see Andarna because she's doing the dreamless sleep, which is something that humanity, by and large, doesn't really know about because dragons are just that secretive. They only told Violet about it because it's kind of unavoidable because she bonded with a Feathertail, otherwise known as a juvenile. So this is a necessary part of the life cycle that Andarna has to go through, and Violet is now exposed to explain why Andarna is away from her for so long. But Violet is also sworn to secrecy for the sake of dragonkind, so she can't just say, I can't summon Andarna right now, she's going through dragon puberty. Well, Varish doesn't like that, and so he decides to torture Violet. Now, it's not a out and out, strap her down to a chair and start taking off chunks of skin sort of torture. He he, along with Professor Carr, who unwittingly goes along with, but still kind of allows, they take Violet out to a hillside where she starts overusing her signet well beyond what her limits actually are, and this almost kills her. She starts, like, she's on the cusp of burning out and dying, literally dying, because of this treatment, and she ends up using her power something ridiculous, about 40 strikes. An impressive display, but an extremely dangerous one. Violet collapses on the brink of death, and Professor Carr cuts the whole thing off, which Varish allows, and then just kind of smarmily parades in a bit of victory. Varish examines the destruction I caused and turns towards me. Fascinating. You'll both be indispensable once you come to heal. He turns then, his cloak billowing in the wind as he walks to Solus. This is the only warning you'll get, Cadet Sorengale. And at this point, it's like Varish's personality is starting to take form. And the way that I see him is that Varish is Yaros' attempt at creating a Professor Umbridge. Now, I think the reason why Umbridge works as well as she has is because, to some degree, most of us have experienced an Omega level Karen like Umbridge. Someone who is sadistic in her own grab for power, who so selfishly holds herself above others, who genuinely sees herself as superior in every way to other people, to the point where in her own mind she is in fact allowed to torture others because she's just better than you. Varish is kind of like that, except he's too illogical for that place. Umbridge was able to, within a certain point of view, work within the rules and then expanded to a sadistic degree, like when she gave Harry detention and then punished him. Those, like, granted, it was an unfair moment that she was effectively bullying him, but it was within her role as a teacher. The fact that she had him tearing off his own skin is just an added level of sadism. Varish, however, should not be able to operate in a way that allows him to murder half a squadron of riders, which includes bonded riders, especially when they're in a war where they are short bonded riders. At no point do I believe that there is any kind of consistent world building behind this. Varish is a sadist, and he is capable of getting the reader pissed off, like, appropriately so. But when you consider the deeper levels that he and realize that he doesn't actually make sense, the entire image starts to crumble. The immersion falls apart once you start to think about it, so the image is incomplete. Now, with all of this talk of murder in the Murder College, it's very concerning when this chapter ends as Violet is chatting with Rhiannon and a couple of others when a bag gets thrown over her head and she's dragged away somewhere. Bags are thrown over everyone's heads and they're dragged away. And this is the introduction to RSC. So, we actually get to see what Dragon Seer class is like. Spoilers, it's disappointing. Now, something that's been built up in the book by this point is the interrogation class that they're going to have to attend as part of RSC. This isn't that. This is the actual go out into the field portion of things. So there are 8 riders and 8 infantry cadets. And this falls flat. So the core problem with RCS as it exists in this book has to do with how everything is set up in the world. Now, the idea of there being a class like land navigation and surviving off the fat of the land if you get trapped behind enemy lines, that makes perfect sense. It's a little easier to contend with if you have a dragon that you are bonded with and can telepathically communicate with. It's not likely that you would get separated from a dragon unless the dragon crashes and survives the crash. It's possible, it's just unlikely, because if the dragon dies, the rider dies, which would nullify the purpose of the class. And let's say you did fall off of the dragon. Maybe you land in a lake or something at a height that won't kill you. Your dragon should be able to find you within a couple of minutes because of the telepathic link, which is something that Yaros does take into consideration, sort of. So the 8 riders and the 8 infantry cadets, who will not matter beyond this scene, are taking to some forest somewhere within the kingdom. They don't know precisely where, and they can't tell from their surroundings. This is fine so far. And then Yaros stumbles. Professor Grady hands each rider a water skin. Sorry for the abrupt change of scenery. Hydrate. We all uncork our skins and drink. The water is crisp and cold, but there's something else there too. Pungent, earthy, and something bitterly floral that I can't quite place. I close the skin, cringing at the aftertaste. Professor Grady really needs to take better care of his skins. And it seems like there's just something funky in the water at first, until the riders try reaching out to their dragons, and it turns out that their connection has been smothered. Yes, the water was spiked in such a way that the telepathic link to the dragons and their magic has now been cut off. Yaros had to create this weird drink in order to justify the RCS class making sense in the first place, because it otherwise conflicted with the logic of the telepathic link with the dragons. See, at this point, she's creating rules on top of rules in order to justify how everything works within the world, which gets really clumsy. This is why keeping it simple is always the better option. When you overcomplicate things, you have to start creating justifications and post hoc rationalizations for why the rules in your world make sense. And this is made worse when it's revealed later on that this particular concoction is a relatively recent discovery, or creation, rather. You see, if this is recent, let's say this is even a year or 2 years old, what did they do for the other RSC classes prior to that? See, this is what I'm talking about with logistics within the book. Did they actually teach the rider survival course beforehand? Outside of all of this, there is a minute point at which this could actually work. For the infantry, this makes perfect sense. No question the infantry should be getting this sort of a class. No complaints there on that front. It's confusing that the riders, who have access to dragons, would have to put forth this much effort. Granted, there are scenarios in which it could happen, but those scenarios are so few and far between, especially considering what little we've actually seen of the world outside of the college, that none of this actually makes sense. The reader has to do the thinking for Yaros in that moment to come up with a rationalization for why this would make sense for a writer. Unfortunately, the rest of the RCS class doesn't really amount to anything. Unfortunately, the only purpose of this whole scene is to introduce the power suppressing water for a later scene, which we'll get to in time. Unfortunately, all of the navigation stuff that we see doesn't actually manifest, which is made even more worse when you consider how complicated some of the extra rules in this are. When Grady reaches the end of our section, he turns, moving backward. Oh, and did I mention that there are 2 groups of you out here? The other is on the far side of the forest, and while your dragons will be hunting them, their dragons are hunting you. A few unbondeds join too. Infantry, the riders are going to need to lean on your land nav expertise, but you won't live without them should you encounter a dragon. Grady looks the 8 of us in the eye as he backs away. Try and see the most of them make it out of here, will you? He flashes a grin and turns around, walking into the forest with the infantry professor, leaving us in the middle of the fucking woods without supplies or our dragons. Now, they also have, I believe it's a pair of scribes and a healer with them. The scribes are not there to interact, just to take notes, and the healer is there for healing purposes. Now, they never actually encounter the other squad, so I'm not sure why this was mentioned. If an element is not actually utilized and you don't need to introduce it, don't introduce it. the more elements you add to a story and the more complicated you make an idea or a scene, the harder it is for the audience to actually follow along with whatever the hell you're spelling out. The other thing that this scene does wrong is it introduces a lot of extra characters all at once. And if you remember what I said about the side characters in the Fourth Wing review, unfortunately those problems are made even worse here because we get multiple names and none of them really have any impact beyond this one scene. And there is a particular art in introducing multiple characters all at once. In the manga Battle Royale, for example, you got introduced to almost all of the cast pretty early on, but they didn't get characterization all at the same time. You just got really just a face and a name, and maybe like a few minor details. But it wasn't until they became more relevant in the story that they would actually get some degree of characterization or background or anything. You see, that way you're not overloading the reader, and it's something that you can get away with a little more easily in a manga with a particular style where everyone looks very distinctly different. Now, to pass the course, the infantry and the riders are given their own maps, and they're told, okay, you're somewhere on this map. There is a point here that you need to reach within a deadline. Good luck. Well, they also have to contend with dragons flying about, which is the case when they run into Bade, who was Jack Barlowe's dragon in the last book, an orange scorpion tail, who is probably in a bad mood because losing a rider sucks. And remember, Jack died epically in the last book when he not only fell off of Bade from a height of probably several hundred feet, but a goddamn mountain crashed on top of him. And because the infantry is so not used to dragons, despite operating in the murder college, one of them starts to run, another person takes her place, and ends up getting charred. This will have no real consequence throughout the rest of this book. Now, unfortunately, they don't actually make it to their extraction point in time. You see, what had happened is the instructors had given them two separate maps. So, of course, the infantry and the riders are constantly fighting with conflicting information and never actually learn to work together. See, that was the point of the class. I talked to a buddy who actually did go through SEER, and he says that they would never actually do something like that in an actual SEER course. So, once again, when it comes to military matters, it sounds like Yaros just fumbles.
Ooh, fumble.
And again, the logic of the RSC course doesn't really make any sense, considering that operationally, the way the course was instructed, it would only work if the magic knocking out water was somehow administered to a rider at some point, and they lost physical contact with their dragon. There are so many logical missteps you have to stumble over for this course to make sense in the first place. It's better to have just excluded it entirely. That you would simplify the world building and the plotting and just make everything a lot more clear. Now, unfortunately, because she was taken on a weekend, this means that Violet and Tarn were not able to actually meet with Scale and Zaden. And this is unfortunately something that's going to be a repeating pattern. There are going to be multiple weekends where they don't actually get to meet up, which really makes me wonder how bad the physical pain that Tarn and Scale are supposed to be experiencing is. Is this so maddening that like they should just break ranks and fly towards each other regardless of orders? Again, I don't know, and I think that's a consideration that Yaros never actually put in place. A few days later, after the RSC class, Violet and Jacina, her scribe friend from the scribe quadrant, run into Aoif. I am sorry, I am probably getting that wrong too. Anyway, Aoif was the scribe that was with Violet's group, and actually has a pretty prudent line that says, "The tricky thing is to capture the truth and not just an interpretation. Stories can change depending upon who tells them," which is a thematic through line that I think, well, first off, Yaros is correct when she writes this. It's a very prudent point that I think we need more reminders of. The problem with it, though, is that it doesn't really reflect with anything within the rest of the plot in this book. It just works towards the information is power sort of a thing, like central theme that Yarrow seems to be playing with this series. Now, some time goes by and we're in another skirmish class. Violet is watching over Sloane fighting somebody named Dasha, doesn't matter, and Dasha has the upper hand until Violet decides to assist Sloane. I lower myself too, panic creeping up my throat at the look on Sloane's dazed face as Dasha lands another punch, then another, and another. Blood spatters the mat. Yeah, that's enough. I wait for Dasha to exhale, then open my palms slightly and cough. Hard. She breathes in and gets one more hit. Then she shakes her head and her eyes glaze over. Get up, Sloane, I yell, looking her dead in the eye. Dasha falls back on her ass, blinks rapidly, her head wobbling as if she's been at the pub for the evening. And then Sloane gets up and beats Dasha into submission. So yes, Violet did cheat to help Sloane win. She had coughed some sort of powder into Dasha's face in a way that Professor Emeterio should have absolutely caught, but by this point it's pretty well documented that he's really bad at his job, and you could probably carry a chainsaw into the mat and he wouldn't say anything. Well, Sloane is a bit indignant when Violet talks to her after the match, and still hates Violet, so Violet comes up with a deal for her. Here's the deal. I take a step closer to Sloane. You're going to train so you don't get yourself killed. Not with me. I don't need to be part of your development era. But you will meet with Imogen every single day if that's what she wants, because I have something you want. I highly doubt that. She crosses her arms, but the effect is ruined by the rapid swelling of her eye. I have 50 of the letters Liam wrote for you. Her eyes widen. Oh shit! Imogen's head jerked towards me. Seriously? Seriously. I don't look away from Sloane. And at the end of every week that you attend and participate in whatever Imogen thinks you need, I'll give one of them to you. Now, of course, Sloane doesn't believe her at first because all of Liam's property was supposed to have been burned. This is what Violet ran into his room to grab at the start of the book. And this does work as a pretty effective character moment. It actually gives Violet and Sloane a sort of reason to bond off screen. It would be better if we actually got to see them interacting character to character, but at least there is a reason for the two of them to start getting along as time goes on, and Sloane realizes that Liam actually did like Violet, and Violet's not really at fault for his death. Meanwhile, Violet is also working a deal with Jasenia. See, she's able to access certain classified areas of the archives and gets a classified book, The Unabridged History of the First Six, so that Violet can continue her research on the wards. In a later scene, Violet runs into Rhiannon, who has been given a parchment that gives her a little bit of concern. Beware of strangers seeking shelter. What the hell? I mutter softly. My thoughts exactly, she replies. Read the rest. In this time of unprecedented violations of our sovereign borders, we count on you, our border villages, to be our eyes and ears. Our safety depends on your vigilance. Do not take in strangers your kindness could kill.
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutants! Purge the unclean!
Now, from later context, we can assume that this is civilians from Poromil, the nation of Griffin flyers, trying to seek shelter from the encroaching Venin threat. It is a way of displaying the concept of othering, which is where you just... some person from some other group is wrong because they're a member of that group, and therefore you're okay to dehumanize them. It's an entirely too prevalent concept in society these days, and it's very obnoxious, but it is an otherwise very effective moment in a book that's all about blotted out information and state secrets. Now, in chapter 19, we get some flavor text at the start of the chapter that says, dragons do not answer to the whims of men, which may be true, except for the multitude of examples where we see dragons answering to the whims of men. most prevalently, the way that Taryn and Scale are in physical pain because of the distance between the two of them, and they're just going along with it because of the whims of men. And there are plenty of other moments that you'll be able to pick out throughout this series where that's just brazenly ignored. I mean, the fact that the dragons aren't even announcing anything of Venin because presumably the king doesn't want them to announce it. It's like, why the fuck would the dragons care about what the king wants if dragons do not answer to the whims of men? It's really a mess. Now, we do get another moment between Violet and Varish, where Varish wants Violet to push herself entirely too far by overextending herself with her signet, and we get a very satisfying scene as Taryn stands up for Violet and says, "That's not happening." So Varish demands that Violet summon Andarna again, and again, Violet can't do that because then she would be violating the sanctity of the dreamless sleep and the secrecy that she's been permitted. I gasp as Taryn's massive fangs sink between the joints of Solas's scales, piercing his neck, and Cowrie sprints to get out of the battlefield. Varish turns and stiffens as crimson rivulets run over Solas's orange neck scales, dripping off several of the ridges. Taryn, what will the Empyrean do to him if he kills Solas? Only a rider can be the vice-commandant of Basgaeth, Taryn warns, and Solas lets out a sound that's half roar, half shriek. Without a dragon, you are no rider. So Varish backs off and says that Violet will not have to attend just because Andarna refuses to show up, which is excellent for a moment until you consider that Varish is a petty, vindictive asshole and will likely take this out on Violet in a later scene, which he does. But the moment is written very satisfyingly, and it is fun to see Varish get a little bit of fear because at this point he goddamn deserves it.
You know what? Be afraid!
But the year goes on, and it's almost time for the first years to go through the gauntlet. Remember that stupid obstacle course that kills a number of people because they fall off of things and fall to their deaths? It's a really stupid idea, something that could be overcome by a number of other methods that don't recklessly waste lives, but Violet argues in favor of it. Rhiannon argues that the gauntlet is terrible because it's what killed Aurelie in the last book, their squad mate and friend, and Violet says, fine, yes, it's awful that Aurelie fell, that she died, but I think I'm a better writer for having been there, having watched her fall to her death, and known that if I didn't get my ass moving, I was going to be next. That's horrible. Rhiannon's lips part, and she looks at me like she's never seen me before. So is everything waiting out there for us. I swing my arms out. That stupid fucking gauntlet isn't about physically climbing it. It's about overcoming the fear that we can't. It's about climbing after we see it kill our friends. Parapet, gauntlet, presentation, they seem excessive when you're there, but they prepare us for something way worse when we leave. And until I shake my head. You don't know what it's like out there, Rai. You can't understand.
Well, good for you, you're wrong.
Now, this is in reaction to Violet seeing the Venin and actual deadly combat out there. So she's coming from something of a place of understanding that Rhiannon can't actually match because Rhiannon hasn't seen actual combat, except Violet's logic here is very flimsy. This seems like a retroactive justification of how badly run the murder college is, because you can create all of these obstacles. You can create really difficult physical strains that don't result in mountains of dead people. I mean, as a direct real-life comparison, boot camp trains recruits to an extent for war, not to the extent that the gauntlet trains people. That's basically special forces training, just, without any safety regulations. This is Yaros thinking she's justifying her world building, but she isn't listening to any logic that suggests otherwise. It would have been better for Rhiannon to ask why they had to go through such barbaric treatment than for Violet to just assume that it's because the Venin really are that dangerous, instead of giving an assessment justifying the shoddy world building. That way the characters can assume something about the world, and it gives Yaros an opportunity to later show us that the real reason, all without Violet coming up with a fallacious argument. Now, something else that's going on in this scene that I haven't been touching on is Violet has been pushing Rhiannon away throughout this book, because now that Violet understands the secret of the rebellion and the Venin, she doesn't want to risk those secrets getting out and affecting her friends, because Violet feels like she's being targeted for assassination, and in some ways she is, because all of the other members of the squad that went down to Resin for the climax of the last book are being bumped off one by one. One of them got killed, and I forgot to mention this, one of them got killed when Varish's dragon roasted the squad of riders early on during the presentation, in such a way that seems like not that much a coincidence. And unfortunately, Violet continues her ramble with, again, more fallacious arguments. And as horrible as it might be, as callous as it might make me, watching Orly fall and Pryor burn, and even Jack fucking Barlowe get crushed under my landslide prepared me for the moment I had to leave Liam's body on the ground and fight. If I had sat there and mourned like I wanted to, none of us would be here. Imogen, Bodhi, Zaden, Garrick, everyone. We'd all be dead. There's a reason they want us to watch our friends die, Rye. I tap my chest with one finger. We are the weapons, and this place is the stone they use to sharpen us. This is a continuation of Violet's defense of the murder college, and it falls flat immediately. You want to toughen up your soldiers, that's true. But this place pushes them way, way beyond that limit. This is like trying to strengthen an army by giving everyone PTSD before they march into battle. The 40k universe is not a good model to follow if you want peak efficiency in your fantasy characters. The school is just as likely to break riders before they ever reach the battlefield. PTSD can make people freeze up, or common noises can make them go into desperate survival mode. A tap on the shoulder can trigger a fight or flight response. Some people can power through PTSD, even learn from it and grow because of it, but that's an impressively bad idea to embed in your soldiers before they ever step foot on a battlefield. Like, instead of Violet expressing herself as a character, this feels more like a limp-wristed defense that Yaros is building for her world building through Violet. This is the murder college where you'll learn everything you need to survive in combat. Improved stamina, combat reflexes, debilitating trauma, and MREs. Do you think Yaros is writing the murder college like this so the VA seems less bad by comparison? Now, Violet and Zaden's relationship is kind of on the downward turn by this point. Zaden doesn't like that Violet is researching the wards and thinks that she is needlessly putting herself at risk for information that he may or may not actually need or may not actually be able to find. So it just seems pointless. He does care about her, but Violet still wants to contribute somehow, and this just becomes a moment where they butt heads. And that continues until the next time that they actually see each other in this chapter, when they have to put on a show about being in a good relationship with each other because Mira has transferred to Samara. And it's good that Violet and Zaden actually get to see each other, but Zaden's on assignment, so Violet has to hang out with Mira for now. Which leads to a very curious line about something. Mira is giving her advice about the interrogation section of Rider Survival course, because as I've mentioned before, it's a very hands-on thing. Punches and all sorts of injuries are entirely permissible. And considering that Varish is likely to be involved and actually does have a kill count thanks to his interrogation techniques, there is some legitimate risk here for Violet, which is good. And Mira doesn't know that, of course, but so she's trying to give some advice. And this is a little curious. See, this is actually an element that the EDS Council was able to touch on. They're going to beat you black and blue just to see if you can take it. She plucks my dagger from the throat of her target. And the way you break, I can handle pain. I turn toward her. I live in pain. I practically built a house there and set up a whole economy. I can take whatever they dish out. Now, it's true that with EDS, you have a degree of chronic pain that is just part of life, depending upon what type of EDS and where it's centered. It can affect joints, muscles, like headaches, apparently, your digestive system, it seems. So yes, pain is a part of EDS, even though you probably can't really tell that Violet is ever in any kind of chronic pain, but that's a separate note. The other problem comes down to the kind of pain you would actually experience as part of the torture session.
Like, I wish there was more inconvenience in the plot because of her illness than what we have now. You know, like, oh, she can withstand torture because she's always in pain. Be like, okay, well, chronic pain is a lot different than acute pain. Why doesn't Violet bring that into play? Show the downsides of a disability, like actual downsides, actual consequences to the story.
But EDS discretions aside, Mira has a warning for Violet considering the severity of the interrogation class. After war games, RCS is when most second years die, she admits quietly. And they take 1 or 2 squads at a time for exercises, so you don't really notice the increase in the death roll. But it's there. If you don't break, they can accidentally torture you to death, and if you do break, they'll kill you for it. So, again, no sanctity for the concept of the value of life in this goddamn murder college. Also, with Varish as a very real threat here, Violet has even less reason not to murder him in the hallway at some point. She can summon goddamn lightning. Fucking kill him!
Okay, master. Let's kill the whole.
So during this conversation with Mira, Violet tries to get a bit more information out of her regarding how the wards work. Since she is of higher rank, she has a clearance for more information and should be able to detail a little bit about how the wards work. She might not be able to actually say it because it's classified, but she has the understanding there. And through this conversation, we actually learn that this is basically what Mira's signet is. She's able to extend wards. This will be important for later. After she comes back from Samara, Violet is attempting a rolling dismount. You see, the idea is the dragon will fly low and slow down, and the rider will run down the dragon's arm and just kind of like tumble against the ground and dismount that way. It is a, I would argue, needlessly showy way to dismount and doesn't really accomplish much when just jumping off of the dragon after it comes to a full stop is probably safer and more effective. And this apparently has problems with EDS.
Why would that be a mandatory thing for graduation? I don't understand that. That's so dangerous.
Because it's cool.
And in fact, one of Violet's attempts doesn't go too well, so she's wearing a sling that's secured around her ribs, like her arm is secured in a sling around her ribs, immobilizing her shoulder. Violet makes her way to Battle Brief, and there's apparently been an attack on an outpost with one rider death, someone named Mason Sanborn, a recent graduate, so it's unfortunate, but the reader will probably read this and say, who the hell is this guy? Well, unfortunately, it turns out that Mason was one of the squad members who made it down with Zaden and Violet to Resin. So he's one of the few that knows about the Venin attack. And this is unfortunately quite mishandled. Like, we need this subsequent explanation about who he is to really feel in any way connected with what's going on in the moment. Like, this is it. Violet's initial reaction is so tragic. Mason, oh my gods, no! His face flashes through my mind, blah blah blah. It's like, Who is this guy? Again, this is a problem with Yaros's use of secondary and tertiary characters. There are so many of them that we're supposed to apparently have emotional connections with. Violet might care about this, but the reader doesn't. This is just another face in the crowd, so the moment falls flat for us. Now, what Violet should have been focusing on is the fact that since he was one of the few that flew to Resin, it sounds like since he was the only death, he might have been assassinated. And to be fair, she does focus on that a little bit, but the emotional response that we get initially kind of puts a damper on that. Still, more tragically, this means that of the 10 that went down to Resin, only 6 are still alive. But unfortunately, thinking about this does have some problems, because you've got to wonder, how was the assassination actually committed? It probably, like, it could have been another rider, but that seems, I don't know, like a stretch, just because of the way that dragon telepathy works. Why would a dragon, like, go along? Like, there's so many conditions in line with this. It could have been a member of the infantry or somebody. Now, with her arm in a sling, Violet is not really in any shape to do any sparring. Despite that, Dane steps forward and actually challenges Violet to a proper match. Not in a way to actually get any kind of revenge or to actually hurt her. See, throughout the entire book, Dane has been trying to approach Violet, and she has been telling him to fuck off quite loudly every single time he has approached her. He doesn't fully understand or appreciate why she would be so pissed off at him, even though, like, as the reader, we understand that she blames him for Liam's death. This is an opportunity for him to talk to Violet in a way that she can't back out from. As wing leader, he technically has the right to challenge her in this way, even though her arm is in a sling. During the fight, Dane actually uses this as an opportunity to try to explain his side of things. You see, he didn't actually read that much of Violet's mind, although he did read her mind without her consent. The only thing that Dane actually got from the memory, though, was that Zaden said something about going to Athabine with his cousin. That didn't really mean much, so Dane reported it to his father, Colonel Atos, and Colonel Atos figured out what was going on from there because he has access to more information, and the Colonel is the one who set up the suicide mission and tried to get Zaden and everyone killed. It's indirectly Dane's fault that Liam and Soleil died as a result of this mission, but he's more of a pawn in the moment rather than an actual instigator. Dane also reveals that it was Violet's mother who carved all of the scars on Zaden's back, the 107 tally marks that he's got for all of the souls that he's responsible for, all the other marked ones. Oh, also, when Dane said, "I'll miss you" in the last book, it wasn't because he thought he was sending Violet off to her death. It was because he knew that Violet was choosing Zaden, and therefore he did not have a shot with her romantically. Still seems a little fatalistic since he's saying goodbye so dramatically, but whatever. So the fight ends when Dane forfeits and Violet is declared the winner. She starts walking away when she runs into Eric, who starts talking about how his guards in the palace were carrying special daggers. And it turns out that, yeah, he knows about the Venin. Why else would I be here? And points off to Eric. That's a pretty good bit of characterization and a good stand for him to take. I like that. He doesn't get too much characterization beyond that, but at least it's something. Anyway, moving on, Violet has been having nightmares, specifically about the Sage, the supposed leader of the Venin from the last book. He seems to be invading Violet's dreams, and she has all sorts of nightmares about being tortured, or about her dragons getting hurt, or Zaden, all sorts of stuff. This will be a running bit for a good portion of the rest of the book. Oh, and apparently the Sages waited centuries for someone with Violet's power, so plenty of questions there. Can Venin actually live centuries? But that's not the big thing of the chapter. This is where Varish finally strikes and decides to pull Violet in for her torture/interrogation class, which is made even more frustrating with the fact that this is during some leave and Zaden is here visiting. he is standing right there and could end this threat right goddamn now. Now remember, Violet's arm is still bound up, so she's still recovering, and with EDS, it's like made even worse, which Zaden does try to stop, but Violet is still kind of in the frustrated with him camp and doesn't want him to stand up for her in this moment. Zaden's trying to protect her with a bit of his shadow signet ability, forming a small barrier around the both of them. But Violet wants to stand up for herself, and she's kind of butting heads with Zaden in this scene, so their relationship is on the downward part of the cycle. I'm not yours now, I remind him. I'll be fine, I say out loud. Drop the barrier. Do listen to your little girlfriend, Varish suggests. I'd hate to report that you disobeyed a direct order, or worse, cancel her leave for next weekend. There's really nothing you can do here. I'm not in your chain of command. Therefore, I'm under no obligation to follow your fucking orders, and there is always something I can do. She's in no condition to be tortured, and if her fucking wing leader isn't here to advocate for her, then I will.
Kill him!
Okay, at this point, with everything we know about the military in this society, knowing that Varish could very likely use this as an opportunity to murder Violet, as Zaden has indicated on the prior page, why doesn't he just use his shadow magic to stab him in the face?
I noticed you haven't shot me in the face! Curious as to why! Maybe you're weighing the moral pros and cons, but let me assure you that, oh my god, shoot me in the goddamn face!
Look, this is frustrating because murder is an option. Murder was always an option, and no one is taking it. Yes, you've also got Professor Grady here, whoever he was, I've already forgotten. Kill him too! What does it fucking matter at this point? But Zaden's delay tactics don't work, and Violet allows herself to be taken off for interrogation class. She, Rydok, Rhiannon, and Sawyer are taken to a special interrogation/torture room where they are given some random piece of classified information to protect. Not really classified information, it's just something they made up for the sake of the immersion in the class. So there's a bit of a flaw in how the interrogation class is set up. The problem is, this is, like, we're not shown any resistance techniques, for example. You've just got the cadets led to a room and then beaten for a little while. Like, as far as immersion, I guess this sort of works, like, not very well, because these are classmates torturing classmates. Two of the people doing the torturing are actually Varish's underlings, and they're, as we'll see in a little bit, a bit reluctant to go too far with anybody. See, what this should have been is a lesson on how to resist certain tortures. If the squad had been taken down for a small lesson where horrific things can still happen, but they're taught how to resist certain techniques or certain psychic damage or particular signets, then that could work. Especially considering, as we learn later on, that most of the magics that Griffin flyers, the most likely people to interrogate them, mostly rely on mental magic and psychic abilities. So if that had been the baseline for this torture class, there might actually be something that the students could get out of this. But instead, like, world building is set aside for the sake of momentary drama and tension. See, that's the difficulty with writing a book. Writing is a balancing game in which nobody can show you the scales. You've got to be able to balance, in this moment, the world building as well as the tension of the scene. And unfortunately, Yaros has completely ignored the world building for the sake of the tension and the stakes. And because of that, we don't have a complete moment. It falls flat when you start to think about it. On top of that, there's a degree of failed immersion just from how this is presented. Violet wasn't nabbed the way that she was with the land navigation class, where it was just a bag was thrown over her head and she was dragged off somewhere. If that had been the setup, then maybe this could work, where she's just all of a sudden tied to a chair in some dark cellar. Because at that point, we've got more immersion in the moment, more tension with what's going on, especially understanding that Varish can and probably will kill her. But instead, she's just casually led somewhere. This is a very clumsy setup because the threat is immediately dulled just by the introduction. Made even worse when you compare it to the last RSC class. It's almost like lie detectors in that way. Violet and everyone else in the squad, like, they're not really in a sense of danger because the psychological threat isn't there. It's like when you understand how a lie detector works, they fall flat. You're actually able to trick them just by understanding that they don't actually detect lies, they detect emotional responses. So if you keep a calm atmosphere and don't really worry about anything, lie detectors break. They do not work. They are in fact junk science, which is why it's so laughable that so many goddamn agencies out there still rely on them as part of a hiring process. Sorry, personal grievance there. Now, unfortunately, Violet is at this point still too full of useful information that Varish, with whatever his signet is, might be able to extract from her, so she's a bit on edge. Appropriately so, because when they're offered water... Good, I say, lifting my mug. The others do the same. I breathe in, tilting the mug to drink. Stop, I hiss. Don't drink it! I set it down like the poison it is. What the hell? Rydek asks, putting his mug on the table. It smells like the water they gave us before the land navigation course, I whisper. So they are attempting to close off the connection to the dragons and their signets once again. Yes, the entire point of the entire land navigation scene, as needlessly convoluted as it was to establish the poisoned water. For this scene, think of all the added layers you had for that scene. The rules of the course, all the extra people, the infantry, the other team that was in there, all the dragons flying about. None of that mattered. It was all just a way to introduce the water. But because it was such a unique signifier in the scene, it was obvious that you had to do something with it later on. It was a clumsy way to introduce a particular item for just this, and it doesn't really work. It was so telegraphed that it had to be useful for something else, which means the fact that nothing else comes from the rest of the land navigation course makes the entire scene feel like needless extra setup. Now everyone gets rid of their water, and when Professor Grady walks back in, they all claim that they can't sense their dragons. Oh my god, what have you done? So Violet is picked to be tortured first. She is strapped down to a chair, and two upperclassmen, a man and a woman, walk in, and they start beating her. So the beating goes on for a little while. Everyone is beaten a little bit. Frankly, the techniques are underwhelming because they're really just like punches and slaps and stuff. That's really it. And they're down in this room for several hours. It's after midnight. It's about midnight by the end of the chapter when Varish shows up. Apparently, the interrogators are going too slow. Why would he care about that if the purpose is to outlast the torture? But Varish decides to cheat a little bit, and he brings Dane into the room with him. You want me to... Dane lifts his brows. Yes, use your signet on her, only to draw out the secret phase, of course. My signet is classified. And she already knows what it is, Varish says, shaking his head like this is all no big deal. Doesn't she? That's why she's so angry with you. She blames you for what happened to her friend. He walks forward. It's amazing what you can learn by simply observing. Dane shakes his head. I'm not doing this. Then who are you going to practice on to extend your ability past recent events? We're running out of civilians around here for Nolan to mend, and if you think she hasn't told the rest of her squad your little secret, you're giving her far too much credit. Now, I'm not exactly sure how much this calls back to the supposed secrecy that Nolan, the mender, is involved with. Whatever he's doing in that guarded room in the back of the medical center. If Dane's ability is actually that debilitating, it doesn't seem like it should be, but whatever, that's what this line seems to indicate. But the thing that's really reckless is that Varish just openly leaked classified information to a couple of second years, which, again, should get him in some degree of trouble, but of course it doesn't. And the fact that on the next page, Roddick says, "Holy shit, he can what?" referring to Dane's ability, means that Varish's assumption is in fact wrong, and Violet hasn't told him or Sawyer. I do believe by this point she's told Rhiannon, but that's immaterial right here. Varish is still mishandling classified information. Why does this guy have a clearance? Also, let's not overlook the fact that by using Dane in this matter, it trivializes the entire concept of the interrogation course. Like, Varish is using cheat codes, granted, to get information that he wants out of Violet, but at the same time, everyone else is under the assumption that this is an otherwise standard part of the murder college curriculum. Like, why even have any sort of an endurance part of this if you can just cheat and use the easy win button against the students? But, more importantly, Dane decides, fuck that guy, and tells Varish that he is not going to jeopardize his already tenuous relationship with Violet, and just leaves. So Varish punches her in the shoulder. Now, when she wakes up, Nolan is sitting over Violet's bed and is mending her. He's, of course, exhausted, and then just is allowed to leave. Everyone else is locked back in the torture room where they can't really escape from. Now, a little bonus about this this event: if you are able to escape the torture room, you are able to, like, not only do you get out of the interrogation that much sooner, but you get a special commendation. And because they did not actually drink the water, everyone here still has access to their signets. So Sawyer is able to melt the hinges on one of the doors, and they're led to, that gives them access to an antechamber, which does have another locked door that he's not able to melt through. Now, the thing that I don't like about this is how easy they're able to escape here. You see, the other door is, of course, locked, so they can't just bust their way through it, and I believe the whole thing is metallic, so it's too much for Sawyer to be able to really handle with his signet. It's the same kind of lock. Lesser magic isn't working, Sawyer seethes, already putting his hands out. I don't. Heat prickles along my ribs. It's the same feeling I get when I walk through the wards on my door. I look down and stare. The dagger closest to the door handle is hot and tingling. I pull it from the sheath, bumping against the door handle as I brushed my thumb over the decorative pommel. Metal clicks against metal, and we all turn to look at the lock. What the hell? Sawyer's eyebrows jump. I don't know, that's impossible. Knives don't open locks, but the heat and the tingling sensation are gone. Someone stop staring and try the fucking door, Rye orders. Reaching for the handle, I hold my breath as the latch depresses. I pull. The door opens. Holy shit. It's a coincidence. It has to be. Magic isn't tied to objects like that. This feels incredibly easy, right? We are given an explanation for it much later, so do keep this in mind. It's too easy right now. If they had just gone with, they didn't drink the water, so they were able to get out that way, that would have been one thing. So after the escape from interrogation, Violet and her friends are given a special commendation patch that displays the fact that they won and escaped. And they make it to Battle Brief after a couple of days, where there's actually an interesting bit of propaganda left for them on all of their tables. Propaganda they're not supposed to see. Zolia falls to Dragonfire. The third largest city in the Breivik province has fallen to the Blue Fire Dragons and their riders. Though the city and its drifts fought valiantly, the 2-day battle ended in Poromush defeat. All who did not evacuate have perished. An estimated 10,000 lives have been lost, including General Fenella, the commander of Breivik's Griffin fleet. All trade routes to the city have been barricaded to prevent further loss of life. Now, what's unfortunate is that this is actually true. But what's interesting is the mention of blue fire dragons. You see, there aren't dragons that shoot out blue fire. There are, however, wyverns that shoot out blue fire. So, Zulia has fallen to the Venin as their campaign has advanced. Now, thanks to some flavor text earlier on, we know that Zulia is where they have Cliffsbane Academy, and that is the Griffin writer equivalent of the Murder College, though, from what we get from later context, run much better. This was an unauthorized release of information, and we do get an explanation for that later on, but this puts the class in a bit of a tizzy. Professor Markham runs around and grabs all the paper and says, ignore this, but that's not the big draw of the chapter. You see, there's some other news that he has to announce here. I wasn't sure this day would come, which is why I hope that you'll forgive us for keeping the months of Colonel Nolan's hard work a secret. We didn't want to disappoint you if he could not pull off what will arguably be the greatest achievement of any mender in our history. Didn't want to disappoint us. I barely managed to keep from rolling my eyes. Markham raises his hand toward the doorway and smiles. He was crushed under the weight of a mountain a few months ago, but Nolan has mended bone after bone to return him to our quadrant. Crushed under the weight of a mountain? It can't be. My stomach hollows, and the noise of the room muffles under the sound of my own blood rushing through my ears to the cadence of a drum. No fucking way, Rydok says, breaking through my panic. Taryn? I can't bring myself to look. Checking now. The clipped, tense tone reminds me of Resin. Join me in welcoming back your fellow writer, Jack Barlowe!
Father McGrath, I thought you were dead.
I was!
So, fun behind-the-scenes moment. My wife read this book ahead of me and was eagerly anticipating me reaching this moment. And when I finally did read this particular section, my exact response to her was, bull fucking shit! So, oh my god, I have so many problems with this moment, not the least of which being Jack was dead. Fuck you, what the hell? Like, aside from the fact that he was an irredeemable monster who actually fought against the world building Yaros was desperately trying to assemble, it makes no sense that he was able to be reconstructed or brought back from the dead or whatever the hell was going on my first read-through here. Look, for a while, I was under the impression that Varish's signet was being able to resurrect the dead. It's not. It's dumber than that, but we'll get to that later. How else could Jack possibly be alive? He fell off of a dragon and was crushed by a mountain. Kind of fatal in a whole number of ways. Look, even if you accept that Jack could be brought back, whether it be through mending or resurrection or whatever, the question remains, why would they bother? This college, the Murder College, has been so dismissive of human life, has shown no value in the lives of a single goddamn cadet through the entire run of the first book and most of this book thus far. Why would they extend an ounce of effort in resurrecting Jack Barlowe, of all people? There are so many other cadets they could have attempted this with. There were so many other bodies that were right there on site for them in order to extract and try to revive. Orly was an example that was mentioned earlier when she died on the gauntlet. Why not try with her? Instead, with Jack, what they had to do is fly off site, however far his corpse was, dig him up from underneath who knows how many rocks, and then transport him all the way back to the Murder College where he was worked on for several months. The Murder College has been expressly callous when it comes to rider safety. Why would they extend this much effort for Jack, of all people? It makes no sense. Now, Jack is important for later on, and I think Yaros wanted to use him because he's just an easy antagonist. It really makes me wonder, did she work herself into a corner? This is so convoluted and so baffling that it defies all explanation. It does not make an ounce of sense why they would resurrect him. It makes no sense why they would resurrect anybody. They throw away human lives like tissues. And what's weird is that the rest of the class applauds this as if Jack is anyone to be celebrated. He was a known murderer. Why would anyone be happy about this? And Jack glares at Violet, so it's pretty obvious he still has a hate boner for her. So, oh boy, she's got another problem going. Now, later in Battle Brief, there is some news about an attack that happened at Samara. One of the riders there has been injured, and Professor Devara kind of scratches at her neck, on the left side, and Violet takes this as an incredibly vague hint that Zaden has been injured because that's where his rebel relic is. So, she goes AWOL. She runs out to Taryn immediately, just interrupting class, runs to Taryn. He's like, they just fly off and they make it to Samara after about 8 hours. And no sooner do they arrive than does she run into Zaden, who's wounded, but not seriously. Violet is overcome by her love for Zaden and just runs to him. It's a cute moment, if not overshadowed by the fact that she's AWOL for this and is going to get in serious trouble because Varish is looking for an excuse to hurt her. And the two talk, and Violet gives into her feelings, and they finally have sex on the stone floor of a shower room. You gotta wonder if they have to worry about all the foot fungus in there. You know, when riders finish they sometimes lose control of their signets, so holding on to his shoulders, I push back into every thrust, swiveling my hips and savoring the shout he lets loose when he finally shudders beneath me, his shadows blasting through the room. Rock cracks and water bursts from the aqueducts. Well, since she's AWOL anyway, Violet decides to stick with Zaden for a little while as he goes and exchanges some daggers with some Griffin flyers, led specifically by Cyrena. Now, Cyrena was the Griffin flyer in charge of the drift from the climax of the last book. And there's a bit of shaky trust here in this scene because it was a Griffin attack that got Zaden injured to begin with. Now, in this scene, we do get a little bit more information about how the Poromil army and the Griffin flyers are doing against the encroaching Venin threat. They did just lose a major city and 10,000 citizens after all. Cyrena estimates it'll be about a year before they're at the Navaran border. And granted, they do have the wards, but those will only do so much actual good. By that point, the entire Poromil nation will be exterminated, most likely. Oh, and also there's another flyer there named Kat. No big deal, she's just kind of there, a little bit antagonistic against Violet, but hey, no big deal. Until Violet puts two and two together and remembers what Bodhi told her earlier. Kat is probably short for Catriona, you know, so Zaden's ex. Now, Violet can't stay AWOL the whole time. She does have to go back. And at the start of chapter 29, we get some flavor text that says, cadets who were found absent without leave will be subject to court-martial by their chain of command if they are not executed on site. And considering how stringent the murder college is about everything, this actually seems like a bit of trouble. Until you remember that Violet's got a wee bit of plot armor going for her. You see, Varish does eventually corner her about all this and is about ready to, like, throw her in the brig until Violet gets saved by Professor Cowrie. Now, there is some amusing back and forth between Varish and Cowrie. I do like Cowrie as a character, and some of the digs he gets in are pretty good. Are you accusing me of abusing my power where this cadet is concerned, Colonel Cowrie? Varish moves to step towards us, but my bag is in the way. Oh no, Cowrie shakes his head. I think you abuse your power in general. Get fucked! Now, the thing that's really troubling is that in this moment, Violet's actually carrying some daggers from Samara back here to the murder college. She's not supposed to have those, and if she's seen with them on, Varish will have pretty much executable authority and will be able to take her out, if not dig a little deeper and suss out what Zaden's been doing. So there's some significant threat here. But again, plot armor. You see, they're down the hall from Rhiannon's room when this is all going on. The door squeaks open and Rhiannon can see what's happening. And remember her signet is being able to pluck things from afar? Well, she plucks the daggers out of Violet's jacket. You know, she had it concealed underneath her, under her jacket. And Cowrie steps in for the finishing blow in the conversation. Varish's face blotches as he comes up empty on the jacket. She is still due to face court-martial for departing campus without leave. Oh, Cowrie nods. That explains it. You haven't talked to Panchek this afternoon. I turned in my expert opinion that Sorngale not be punished for what was clearly the choice of her dragon. Her very powerful, very worried, very mated dragon. Panchek agrees. She's clear of all things. And Varish tries to act sinister by finishing off with a threat saying, some of us do not bow to the whims of our dragons, in fact we influence them. Now, I like Violet as a character, I like Cowrie, and I like seeing Varish get smacked around because, oh my god, do I hate him as a character. But after a while, you do need to have actual consequences for your characters. Easy outs like this, things that are hand-waved with events that happened off-screen, that's the easy option. Try to avoid that if you can. It's unfortunate because Violet was in a genuinely dire situation. The dagger getting plucked by Rhiannon, I can excuse. That setup at least works because now by the end of the chapter, Violet has to reveal everything about the Venin. We'll get to that in a little bit. But this whole she did in fact go AWOL thing and now Cowrie's providing an easy excuse like we know isn't actually true. It comes off as too easy and I'm sorry, it just feels lazy on Yaros's part. Sometimes it is important to kick your characters' asses and actually make them face consequences for decisions that they made. It makes those decisions feel like even more important and grounded in reality. It's a matter of immersion, and the fact that Violet keeps getting easy excuses like this just ruins the entire thing. And with Varish's machinations ruined, he tries to sulk off, but not before giving a very menacing threat in response. Come now, Cowrie says as if he's talking to a child. We can hardly expect a second ear to shield out the overpowering emotions of her dragon when even we struggle as officers, let alone one as strong as Tairn. Maybe you struggle, Varish snips, losing his customary slick indifference. Some of us do not bow to the whims of our dragons. In fact, we influence them. And Cowrie also points out that wouldn't that mean that he influenced Solus during the murder at the parapet, to which Varish has no response and flees. But, like, Varish is being written to be slapped down, and that minimizes the threat of the antagonist in this situation. See, the problem when you have Varish set up as this big imposing threat, only to get slapped down by protocol every now and then, it minimizes the actual threat that he possesses. He's not an imposing commanding officer in this situation. He's just some entitled douchebag. Granted, still very detestable, but not as imposing as a vice commandant with a personal grudge. Anyway, the scene continues and Violet is forced to admit that the Venin are real and the daggers that she's carrying are meant for killing them. In some ways, this is actually good because now Violet doesn't have to keep lying to her friends. She's been keeping them in the dark because she doesn't want the secrets exposed, which would put them at personal risk, especially with Varish around. Now, it doesn't take long for Violet to convince her friends that the Venin are real because Rhiannon, Rhydock, and Sawyer all reach out to their dragons and the dragons confirm, yeah, everything is, this is all real. Tairn says the Empyrean is split. Some of the dragons want to act, and others don't. Without the Empyrean taking an official stance, none of the dragons are willing to put their riders in danger by telling them that, if they don't already know. Now, this is when Violet and her friends start to get a little conspiratorial, talking about how weird it is that information like this has been so guarded. And Violet thinks that someone started changing history, something that may have happened about 400 years ago, What that is, or what was going on, or why it might have been affected, they don't know precisely. But what they do know is that there's probably some more detailed classified information in the archives that they need to uncover. A bit more time goes on, and it is time for threshing. And small note, but Andarna is still in the dreamless sleep, so that's going on a bit longer than expected. Sloane bonds to a red dagger tail, apparently just like Liam. Eric gets a blue club tail, and those are the only first years that matter. Rhiannon, Rydek, and Violet are talking. They are trying to work with Jacina to help uncover more information from the archives. But Violet needs to walk off and take watch duty in one of the towers from Aya, one of the only other survivors from the climax in Resin. I'm probably gonna stop calling it climax. I don't know what you guys are gonna do with the comments section. It's a proper literary term. Shut up.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
I open the door to the flat-topped turret and am immediately enveloped in heat from the flames rising from the iron barrel in the center. Violet? Aya smiles and hops off the edge of the thick stone wall on the other side of the barrel. I didn't realize you were relieving me. I didn't realize you had watch before me. How have you been? I make my way around the barrel and try not to think of how many of the cadets will have their things offered to Malik in the next day. Good. Her eyes blow wide as she glances past me, and I turn, immediately drawing a dagger from my thigh and moving to her side. 4 grown soldiers in infantry blue rush out of the doorway, each brandishing a short sword as they face us. My stomach drops to the bottom floor and crashes. They definitely don't look lost. Infantry is not allowed in the rider's quadrant, Aya snaps, flipping her hatchet over her wrist and gripping the handle. We're here with express permission, the one on the right snarls. And paid well for the specific message we're to deliver. That ominous line comes from the tallest one on the left as they spread out on the far side of the barrel, splitting in the center to come at us from both sides. So we get another assassination attempt, one that's over pretty quickly. Unfortunately, this does result in Aya getting killed, so now there are only 5 people who were in Resin alive. And while Aya and Violet are able to kill 3 of the attackers, 1 is left, and after Aya is killed, Violet is pushed over the edge of the turret, and it looks like she is about to be dropped to her death when all of a sudden someone shoves their knife in through the attacker's spine. Very dramatic. It's got to be Rydek, right? That's the only reasonable conclusion that one could have for this moment. And it's not. Blonde hair and blue eyes appear above me, and my heart plummets with the assassin's body. Jack Barlowe. Sorengale? He lunges forward, grasping my wrists with an unbreakable grip. I'm so sorry, I tell Taryn, and prepare myself for the weightless moment that will be my last. I've got you, Jack shouts, holding my wrists tight as he throws himself backwards and hauls me up over the edge. My ribs hit stone, and he lets one hand go, then grabs my leathers and pulls, heaving me the rest of the way into onto the tower wall. And yeah, Jack saved her life. I wonder what's going on with this. And it's really confusing because Violet says, you had every right to throw me off the tower. He had every motivation because he's been a murderous bastard. But Jack says that death was a second chance for him. So he wants to try to redeem himself and become a better person. Remember this for later. And then Violet has a confusing line where she says that she owes Jack 2 lives. One that she took from him and the one that he just saved. And, no. You could argue that she's indebted for Jack saving her this one time, but considering that he was in the process of trying to murder Liam in the last book when Violet struck him down and killed him, I don't think she owes him anything for that. That's defending a buddy at that point. Jack did that to himself. I have no pity for him. Now, between all of this, Violet and the others have finally come up with a plan, and Zaden arrives that weekend, which is when they want to enact the plan. You see, it turns out that there is a hidden section within the archives that Jacina had to do some digging in order to even discover in the first place. Now, this does require a carefully selected series of signets that magically happen to align with the people who Violet is associated with, so that's fortunate. The one outlier of all of this is they need someone of royal blood in order to get through a particular ward at the very base of this archival secrecy. Fortunately, Violet just happens to know somebody who might be willing to help them out. Eric, the third son of King Tori, or whatever his name is. Unfortunately, there's a slight problem that might interfere with that as Violet approaches Eric with Zaden behind her. Eric stands between them all, leaning against the wall, his arms folded across his chest. "Figured you'd come for me sooner or later," he says, his eyes narrowing on Zaden, shining with nothing short of malice. "The energy between these two is anything but good, which I should have expected. Zaden's father started a war that Eric's father ended. One by one, I pull them through the wards into my room, including Eric, who hovers just inside the doorway, but I leave the door open in case anyone needs a quick exit. I turn to Eric. We need your help, and you can say no and walk away right now, but if I explain why we need you and you say no..." I drag in a shaky breath, reluctant to say what needs to be said. "If we tell you why and you decline, you won't be walking away." Zaden finishes when I can't. "You think I'm gonna lift a finger for you?" Eric reaches for his sword hilt. "Whoa, whoa!" Bodhi grabs for his sword, angling the step between them. "Everyone calm down. You know what's happening out there, and you came here for a reason, right?" I say to Eric, putting myself in front of Zaden. "Help us do something about it." "You have no idea what he did to Alec," he seethes. "Your brother was a craven, murderous prick." Zaden hooks his fingers into my waistband and tugs me backwards, setting me slightly behind him before he shoves Eric through the wards and into the hallway. "And I'm not sorry I killed him." This dramatic reveal leads to nothing. Eric helps them anyway. You know, it's a shame. There's this really good build-up. This setup was going somewhere. There would have been some actual, conflict between Zaden and Eric. It had a logical build-up, and it could have had a meaningful payoff, but it's just shoved into the background because it kind of interferes with things otherwise. Now, maybe this leads to something later in the series, but for now, throughout this book, it's effectively a non-issue. I hate that Euros has otherwise good setup for her characters, for these good interpersonal conflicts, and then does nothing with them. Look, at least with Sloane, Violet bumps heads with her every once in a while until Sloane starts reading all of Liam's letters and, that problem gets solved off screen. Anyway, they go into the archives. It turns out that Imogen's signet is wiping out short-term memory. Classified signet, apparently, but tremendously useful for just this exact moment. And probably not in... Well, I mean... You try that in combat, that might work if she's able to apply it with a snap of a finger or something. Really quick fighting thing. You could probably confuse an enemy just long enough to run them through with something and interrupt them mid-attack. I don't know, some of these signets are just weirdly convenient. You know, the unfortunate thing about the signets, if I can go on a quick rant here, is that they're so plot convenient and they're so specific for the exact moments that they're used in. There's some application that could exist outside of that, but I don't see that really happening almost ever. It's really disappointing. Now, compare that to something like Bleach. Now, in Bleach, you have the Shinigamis, one of several magic systems. They all had swords that they were able to use in combat, and what was interesting is that their swords, depending upon what classification they were, rank-wise, their swords could have either one or two transformations, the Shikai and the Bankai. And at least in going through the Soul Society arc, when the protagonist team had to fight their way through a small army of Shinigami, part of the fun was discovering what the opposing Shinigami's sword powers were. And what was impressive is that a lot of the Bankai abilities were like genuinely threatening. Byakuya, for example, like one of the chief antagonists of the Society arc, was able to multiply his sword into, like, I don't know, 1,000 different swords, all of which could turn into cherry blossoms, which he could control psychically. All of those cherry blossoms, by the way, were razor sharp. So all of a sudden, you're not fighting a guy with one sword, you're fighting a guy with about 100,000 daggers that he could control telepathically. And because Bleach was a battle manga, the Shikai and the Bankai were not solutions to problems, they were the problems that the protagonists would have to overcome. So instead of the characters saying, I've got the perfect solution to this puzzle, you'd have an enemy captain come up and confront them and say, look what I can do! So there is a bit of a timer that they find themselves in. They're able to break into the hidden vault underneath the archives. Eric is able to press through the wards with Violet, so the two of them are looking for the journals of members of the first 6, because they need to find a way to study the wards, and nothing else has worked thus far. If they can find the journals or any other such record from the formation of the wards, maybe they can reverse engineer the whole thing and use that to protect Aurelia and everybody at the rebel base. And there is something of a timer here because the complex magics that are used to preserve the texts this low on are not compatible with life. I don't understand how it's supposed to work because there are 2 guards down here on the other side of the wards. So, like, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I've been filming for a couple of hours now, and it just, you have to believe me, it doesn't make sense. So there is an artificial timer here in place, and Eric and Violet are looking through all of the texts and tomes in this special vault. Nothing really works though, because like everything is dated to after when the wards would have been formed. Probably could have been some sort of a book like on ancient magical engineering or something, but whatever. It's not until Violet like pulls up a tablecloth and discovers that there is a table with 2 journals in a hidden compartment inside of it on display. Kind of this weird thing of the king to have. Apparently it's his thing, but whatever for now. They break in, they steal the journals, they put them into 2 separate wineskins so that, you know, 2 different groups can translate them, and they GTFO, leaving 2 guards behind inside the wards to, I guess, suffocate, but whatever for now. So they run into Quinn, who was part of this, and Quinn was the alibi for everything. You see, she's able to astral project herself, and now she's gotten so strong that she's able to mold her features and look like somebody else in her astral form. And this comes with a bit of an explanation, ham-fisted as it is. My mouth drops open and I nearly stumble. You projected looking like someone else? She nods. I can distort my own features a little, but it's way easier in the astral plane. My signet is stronger because Kruth was my great aunt's dragon. But she's not a direct descendant, so I don't have to worry about going mad like those whose dragons bond in direct familial line. Dragons aren't supposed to even get close to family lines for that exact reason, like they listen to human rules. So this is a very awkward inclusion of the idea that dragons within familial lines give you stronger signets. Somehow, I don't understand how that's supposed to work mechanically, but whatever for now, I guess it works. The problem is, nobody talks like that. Look, dialogue is a wonderful way to try to get exposition in place like this, but when you're doing that, when you're delivering dialogue, expositional dialogue, it still has to sound human. Set up like she wasn't set up to really explain this entire thing. Something that, by this point, everyone else should probably know. I think this would have been better saved for a lecture in Professor Cowrey's class or something. And I bring that up because it's going to be important later. So, Violet takes one of the journals, one of the 2 journals that they were able to get from the hidden archive. Zaden takes the other and he flies off. This way, he'll be able to get somebody in Aurelia to translate it, probably Brennan, I think. and Violet will be able to work on translating her own. They're written in some dead language that almost nobody speaks anymore. And as she's walking back to her room, she actually runs into Nolan, the mender. And he, gives her a drink. It's out late at night, whatever. He's just strolling along, and he's worried about her because Varish has it out for her, and he doesn't want to see her hurt. Nolan asks if everything is all right, and Violet responds, "Everything is fine, and Zaden left earlier. We don't always get along." I take another sip of the lemonade, then glance down at the contents. The kitchen must have changed up the recipe, because it has a funny, yet familiar aftertaste. "I meant what I said," Nolan says quietly, glancing at the cream satchel I carry. Cream, not black. My head blurs, my vision swimming momentarily, as I swing my head to look at him. Tarn! But Tarn isn't there. Every connection I have is fuzzy. No. Oh gods, no. But I've trusted Nolan with my life for years. "I never like to see you hurt," Nolan whispers, apology crinkling his brow as the mug rolls from my hand, crashing to the gravel a heartbeat later. "But I can't protect you from the consequences of your own actions when you risk the safety of every civilian in this kingdom." Bootsteps sound all around me as the world spins, but it's Varish's face I see hovering above mine. "Why, Cadet Sorengale, what have you gotten yourself into?"
This has been a pretty shitty experience.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. I'm gonna kill you.
And okay, as cliffhanger chapter endings go, this is really good. Personally speaking, I love a good betrayal arc. Like, you gotta be careful about how you set it up. Nolan is not someone I would have pegged as a traitor, but there you go. Nolan is definitely picking the wrong side here. So Violet is taken by herself and without any connections to Tarn, Zaden, or Segale, and is locked away in an underground vault. You see, the problem was, despite having Eric with them, the wards in the underground private library still went off. So Markham sounded the alarm, and some of the more notorious members of staff responded. Now, Nolan and Varish play off of each other, Nolan playing good cop, Varish playing douchebag, and they try to get any information they can out of them. They are accompanied by Nora, one of Varish's henchmen, whose signet is being able to tell lies. This seems to be a weirdly common signet. I don't know why, but okay. And we do get a little bit of detail about some of the stuff that Varish inflicts on Violet. This includes dislocating a finger and then breaking it, as well as backhanding and such. She loses who knows how much blood. I'm not sure how much we can really take Violet's EDS into consideration in this scene. It's funny because it's one of those elements that you can definitely forget that she has. It would probably be really useful to bring up in this scene, and yet it's not really taken into much consideration. I mean, sure, her joints would get dislocated easier than anybody else, but Varish isn't very creative in his use of torture. It's just, stabbing and punching. Which is funny because at the start of chapter 5, we get some flavor text that says that Varish used to be assigned to a Samara outpost and was in charge of prisoner interrogation, where he killed 3 people in a row. And because of that fuck up, was reassigned as a vice commandant in the murder college. Great decision there. But anyway, Violet is able to recover from all of the torture because Nolan will come in and mend her just so she can be tortured again. And the stress here is so severe that she actually starts hallucinating that Liam is in the cell with her, just encouraging her to keep going on. Stay strong, don't reveal any secrets. And during this, we learn what Varish's signet is, and I promise it's not as impressive as you might have been hoping for. "I don't see people," he tilts his head and studies me. "I see their weaknesses. It's a great advantage in battle. Honestly, you surprised me when we met. From everything I heard about the youngest Sorengale, I expected to look at you and see pain, broken bones, or maybe shame for never living up to Mom's expectations." He skims his finger over the obvious break in my forearm, but doesn't apply pressure. The thread is enough to make my chest tighten. But I saw nothing. Someone taught you to shield, and I'll admit, you're very good at it. He leans closer. Do you want to know what I see now that we've cut you off from your power? Hatred wells within me, and I hope he sees it. By Dune, must I carry all this conversation? Yes, of course I want to know, he says, raising his voice in mock imitation. Well, Cadet Sorengale, your weaknesses are the people you love. So many people to choose from. Squad leader Matthias and the rest of your squad. Your sister, your dragons. A twisted smile curves his mouth. Lieutenant Ryerson. I would have figured that her weakness was being that if she clapped too hard, she dislocates her wrists. Now, one of the members of the EDS Council actually came up with a pretty good idea regarding Violet's use of EDS, like what her use of EDS could have been in comparison to Toph from Avatar.
The reason I brought up Toph is because her disability is, as said, very well rounded. It affects her in every state of her being, the way she interacts with the world, the way she has learned to manage not her disability, but how to manage herself in the world, how to accommodate for herself. Famously, in the desert episode, where she can't use her abilities, she relies on others and accepts their help.
There it is! That's what it will sound like when one of you spots it.
I feel like that really is the power fantasy for disabled folks, that the disabled main character can exceed not in spite of their disability, but because they understand their disability and get the support they need in order to overcome the challenges.
Also, with how plot-specific some of these signets are becoming, this really... this reminds me of some of the ridiculous powers that you would eventually get, later on in Twilight. They're so momentarily useful just according to what the plot needs them to have in that exact moment, and nothing else. Or, if they're otherwise useful, they're never utilized as such. Now, during interrogation, Varish and Nora discuss bringing in Jack in order to help torture Violet, but they can't trust him not to kill her. You can't trust that kid for anything, really. He's too unpredictable, which really throws off the good boy image that he had earlier. Why did he save her if he's still a murderous asshole? This feels like it was part of a separate draft from the chapter where Jack saved her. Why are we getting two conflicting images simultaneously? Especially because right before Nolan betrayed her, there was a short mention, really, where Jack is walking on the other side of the courtyard and just gives Violet a friendly nod. What image is Yaros working towards here? But no, they don't bring in Jack. They bring in Dane to get the rest of the information that they need out of Violet. It's been 5 days and she hasn't broken yet. Admirable feat. And Varish just keeps insisting that Violet's a traitor and she was trying to bring down the wards and she wants to murder civilians. And meanwhile, you've also got Liam's, or Violet's hallucination of Liam, trying to support her the entire way, saying, you gotta be stronger. Oh, and also there's a voice from the hallway saying that all leadership has been ordered to assemble because there have been incidents at the border. More on that in a little bit. And Violet desperately tries to argue in favor, tries to defend herself in front of Dane and say, she's innocent, Varish is a monster, there's a war out there that he knows nothing about. And ultimately, Dane does not believe her. And I gotta give credit where it's due. Yaros builds this scene wonderfully. The constant back and forth between Varish, Dane, and Violet. The, meaningful support that Liam is trying to give in this moment. The background information that we're getting slipped in every once in a while. Apparently, General Sorengale is calling all leadership to arms, and Zaden has deserted several days ago. Something's up. Oh, and while Taryn might not be able to know exactly where Violet is, he knows that something has happened, so he's hunting Solace. Lots of good, juicy bits of information, all culminating in Dane grabbing Violet by the head and reading her mind. And he gets just about everything, or at least everything that he needs in this moment, and discovers that yes, Violet has been holding back terrible secrets regarding the rebellion. It's over. The information's out there, and Varish now has easy access through Dane to the information that Violet has been holding back. It is a genuinely tense, well-written scene. I was pretty excited for all of this, and of course, it all has to lead to this. Dane reveals to Varish that Zaden is taking daggers out by the dozen and arming Griffin flyers. So that's a pretty notable secret that's out in the open now. And everything culminates with this. Dane grips the dagger in his left hand, spinning it so the blade runs parallel to his forearm as he brings it to my throat. You should have trusted me, Violet. I don't dare to even swallow as I hold the asshole's gaze. I won't die afraid. None of this would have happened if you'd just trusted me. The hurt in his eyes only feeds my rage. How dare he look wounded? And now it's too late. Varish! Nora yells as shouts fill the antechamber. Varish turns toward her, and I feel the knife slip against my skin. Dane is gonna kill me. You're all right. Liam steadies my shoulder. I'll be right here. I'm not going to leave you. Taryn, Andarna. Gods, I hope they survive it. Zaden has to live. He just has to. I love him. I should have told him every day, been honest about my feelings, even through the fights and the doubt. Now, instead of giving those feelings back to Zaden, they'll die with me. My vision blurs and tears streak down my cheeks, but I lift my chin. Dane whips his arm back, and I wait for the forward surge, the cut, the pain, the flow of blood. It doesn't come. Varish staggers backward, holding his side, his eyes bulging as a roaring sound fills my ears. Dane brings the bloodied knife to the straps at my wrists, cutting one free, then the other. I don't know if we can fight our way out of here, he says quickly, dropping down to cut my ankles free. Can you move? What the fuck is happening? Hey, Toes! Varish snarls, falling back against the wall, then sliding down the stone. He leaves behind a fresh trail of red. And that is just the right moment for Zaden to walk into the room, slitting Nora's throat, and then walking up to Violet. And it's a moment that is kind of flatlined by the flavor text in the start of the next chapter, which reads, "The only crime worse than murdering a cadet is the unfathomable act of attacking leadership." And I'm calling bullshit on this. Murdering a cadet is on par with cutting the lunch line. Actually, it might be worse to cut the lunch line because that'll at least get you scolded. At that point, attacking leadership is just a natural extension. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. But speaking of murdering leadership, this actually leads to a pretty cute moment between Zaden and Violet. Because you see, Varish isn't dead yet. Varish's eyes narrow despite the pallor of his skin, and Zaden holds me steady as I lift the dagger to his chest with a trembling, weak grip, resting the point above his heart, right between his ribs. I promised you'd die in this room, I whisper, but I'm shaking too hard to push the blade home. It's taking everything I have just to stay standing. Zaden's hand wraps around mine, and he jabs forward, driving the blade into Varish's heart. I memorize the look on Varish's face as the life fades out of him, just so I can reassure myself that he's really dead when the nightmares inevitably come. Adorable couples goals! So we do get a bit of a cute moment here. You see, by coming in to attack the murder college the way that he has, Zaden has pretty much exposed the idea of the rebellion here. It's pretty much an open reveal with the widespread chaos that's happening here. See, this isn't just Zaden rushing in to save Violet. This is a full-on assault force on the murder college. What had happened is Zaden created a distraction by killing several Wyvern outside of the borders, along with some help. and then dropping their corpses at various outposts along the border. So now it's pretty much an open reveal that Wyvern exists, and there's some secrets that the military leadership isn't telling anybody in the outposts. So leadership was assembled in order to fly out to the outposts to try to contain the situation. Too late for that now, but they don't know that yet. And Zaden has launched a smaller attack against the murder college to get to Violet to save her. Good moment, honestly. I love this scene. Although by doing this, Zaden has risked the entirety of the rebellion and everything that he has worked for the last who knows how many years. And Violet tries to confront him on that, and it leads to actually a pretty meaningful monologue here. We can't go now. They'll follow us, and Brendan's not ready. My face crumbles. You'll forfeit access to Basgaiath's weapons. I don't give a fuck. We'll figure it out once we're out of there. You'll lose everything you've worked for, my voice breaks, because of me. Then I'll have everything I need. He lowers his face, leaning in so he's all I see, all I feel. I will happily watch Aria burn to the fucking ground again if it means you leave. A bit drawn out, perhaps, but I do like the emotion that's on display here. This is an open, vulnerable moment between these two characters, and this captures some of the budding chemistry that we got in Fourth Wing. I think that this is good. I think this worked, especially with how emotionally charged the last chapter was leading up to this. Violet's horrible torture, desperately hallucinating Liam in order to stay sane and keep herself like afloat through all of this. This is a good build-up and so far pretty good payoff. Granted, it would probably make more sense if Violet is screaming in pain through all of this, because apparently her left arm is fractured and 3 of the ribs on her right side are broken, and it feels like her hip's not where it's supposed to be. But as Zaden is carrying Violet out of the torture room, out to the courtyard, Dane is following, they run into Violet's mother, who insists on being given a chance to at least say goodbye to her, because General Sorengale recognizes that this is likely going to be one of the last times she ever sees Violet, who has no reason to stick around anymore. Now, during this lengthy goodbye, General Sorengale reveals the reason why she forced Violet into the Riders Quadrant. You see, this is all part of a plan that she had, sort of. I might be a stranger to you, Violet, but you are far from a stranger to me. Eventually, you discover the truth. Maybe not while in the Scribe Quadrant, but certainly by the time you made Captain or Major. Men Markham would start bringing you into the fold, as we do with most at those ranks. Then you would unravel everything in the name of mercy or whatever emotion you'd blame, and they would kill you for it. I'd already lost one child keeping our borders safe, and I wasn't willing to lose another. Why do you think I forced you into the Riders Quadrant? Because you think less of the scribes, I answer. Bullshit! The love of my life was a scribe. Steadily we climb, twisting along the staircase. I put you into the Riders Quadrant so you'd have a shot at surviving, and then I called in the favor Ryerson owed me for putting the marked ones into the quadrant. I stop as the door at the archives level comes into view. You did what? She didn't just say what I think she did. She tilts her head to look me in the eye. It was a simple transaction. He wanted the marked ones to have a chance. I gave him the quadrant, as long as he took responsibility for them, in return for a favor to be named at a later date. You were that favor. If you survived Parapet on your own, all he had to do was see that no one killed you outside of challenges or your own naivete your first year, which he did. Quite a miracle considering what Colonel Atos put you through during the war games. Now, I still claim that this is a really reckless move on her part because there are so many better ways to have approached this. The problem is, it's not a realistic take with Violet's EDS. She is at a severe disadvantage within the Riders Quadrant and might have actually been able to possibly come up with a way to get information out as a scribe. Somebody got all of the missives and the propaganda out, spread throughout the entirety of the battle brief. Remember that? it's possible to get intel out there through unregistered means. Violet's smart. She could have figured that out. And the 6 months prior of working out that she had would not be nearly enough time to overcome the challenges that she had with EDS. This is the problem that Yaros has when trying to fit EDS into the book. She doesn't take the actual considerations you have to attune to in order to actually overcome the various challenges that EDS brings. Like Martinka, the member of the EDS Council who actually was able to run ultra marathons, she trained for years before she was able to do that. Hell, I've been training for years to eventually run an ultra marathon. I haven't gotten there yet. Shit takes hard work. Even more so if you've got someone like EDS holding you back. From what you've been able to pick up from the reviews, would you say that Yaros has approached Violet's issues with realistic depictions and solutions?
Personally, I feel like the intention does not come across on the text that's written on the pages as much as it does come across in the interviews.
Yeah, it seems like she's writing a character who's just got it, or just learnt about it, not someone who's supposed to have had it for years.
Right after I got my diagnosis, and I was about the same age as she is in the books when I got my diagnosis right around then. I remember for a while I was like, I'll just pretend that this doesn't exist, and I'll just keep going, and I'll pretend like I'm fine. I'm 20. I can do whatever. I'm supposed to be invincible. And I ended up hurting myself a lot more. And I feel like that's what comes across in the book is like, she doesn't want any accommodations. She just wants to kind of just like go for it. She wants to be like other folks and just kind of go. And like, I get that mindset. But being down the line now, about a year down the line now from that diagnosis and everything, I know better.
Even when she is constantly aching, constantly getting hurt, she does nothing to stop that. And instead, she spends days and days, and like every day, she's doing training with both Zaden and Imogen, which leads her to completely feel like over fatigue herself, and that's not getting better. So she's not getting better because of that. The fatigue is not making her stronger, it's making her weaker, and it hasn't clicked in her.
I still think that Violet's physical limitations, like joint dislocations, subluxations, were commendable. I mean, Yaros did a commendable job portraying them, but she still missed out a few things. So I feel like that some readers may feel that the depiction wasn't entirely comprehensive, because from my point of view, one of the most common symptoms of EDS is any kind of digestive issues. So I think it was really underrepresented.
But anyway, Zaden is able to call most of the college to attention in formation in the courtyard and says everything's a lie, and he gets a number of not just cadets, but also faculty in order to join him. In fact, the one who spread the propaganda in the battle brief was Professor De Vera, who just joins Zaden's side pretty quickly. They managed to take about half of the Riders Quadrant with them, 200 dragons and 101 riders. And there are even more coming who are just taking a slower route with hatchlings. And so even though she's battered and bruised, she's vanquished her primary antagonist for the book. She has a meaningful confession from Zaden and realizes and has finally admitted to herself that she loves Zaden and their relationship is mending. We've gotten plenty of answers from Dane, from General Sorengale. We've got like this entire paradigm shift as Violet and so many others are abandoning the murder college, thank God, and they're all heading to Aria in order to join the rebellion so they can actually fight the real threat that the military is covering up for some reason, the Venin. Now, this is such a revolutionary way to end the book. This is a great cliffhanger for the third book. Or it would have been. because we're only halfway through. So yeah, that was part 1. The rest of the book is part 2, and I've got a problem with this. This was such a great way to end the book, and it's just the book kind of goes in a holding pattern for the next several chapters as very little, like, things happen, but not like really plot heavy things, and it's just kind of frustrating. It feels like it should have been a separate book. We had such a great ending. I loved the last 2 chapters. Like, no kidding. Great stuff. Very emotionally stirring. I can understand why Yaros has the fan base that she does when she writes like this, because it's so easy to get emotionally invested in the writing. But then she stumbles, and it just becomes frustrating because so many of the worst elements happen in the second half of the book. If Yaros had quit while she was ahead and spent more time editing, like, this could have been a better book. And of course, you know I don't do things half-assed, and I prefer doing these in one video, so costume change! Alrighty, getting back into this. So we're on chapter 37 now, about halfway through the book. It takes place maybe a few days after everybody abandoned the murder college and left and landed in Aria. The chapter opens with Violet having a nightmare with the Sage torturing her, communicating her with an odd clarity as if he is in fact speaking to her through her dreams. Now, it doesn't seem like he can actually do anything to her outside of psychological torment, so Violet is able to wake up and she's in Zaden's room, sleeping right next to him, or in bed right next to him. And her gaze just falls on him, noticing how perfect he is, and that, of course, gets her in the mood for a little bit of fun. And specifically, she wants him so badly that she actually wants him feral. My stomach knots at the thought that he might stop. Feral, I remind him in a whisper. His gaze finds mine, and the way he smiles, raising the corner of his mouth into that arrogant smirk I love so much, makes my heart pound. Gripping my hips, he flips me over, then yanks my ass into the air, setting me on my knees.
What the fuck?
I'm just thinking, putting myself in her position, I feel like my hips would leave their sockets. It's just, that's, no, just no.
You know what's actually funny? It's not something that I guess you would think about without EDS, but sex with EDS requires a lot of communication, more than it would normally.
Like, you can have your partner go feral, and that's fine as long as you are safe. But it's that communication that I don't see in this book between the protagonists, and that I'd like to see, especially with joint issues.
So we get a brief scene of fun which cuts away to an assembly meeting, and there's a little bit of information that's sprinkled throughout. Nothing too terribly vital. There's an update that General Melgren, won't be showing up to Aria because he doesn't know that anyone has been taken there, thanks to that stupid rule with the rebellion marks blocking him from seeing what the hell they're doing. I mean, you would assume that the obvious place they would escape to would be the old, supposedly abandoned home of the rebellion from 5 years prior, but he doesn't even send anyone to check. But that's not the key thing of the scene. What's really important is that Andarna is finally awake, and she is more or less done with the dreamless sleep. She has finished dragon puberty and has a new tail to show off. Andarna's still recovering because she's been out longer than she really should have been, supposedly. We get something of an explanation for that later on. Like, it's kind of implied, but more on that later. And she is sporting a brand new scorpion tail. And also her scales are kind of green, but kind of black. It's like it depends on which way the light hits them, so they're kind of iridescent in that way. Again, we get an explanation for that much later. Now, there is a problem, unfortunately. See, because Andarna woke up too often while she was in the dreamless sleep, she would just poke in on conversations every now and then, and because she expended too much energy as a Feathertail in Resin, she didn't grow correctly. Unfortunately, her wings seem to be missing a set of muscles that they need in order to properly support her weight and the weight of a rider. So, Andarna will be able to fly eventually, but she'll never be able to carry Violet. And this isn't something that can really be healed. Violet actually asks if Brennan can mend her, and the response is, you can't mend what was never there. So it is tragic, and it does become a little bit of strife for Andarna because she has to live with the fact that she'll never be, quote-unquote, a fully functioning dragon. So it is a little tragic, and I at first thought that it might have been some sort of a tie-in to EDS with the way that the muscles might form. It turns out that that's just entirely separate. Andarna wasn't able to grow correctly, I guess. But fortunately, Andarna's personality does come through. It's shifted a little bit from when she was a Feathertail in the last book, and she's saying she's a little more teenagery doesn't really sound accurate, but she is used in amusing ways. And actually, I do really like the way that Yaros was able to use dialogue in order to paint an image. Just pay attention to this bit. Violet is doing research on one of the journals that they stole from the murder college and comes across the phrase Iron Rain and isn't quite sure what it means. So she asks Tairn, Iron Rain mean anything to you? I ask down the bond, closing the notebook on Zaden's desk and reaching for my pack. I'm going to be late if I don't hurry. Should it? Tairn replies. Clearly, or she wouldn't be asking. I can practically feel Andarna's eye roll. Ooh, sheep! They will not stay down if you keep stuffing them in like... Tairn sighs. That. Now, prose is where most writers will use their descriptions and set the scene, but dialogue, when handled correctly, does the job just as effectively, and moments like this accentuate this. We don't get any description of how Andarna is eating in prose, but we still get kind of a good idea of how she's filling herself with sheep from Tairn's reaction. The first example of that comes to mind is Malcolm in the Middle when Francis was in the military school and got challenged to see if he could break some records of eating too many marshmallow peeps.
61! 62! 63! 62! 61! 62!
So, even though they are no longer attending the murder college, that doesn't mean that Violet is getting out of class. She actually has to attend a battle brief, as they have taken a number of professors and can basically just pick up where they left off in Aria now. And they're not actually holding anything back from the students at this point. Everyone gets to learn about the Venin and the threat they actually pose, as there is a big map detailed for everyone to see, including territory that Poromil has lost to the Venin. Now, somehow, the military has been able to, even though the military got shooken up from the reveal that the Wyvern are in fact real. It was a mass exposure that a lot of soldiers were not aware of. General Melgren has somehow been able to keep that information out of the public, and that's possibly because the outposts are far enough away from civilians and cities that there's a minimal risk of exposure there. I'm still not crazy about it because we're just told nobody knows about it. We're not told how Melgren is able to actually keep all this stuff covered up. It's not a huge impact on the story, but it's one of those small things where it'd be nice if we got a little bit more information. Again, the logistics of how you have all of this stuff planned out has a significant impact on the reader's immersion. As long as everything makes sense, you're in the clear. But when you have moments like that don't exactly feel right, it just becomes a thorn in the side, and it can derail investment in the story and the characters. But then you have the other problem, because now that the truth about the Wyvern and the Venin has been exposed, at least in part, to members of the military, some of them have chosen to depart their outposts and are actually joining the rebellion, including... Tane steps forward, and time feels like it slows 10 milliseconds as Tairn lunges, opening his massive jaw and latching onto Tane's throat just like he had Solus's. Tairn! I scream in raw fear. If Tane dies, so does Mira. For fuck's sake, Violet, Mira shouts. I have his throat, but I have not broken his scales, he assures me like I'm the dramatic one here. Now, we get this whole page-long lead up to this moment where it turns out that Mira, along with a number of other riders, have actually broken ranks and are flying out to Aria to join the rebellion. But we have this dramatic, oh my god, whose side are they on lead up here, culminating in Tairn chomping down on Tane's neck, which doesn't actually work when you remember that the dragons are telepathic. At no point is Mira here with the intent of destroying or harming the rebellion in any way. She is openly embracing the rebellion because General Sorengale actually went to Samara to talk to Mira and others and openly confessed that the Venin and the Wyvern and all of that is actually happening, and as a result, Mira deserted. So, with that in mind, Tane should be very well aware that Mira is deserting. He should be deserting with her as they travel together, and because the dragons are telepathic with each other, Tane should have been able to reach out to Tairn and say, hey, by the way, we're joining your side. This fake out here with Tairn biting Tane in the throat, it feels like a red herring for the sake of fooling the reader, even though in context it doesn't make sense. Why aren't the dragons talking to each other? This does of course raise the question if General Sorengale is going to openly admit that the Venin are real so easily, why keep it a secret in the first place? But whatever, the Sorengale sisters are together again, and we get a happy reveal as Brennan actually steps out to say hello to Mira for the first time in 6 years. The brother she thought was dead. She reaches over and she pulls her arm back and slugs him in the face.
Luffy, it's good to see you, buddy.
Luffy!
A rather amusing moment, and not an unreasonable reaction, all things considered. And we get a little back and forth as the siblings all start griping at each other. Oh my god, what do you mean you've been alive the whole time? And there's an amusing bit when Zaden asks, what are the Sorengale siblings gonna do now that they're all reunited? And Mira says, we're gonna beat the shit out of our brother. And small amusing moments like that do make the characters very endearing. It's something that I wish we got more of in Fourth Wing with more characters, because a good number of people were kind of flat in that book, and now that Yaros is actually giving herself more time for more characterization here, there's more opportunities for more moments like this. That, I think, is what makes the book more memorable. Now, the scene actually ends with Violet getting a revelation, thinking things out, because she spent a good amount of time reading through the journals and trying to discern how to create wards. And at the end of this bit, she says that she thinks she's figured out the secret. She knows how to raise wards. Now, fortunately, there is a ward stone that has been prepped, and they just need to do the final few steps just off-site in Aria. And as they're flying over to the ward stone, Violet makes a curious note about something. About 20 feet in, the canyon opens into a circular chamber that could easily fit all 10 of our dragons, and my eyes are immediately drawn upwards to where a series of runes lead to the sky. How have I never seen this while flying overhead? Very old, very complicated masking runes. Now, keep this moment in mind. Runes become something of an easy out for Yaros, as we will see in a little bit. I'm saving that rant for a few more chapters. I don't mind having multiple magic systems. In fact, some authors really flourish with it. Yaros doesn't use runes well, I don't think. So, the secret to creating a new ward is they have to have a ward stone that's covered in particular runes. They have that prepared for them. It's something that they had, previous generations had attempted to create beforehand, but they didn't know what the final step was. So you've basically just got this one big rock in the middle of this chamber. And Violet figured out that you need to actually have the blood of the 6 strongest riders in the area. She's gathered the ones that she thinks are the 6 strongest, and have the blood of the 6 strongest riders, like they make a cut on their palm and hold it up against the ward stone, and that's supposed to get the magic kick-started, and then it's supposed to start generating a ward. It's supposed to, according to Violet's idea, but it doesn't work. I not again, incapable of speech. Bodhi, Zaden, Mira, Rai, Brennan, Rydek, Sawyer, Imogen. The list of people I failed goes on and on. We're only here because I made my friends steal the journal in the first place, and then... nothing? Anger sparks in my chest and power rushes in, heating my skin. I don't fail. I've never failed anything in my life. Well, that first RSC land navigation, but that doesn't count. That was everyone. This is me. And I don't like this note here. I don't like the idea that Violet thinks that she's never failed anything in her life, because provably, yeah, she has. Because in the first book, that one bout that she had against Imogen, she lost that pretty badly. Her arm was broken as a result. She also failed to stay hidden from Zaden in the tree that first night they had their conversation when she eavesdropped on the Rebel Kids meeting. And if you're going to be cynical, one could make the argument that she failed to save Liam in Resin. More importantly, though, a lot of characters can be defined not just by their failures, but how they overcame or powered through failures. The idea that a character never does anything wrong is dull. That's too perfect. That's not relatable. Humans fail constantly, left and right. It's a daily activity of ours. We can't turn it off. So, by putting a character on a pedestal saying this character never fails, unless that character is more of a motif or an object in the story, the idea that a lack of failure is supposed to make them more endearing somehow, I don't think works. Now, unfortunately, because of this failure, that means that everyone in Aria actually has more restricted options here. Because they don't actually have wards, they are currently outside the wards of the Kingdom of Navarre, that means that they are potentially at risk of the Venin just walking up and wiping them all out. So, in order to counter the possibility of the Venin just waltzing in and slaughtering everybody, they needed to get their forges operating. And in order to power the forges, they need a luminary, which is this giant circular, I think the proper name is a torus, so that they can start generating knives, however the forges actually work, and they can use those to properly kill the Venin, because making arrowheads is a mistake, apparently. Now, they don't have a luminary. The only place that they can get that is south in the city of Cordon, which is the capital city of Poromil and the home of Viscount Tegas, I think his name was? Takaris. Okay. Now, Zaden doesn't want to take Violet to the Viscount because the Viscount is kind of a manipulative douche. He likes to collect things and sometimes interesting people. And considering how rare Violet's signet is, he might want to try collecting her. So Zaden forbids Violet from flying south to try to argue for the luminary. Violet, being Violet, goes anyway. The Sorengale siblings actually all travel together, all 3 of them flying south, in order to try to find a way to barter for the luminary. Rather, they plan to. I actually got a little bit ahead of things. Before that, Violet has a practice session, like a training session with another member of the assembly, a guy named Felix.
Bitch, lasagna, bitch, lasagna.
Now, Felix is a little perplexed at how badly Violet has actually been trained. See, Professor Carr, who was training her before, didn't really explore the possibilities of what Violet could do either with her control over the lightning or the lightning itself. Are you telling me that you've only wielded full strikes, he points upward, from the sky, that you just started throwing around bolts and never refined the skill? I brought down a cliff on a classmate. That didn't kill him. And from then, Carr's concern was how big and how often. I lifted my hands between us. And lightning comes from the sky, not my hands. Wonderful. He laughs, the sound deep and infuriating. You just might wield the most devastating signet on the continent, but you know nothing about it. Nothing about the energy fields that draw it. Instead of shooting your power like an arrow, precise and measured, you're just heaving it around like boiling oil, hoping you hit something. And lightning comes from the sky or the ground, depending on the storm. So why not your hands? Now, this is an interesting idea, and I do like that there's more to the magic system, and specifically Violet's lightning, beyond just Zeus-like bolts being hurled from the sky. At the same time, though, it's kind of concerning that the Murder College does so little to actually educate its students that the idea of variety or scale completely escaped Violet. There's even this whole concept of energy fields around how the lightning is supposed to work, and Violet is aware of none of this. She has not been trained on the basics of how her power is supposed to work. It's just a matter of pull lightning from sky. Except by this point, we're like maybe halfway through Violet's second year and she's just learning about this stuff. This feels like basic information, so I don't know why she's getting so little info from the place that's supposed to be teaching her how to use this magic. And again, this raises a question about the world building. Why is the school run so badly to the point where students who don't master their signets in time burst into flames and die? You don't want to overload the reader with too much information too quickly, but if it doesn't fit within a logical pattern within the world, then your immersion is shattered. These are avenues you have to consider when constructing magic systems or world building. Like, how does this all fit logically? Why are these rules in place? What is the in-universe explanation for this? And we get something of an explanation for why Professor Carr taught Violet like this, and I don't like it. Zaden can control and increase what already exists. It's why he's more powerful at night. No two signets are alike, and you create something that was not there before. You wield pure power that takes the form of lightning because that's what you're most capable shaping it as. Apparently Carr never taught you that either. Why wouldn't he? I look from the orb up to Felix as the first flakes of snow flutter down. If I was the best weapon. A corner of his mouth lifts into a wry smile. Knowing Carr, I'd say he's scared shitless of you. And this doesn't work because Professor Carr deals with dragons and a very wide range of magic as part of his profession. Why is Violet, of all people, like, alarming to him? Because she's got an incredibly powerful signet? Okay, a lot of signets are going to be really powerful. You'd think just as a matter of statistics. Why is Carr scared of Violet? Now, if there was some other limitation that we could exploit, like Violet summons lightning so she can't use her powers indoors, that's not true in this book, but I'm saying that as an example, or something else like that. Maybe she's got some sort of an internal emotional struggle that she can't really deal with and doesn't know how to push beyond a certain internal barrier. See, these are things you can explore. These are things that might, if done correctly, reveal more character. But this explanation falls flat, and it just sounds like a lazy retcon. Now, in order to help Violet control her powers, Felix gives her something that he calls a conduit. It's a little orb that fits in her hand that can channel lightning and will make it a little easier to direct in time once she practices with it. It's an interesting idea, and it's one that Violet does rely on later on throughout the book, so we'll be seeing a bit more of it. But this feels like a lackluster response because if a small conduit, a little rock with runes in it basically, is all that it took to teach Violet some semblance of proper control over her powers, why is that not something that Carr ever considered? And this isn't some sort of an ancient relic or something. Felix made this himself. The runes etched into the conduit are woven to draw specific power. I wove these specifically for you the last time you were here, but you were forced to leave before I could teach you how to use it. I'd hoped you wouldn't need it, honestly, but it seems color hasn't changed much in the 6 years I've been gone. Runes? I repeat like a bird, staring at the etched shapes. Yes, runes. Wielded power woven for set purposes. He exhales slowly, which you know nothing about because Basgaeth doesn't teach Tyr's runes, even if the college was fucking built on them. Guess we'll ask Trissa to teach that class. She has the most patience out of the assembly. And yeah, this is an entire avenue of magic that the Murder College doesn't use for some reason. And it's not like runes come at some sort of a cost. They're very similar to alchemy in that, in as far as like if from Full Metal Alchemist, where if you just know the right shapes to draw and can channel the right kind of willpower into the runes, then they can do all sorts of stuff. It's, again, it feels like a retcon. Why wouldn't the Murder College teach this? If this was a more advanced type of magic that they wouldn't have learned until the second semester of their second year, or maybe a third year class, there you go. That's the explanation, over and done with. But instead, there's something about, again, hidden information that at this point is really starting to sound counterintuitive to the way that Nevers runs itself. Now, in the next scene, the Sorengale siblings fly off to Corden in order to try to barter for the Luminary. And we get a little warning ahead of time about how Griffin Flyers' magic works, because they don't really have signets the way that riders do. They have something else. Flyers might not wield signets, but most of their lesser magic gifts involve mind work, and it's the one area where they have the upper hand on us. And in order to demonstrate this, one of the first guards that they meet when they land in Corden is a truthsayer who can tell when people are lying. After a brief exchange with the guards, the Sorengales are allowed into the city, and they're not too deep into it when they meet a familiar figure in black. Zaden has come down to broker a deal for the Luminary, and he's a wee bit upset that Violet has come down here on her own accord. So yep, they are now on the downward path as Violet starts getting angry with him, and a little bit of the trust starts to wane. And this is made even worse when they actually meet the Viscount, and he asks Kat to escort Zaden and Violet to their rooms. Because it turns out that Kat is actually the Viscount's niece. So she's basically royalty. And it actually gets a little worse because they don't take Zaden to any particular guest bedroom. They take him to a personal bedroom that they had reserved and kept tidy specifically for him, because he's been here a good number of times before because he was dating Kat. We kept your room exactly how you left it, of course. She opens the door, revealing a sizable bedchamber with 2 large beds and a matching gold brocade sofa between them. Now, it is a little weird that they would keep a room like this for Zaden, because it's been a little more than a year since he and Kat have broken up, so whatever. It's not like a major problem, it's just a little odd. Violet is a little on edge during all of this, but she's also mad at Zaden because he left her behind. He left her ignorant of what he was actually doing, all in an attempt to protect her, and this set something off in her. Your first attempt at translation fails, so you sneak off with your siblings into enemy territory. His anger was palpable, matching mine as he lifts his head. Make no mistake, this is enemy territory. We both know we need the Luminary, and I wouldn't have had to sneak if you'd been remotely reasonable. We could have had it months ago. I take a step back into the room, leaving him in the hallway. Months ago would have prevented the attacks on the outposts and so many deaths. Reasonable? His voice drops to that icy calm timbre. For looking for another way before serving you up to the Tikaris? Let's get one thing straight. If I ever see a way to keep you safe, I'll take it. The fuck he will. Do you know who you sound like right now? Please, enlighten me. He folds his arms across his chest. Dane. I shut the door in his face. And you know what? Violet's right. Look, a lot of the reason why I liked the chemistry between Zaden and Violet in the last book is because Zaden kept pushing Violet to improve herself and become stronger on her own accord, and through that seemed to be falling for who she was becoming. Dane, at the same time, was trying to keep Violet protected and shielded out of the way of danger. It was a really telling way about how both men treated Violet, and Zaden was a little more empowering. But now that he's trying to keep her out of the way of danger, yes, he is likely reacting to the fact that Violet was tortured for several days and is feeling overprotective as a result there. But it kind of shows a particular regression in his character. Granted, he does have the emotional background in order to care for Violet this way, so it's not completely unfounded. This isn't like some sort of a character-breaking moment, because I can totally see him worrying about Violet's safety after God only knows what actually happened to her. But simultaneously, all of this is just the two of them bumping their heads in a moment that will be resolved within a couple of chapters, only for them to repeat all of this later on. It's cyclical, and it gets annoying after a while. If this was a one-off scene, it would be totally workable. It might even be a highlight of the story, just because we've got all of this stuff compounding with the two characters bumping heads. But the fact that this is just repetitive is what drags it down. Now, on the way to dinner, Violet and Mira run into Kat and Cyrena, and Kat just starts bickering and being a catty bitch. And Kat is absolutely stunning in this gorgeous red dress and in impossibly good makeup, and she looks so good, in fact, that Violet wonders why is Zaden heading for her when the obvious choice is the woman in red just a few feet away. Well, this is actually something that Zaden should have warned Violet about beforehand, because it has to do with Kat's not signet powers. Because she has the gift of heightening the emotions of the people around her, and she is exceptionally powerful. So I guess she's like a reverse empath in that way. Now everyone sits down to dinner, and they eventually start talking about Violet's ability as a lightning wielder and how rare it is. The Viscount wants to see it firsthand. So they have the way that this is set up is you've got everyone on a balcony, with a nice long table, and over that they have a courtyard where they set up a large chest. It's a nice chest, but it's otherwise apparently just ordinary. So the Viscount wants Violet to go down into the courtyard, use her power, and strike the chest, showing it off that way. Give herself a target. Okay, that's not unreasonable. Until the chest bursts open and inside was a Venin. Now, there were two guards that had been putting the chest in place. The Venin, once it bursts through free, grabs them, drains them. So the guards are dead, and the Venin has a little bit of juice in him. Zaden stays up on the balcony because Violet orders him, but Mira and Brennan join Violet in the courtyard in order to assist in the fight. Violet insisting that if she can't take on one emaciated Venin, that what chance does the rest of the continent stand? We get a brief fight that ends kind of anime style. Mira has to extend her own signet, which is kind of a mobile ward. So when the Venin does its, I guess we'll just call it an AoE attack, where it just siphons the life out of everything around it, Mira is able to keep the Sorengale siblings all safe, and then Violet finishes it off anime style. The Dark Wielder is only a few feet away, his gaze raking over me, no doubt looking for my weaknesses, when I feel the gust of wind from Tarn's wings at my back. Now, I throw the daggers at the Venin simultaneously, this time calculating for the force of the rain. The instant I see them slice through his boots, pinning his feet to the ground, I whip my arms out to the side, releasing all my power in a scalding torrent of lightning. I stiffen my arms and lock every muscle. Tarn's talons wrap over my shoulders and grasp tightly exactly as lightning strikes behind the enraged Venin, lighting up the sky in a brilliant flash and charging the water that covers the arena and the Venin's feet with lethal energy. And then the Venin falls over dead. Now, what we're told is that the chest thing that they had carried the Venin out in the first place, that's actually not just an ordinary chest. It turns out it is something called the Ribestad chest. Again, this is an area where Yarrow stumbles because of logistics. Because the Sorengales go back up to meet the Viscount, and Zaden is currently strangling him. Not an unreasonable response. And they're trying to get information out of the guy when we get this exchange. "I'll tell you everything we know," Ticarius assures us. "Just let me down." "And we're supposed to trust you?" Brennan asks from my side. "We were able to keep that one from feeding for days because the runes on the Ribestad chest hold items placed inside suspended in midair," Zaden interrupts. "He couldn't reach the ground to drain it until you opened the chest. I don't need you to tell me things I already know." Now, this might seem like a simple exchange, except this is a particular chest that Zaden's father had exchanged some time prior. And you can't just place a magic doohickey in the middle of a field and not have an explanation for how it got there.
You can't just get there by itself, huh? It can't. So it just doesn't get there by itself. It can't just get there by itself.
True.
We're told that there was an exchange. Zaden's father gave the Viscount this particular chest as part of some exchange. For what, we don't know. And we don't know if the chest was carrying anything or if it was just the chest itself. We're told that there are runes inside the chest, and that's how it's able to keep things suspended. And that's fine. Like, within the realm of magic as it works in this universe, I will accept that that's just how they work. But I can't help but ask a few questions. What was in the chest originally? What was it designed for? Were the runes replicated recently? And if so, can they be used again elsewhere? Can other runes be replicated just as easily? What was transported to Cordon when Zaden's father gave the Viscount the chest, or was the chest entirely the gift? If the chest was the gift, then why trade it? Seems like an obscure offer. And while Violet figured out that they trapped the Venin by using special stones that had been drained of magic, get the Venin on top of these lifeless rocks, and it has no power to pull. However, Venin can drain magic from people, as we see the Venin do the guard earlier in the chapter. How did they originally trap this Venin as well as any others that they have contained? How did they put the Venin into the chest without it killing a few guards during the attempt? You cannot just have this magical doohickey sitting there without an explanation for how it got there. That's a reason why the subtle knife in The Subtle Knife works so damn well. Because we have an entire history for not just the knife, like how it got to the town it was in when they found it, but how it was created, as well as the history of the wielders of the knife. By creating a history for the knife, we understood the magnitude of its importance. Now granted, the subtle knife is much more of a focal point in its story than this chest is in here, therefore it should have more of a history. But the same principle applies. You need to have some sort of an explanation for how the chest got there and the reason for it. Now, to be fair, you can do too much to explain why something is there. Again, writing is a balancing game where no one can show you the scales, but you need to understand when too much is too much. Now, this is written like it's just supposed to be a one-off MacGuffin just to explain the Venin in this one scene. It feels lazy because the chest has no purpose outside of that, even though it has a touch of history. Compare that with something like Frostmourne from World of Warcraft. When it was originally found, it was just stuck inside of a dais in a cave in the ass end of the world in Northrend. And granted, it might have been better to have some explanation for how it got in there, except when we did get the explanation, we got this entire ass-pull of an explanation, because it turns out that runes are actually extraplanar and come from some weird god characters that we had never seen any hint of before in the afterlife or whatever. I'll be honest, I never played Shadowlands, I just saw some of the cutscenes. But by including that much extra information without any proper setup, the history of the whole thing just felt cockamamie. I don't know, I'm just in a really rambly mood today. Anyway, the reason why we've got the chest is because Yaros needed to shoehorn in this Venin somehow, and the chest felt like enough of a MacGuffin to put in there, but it's also a lazy explanation because now you need to have this established reason for why it's in place, when really it probably would have been better if it was just some sort of a mainstay magic thing that they have in Corden. Oh yeah, that's a Ribstead chest. We've got those like in every other room, because they keep your clothes wrinkle-free by suspending it in midair. Oh my god, that actually is a better explanation. That's stupid. After a little bit of strangulation, the Viscount does agree to give Aria the luminary of Corden, which means that Aria can power up the forge, make their own weapons in-house, and have a better chance against the Venin. They might even be able to trade weapons to Corden and Poromil so that they can have their own weapons in order to properly fend off the Venin when the Venin come attacking. But that's not quite enough. The Viscount wants a little bit more. You see, when the Venin attacked Zolia, they took down the Cliffsbane Academy, which was the Poromil version of the Murder College. Just run a lot better. We'll get to that later. So right now, Corden is overflowing with academy students and not really enough room to teach them. So he wants Zaden and the others to take these about 100 flyer cadets and give them shelter and education in Aria. They've got more space in Aria. They've got something of a college setup now. Plus, this will be a good bonding experience between Dragon Riders and Griffin Flyers in order to come up with a more amicable alliance against the Venin, the true threat. Violet is very much against this idea because that means bringing Cat along, but Brennan, as he has rank in this moment, just agrees. Now, there's a bit of a problem with actually getting the Flyers to Aria. You see, Aria exists much higher up in the mountains than what the Griffins are used to flying. Without time to acclimate, which realistically would take you several weeks, they're not going to be able to just fly over the mountain peaks, so they've got to walk. Now, there is a pathway that will take them from one of the border towns in Poromil, Drathis, I believe, up to Aria. But it is it's a bit of a danger. You see, it's a known vulnerability in the border, so Aria and the Kingdom of Tirandor they've established a number of traps in order to stop any Griffins or infantry from just walking up the cliffside. And there's a bit of a problem in how this is set up because they send word to Aria and other Dragon Riders fly back down to the base so they can meet the Griffin Flyers and walk with them up through the pathway. And while that's going on, you've got other Dragon Riders that are going through and disabling all of the traps one by one along the path, with one exception that we'll get to later. But the real problem is what to do with Violet. You see, because she has EDS and will have a bit of difficulty in a mountain hike, it would be much more logical if she just flew on Tairn and went right back to Aria. But if you did that, because the story follows her entirely, you won't be able to get any of the drama or the bickering between her and Cat and any other Griffin Flyer. And so, in order to flesh out some of the other characters, not all of them, we'll get to that later, Violet is forced into the very stupid decision of having to hike up the mountains in terrain that she is not suited for. Because we're not talking like a simple 2 or 3 hour hike up difficult terrain. My brow furrows as I study this steep trail. It's not the narrow path or even the griffin traps Brennan described that worry me, but my own endurance. 12 hours of constant climbing is going to torture my knees and ankles.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Doesn't okay,
just no. It's just not happening.
Doesn't she describe having like dizzy spells, or she would pass out? I have.
Yeah,
I have done that. Like stairs, no. 12 hours of climbing? Are you kidding me?
Now, look, it is possible. We did have Martinka from the EDS Council, who is capable of doing something like this, and apparently has done, like, maybe not for 12 hours, but has gone mountain climbing on this scale.
I've raced over 100 races so far. Through 5Ks to 10Ks, ultra marathons, half marathons, obstacles, no obstacles, everything.
But Violet has not had the years of training that Martinka has. Logically, there is no reason for her to make this climb. Now, by coincidence, about a month ago, I participated in the Spartan Killington Beast event, a 21K up Bear Mountain with a total elevation change of a little more than 6,000 feet that includes an event called the Death March.
Top of the goddamn world.
The Death March is about a mile, not quite a full mile, almost straight up the mountain. That is where we had our greatest bit of elevation change. It took me about 40 minutes to complete. That thing is fucking daunting. By the end of it, I was so exhausted that I was crawling on my hands and knees in order to gain purchase up the goddamn cliffside. And I had the advantage of having trained for this for several years by this point, and I don't have EDS, so why the fuck is anyone allowing Violet to climb this? It's stupid. No, unfortunately, Yaris was limited by the style of writing that she had entrapped herself into. The difficulty, like, one of those things that you've got to consider when you're deciding if you want to write first person or third person or limited or omniscient or single character centric, multiple centric characters, you've got to understand that there are going to be certain ways that you cannot explain the story because everything follows, in this case, a single character. And there's reason that Yaros has for having Violet climb the mountainside. Well, we'll get to that in a little bit. But this is part of the reason why I think planning, like if you're going to do a series of books that are not episodic, planning everything out, like creating a multi-book outline is probably going to do you a lot of favors, because then you'll understand what kind of limitations your writing style will run you into. I mean, for my own writing style, for my novel, it does follow a single character, the protagonist, but it also breaks away and shows secondary and tertiary characters and their points of view every once in a while where necessary. And that was what I had to do, because there were certain ways that I just could not express information in order to get the, like, certain details to the audience. So before you get too far into your own writing, take a little bit of time to try to understand how you're able to convey information, or what you can't convey within the limitations of the writing styles that you have picked. It's more than just saying, I want to have everything told from the single character's first-person perspective. You also got to understand what you can and cannot do beyond that. As Violet and the others walk along, we do get a few exchanges here and there between some of the writers and the Griffin flyers. As everyone climbs the cliff as one big happy group, we get some characterization. We get another character, Marin, a Griffin flyer, who befriends Violet easily enough. And through Marin, we get a little bit more explanation about how the Griffin Flyer Academy used to operate. Now, I'm sure you all remember how the dragons bond with their riders in the last book. Well, the Griffin Flyers do something that's a little risky. So what they do is there is a bridge overlooking a river, and the Griffins themselves will fly underneath the bridge, and the cadets have to jump from the bridge onto the Griffin, and if they hold on, the Griffin is able to land shortly after, and there you go. You got a nice little happy bond. And there is the possibility of missing, of course, and winding up at the bottom of the ravine in the river. That's pretty badass, Sloane admits begrudgingly. What happens if you miss? Do the bodies wash up on shore? We both pause, turning fully to watch Marin respond. I have to admit, I'm curious too. Marin blinks. Bodies? No one dies, it's just like cliff jumping. If we miss, we swim to shore, dry and shake off the embarrassment, and pick another branch of service. Infantry and artillery are popular. And Marin gets a little bit of a dig on the murder college by saying, it's you who are the weird ones killing cadets on your conscription day. Yeah, that's a little weird. I gotta wonder if we're ever gonna get an explanation for why it's so badly run. Anyway, in the next scene, this is several hours later, we're not sure precisely how much. I think they've got another hour or two left of climbing. Everyone is getting quite tired by this point. Everyone's starting to drag. A lot of the flyers are starting to droop because they're not used to this sort of altitude. And that's important because they come across a section in the pathway that has been roped off, and Dane is standing guard. There's a pressure trigger, he warns, gesturing to a section of the trail just ahead of him with a map clutched in one hand and holding out his other arm so Rydok and Luella don't continue. We know it sends out arrows, but don't know from where, so we can't disarm it. Hence why I'm standing here, warning everyone about that particular section. Now, this might sound like a good threat for this moment in the story. It's been a little bit of character drama up until this point, but now actual tension. Oh my god, there's a trap, and just given the setup, you know someone's going to trigger it and some degree of risk is going to be involved. And that falls apart when you, again, consider the logistics about how all of this is supposed to work. You see, Dane, along with a number of other riders, have gone up and down the trail here, disarming traps one way or another, either cutting triggering mechanisms or ropes, or maybe even just activating the traps so they can't be activated a second time. And yes, it would be a bit of a risk if you tried to trigger a pressure plate but didn't know where arrows were going to launch out from, because God only knows who would actually get hit. Except they have had hours to do this. Several hours. This is a 12-hour climb, and he has a goddamn dragon that can fly him right there. And rather than wait for all of these traps to be disarmed before they allow anyone to ascend, they just allow everyone to start climbing up while there are several teams, likely, actively disarming traps. God only knows what some of those traps could have been. You could have activated a landslide for all you know. Now, on top of that, if he's having trouble with this particular trap, why not try to set it off in a safe manner? For example, have a dragon drop a fucking boulder onto the trigger mechanism. Chances are, the arrows are not going to be calibrated to shoot at a target 30 feet in the air. So, you have a dragon drop a big old boulder on that trigger plate whatever thing, arrows go off, then you move the boulder, because apparently there's a cliffside right next to this pathway, so your problem solves itself there. You have had hours to do this, why didn't you? Now, for this scene to work, you gotta understand two tertiary characters that were introduced in this chapter. You've got Vizia, a rider, and you've got Luella, a flyer. Rydok, Violet, and Marin make it over the trap easily enough. You know, they've gotta basically launch themselves over this pressure plate, but Luella, because she is a Griffin flyer and is not used to these altitudes, stumbles, knocks into Violet, and then Vizia and Luella go over the cliffside. Violet does what she can to grab them, just grabs them by the wrists, but in a moment, like one of the only moments that Violet's EDS is actually thought of in a moment of strife, her shoulders both dislocate and she loses all strength in her arms and is not able to pull them up. And to make that even worse, somebody hit the pressure plate, so the arrows got launched out and they landed in Rydok's abdomen. Now, in this tense moment, they are able to get Vizia back up from hanging over the cliffside, but they're not able to save Luella, who does drop to her death. Now, one thing that we're told is that Griffins die with their flyers, so Luella's Griffin, Kibe, I'm certainly mispronouncing that. Once, a few seconds go by, Luella is certainly dead by this point. He just leans over and eventually dies. And it is unfortunate because it wasn't Violet's fault in the moment. Like, she cleared the jump And she legitimately could not have pulled either of them up. I mean, realistically speaking, if you actually consider the physics of the moment, it's really difficult to pull somebody up in that position, even if your shoulder isn't dislocated. But that doesn't stop Kat, who immediately blames Violet for saving the rider and letting the flyer drop to her death. And this is probably the main reason why Yaros needed to have Violet walk up this stupid 12-hour hike along with everybody else, even though, logically, it doesn't make sense to. Now, at the same time, Rydick has been shot, but Brennan is a short distance away, so he's able to mend him, so no big deal there. But we do have a bit of permanent animosity, almost permanent animosity between Violet and Kat now, something which will rear its head later on. But the intensity of the moment isn't quite done, because not only did someone just die, but Wyvern have found the patrol going up the trail. 4 of them specifically, no Venin along with them, but the Wyvern are hot on their tail. Violet is able to jump on Tairn and fly them away. She's able to use her lightning to kill 4 of them at once, and then, curiously, 4 wyvern carcasses litter the ground, 1 in the middle of the very field we stood in this morning. Like, it's indicated that she's flown some distance away from the others to get them out of range of any potential attacks or impacts, but it just feels weird that she's flown so far so quickly. Again, Violet should have been on Dragonback up this stupid trail. But the invasion of the Wyvern leads Violet and others to a harrowing conclusion. If the Wyvern are out patrolling an area this far beyond where the Venin have already conquered, that means they're likely scouting. And if the Wyvern are dead in this area, then that's going to lead the Venin to a conclusion that there is something out this way. So Violet has unwittingly shown the Venin which way to head towards. Now, in the next chapter, it's some time later, and something that's been going on in the background is the Rebellion and Aria have been sending out riders in order to do combat missions. It's basically trying to thwart the Venin early in small skirmishes. They're not ready for any large-scale battles. Mostly this is just to divert attention to get, like, civilians out of the way. And unfortunately, they have lost 2 riders recently. And that's bad, but unfortunately, combat casualties just happen. But for some reason, we get this line: 2 riders in 1 day is unfathomable in active service. The Murder College loses 2 cadets before lunch. Are you telling me that the Murder College is more dangerous than active combat? Besides, depending upon what kind of an operation we're talking about, 2 riders could very well be an acceptable loss. Now, the point that Violet is trying to drive home with this is that they don't have that many fighters in the quadrant, like certified fighters who aren't attending the Aria College. And she says that the entirety of the Aridian quadrant will be dead in less than 2 months at this rate. Now, it's fine to have that kind of stakes involved in the situation, but you gotta clean up your prose here and not have lines that immediately contradict your world building. Some things settle down. We do get a few good lines every once in a while. At one point, Andarna considers eating a griffin, and Tairn has to scold her about not eating your allies. Now everyone settles in, and we finally get a proper education on how runes work. Runes, Professor Trissa confirms. Runes aren't just decorative. They're strands of magic pulled from our power, woven into geometric patterns for specific uses, then placed into an object, either for immediate work or usage at a later date. We call the process tempering. That's not possible, Marin shakes her head. Magic is only wielded. It's still wielded, Professor Trissa all but sighs in disappointment at our ignorance. But just like we store food for winter, a wielder can temper a rune using as much or as little power as they choose, then place it into something. She bends down and picks up one of the boards and waves it in our general direction. Like wood or metal or whatever object the wielder chooses. That rune will activate when triggered and perform whatever action it was tempered for. Unlike alloy, which houses power, runes are tempered with power for specific actions. Now, if runes had been some lost magical art that the rebellion had found some ancient tome regarding and had spent the last couple of months studying and perfecting the craft, I wouldn't have that much to say about runes. Except this has been a known element within the world. Let's not forget that the chest thing that the Viscount used was a gift from Zaden's father. It contained runes, and they're using runes in a number of other ways. This is a known tierish art. You'd have to wonder, this is incredibly versatile and sounds tremendously useful. Why wouldn't they be teaching this at the Murder College? Because the Murder College, as you can probably guess by now, is run by idiots. Why does no one teach this? Marin asks, glancing from her parchment to the board. It's a skill the Tierish once controlled and perfected, but it was banned a couple hundred years after the unification of Nevers, even though many of our outposts in Basgaeth itself were built upon them. Why? She lifts her brows. I'm so glad you asked. You see, riders are naturally more powerful, given the amount of magic we channel and the signets we wield. Traeger rolls his eyes. But runes are the great equalizer, Professor Trissa continues, setting the board on the grass now that it's stopped sizzling. A rune is only limited to how much power you choose to temper, how long you want it to last, and how many uses it has before it depletes. They banned runes so they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. She glances at the flyers. Your hands specifically. Get good enough at runes and you can compete with a fair amount of signets. Now, if the Murder College really is that worried about runes being the great equalizer and therefore they don't let it really spread to others, you'd have to wonder why not teach it but restrict the information that it's taught to, like save this as a lesson for third-year writers and nobody else gets to know about it, because apparently they're able to restrict information about classes so well that RSC isn't even a known class outside of the people taking the class. Through some unexplained mechanism, they're able to restrict information to an almost impossible degree, so why not try that with runes? Because apparently, riders are the only ones who can actually use magic, and therefore would be the only ones who could actually access magic, at least within the walls of Nevers. So it's not like you need to worry about the scribes or the infantry learning how to carve runes and then using that against riders, because scribes and infantry cannot use magic. They're not bonded to dragons and therefore don't have any sort of a magical flow. Now, as far as the information being suppressed so that the Griffin flyers don't learn how to use any of this, that's still kind of stupid. Now, it's true that we try to restrict military information as best we can. If a drone goes down in enemy territory, we're going to send another drone in to blow it up so that they can't reverse engineer the first drone. So why not just craft a rune that detonates if it doesn't have a certain kind of magical charge put into it every once in a while, or if the wielder, the original wielder, lets go and doesn't, like, if they've wielded a sword or something and they let go of it for 15 seconds. The sword just detonates and all of the runes on top of it are destroyed. And it's not like that's something that cannot happen with runes. Rydok accidentally causes an explosion on the next page when he tries channeling magic into a rune incorrectly. And because Violet is learning about this now, she realizes something about a prior scene. You remember that initial interrogation scene, you know, part of the classroom before Violet was beaten for the 5 days, you know, when she was put into the interrogation room with Sawyer Rydok and Rhiannon? Well, the way that they were able to escape was because she brought a dagger up to the door, and that just happened to magically unlock it. And yes, the reason that door was unlocked was because the dagger that Zaden had given Violet was charmed with a rune that would specifically open doors. I want to say that that was a clever workaround that just kind of fits in with the way that we understand runes now, but I can't. It feels too much like a cop-out. We had an element from, I don't know, 200-ish pages ago that just magically Deus Ex Machina the door open, and we now get a kind of unfulfilling answer as, oh yeah, you had a thing that did the thing. Now, the biggest problem with this is when you are writing a story, something you have to consider frequently is setup, and payoff. Unfortunately, everything that Yaros is doing with the runes in this book is backwards, because we're getting the payoff before the setup. The door to the interrogation room was opened before we really understood anything about runes. The way that the Rystad chest worked, we got the payoff before we got the setup. And when you tell your elements backwards that way, with your payoff before the setup, it creates an unfulfilling conclusion oftentimes. You already know what the answer is, you just need it explained to you. A great example of very satisfying setup and payoff done effectively is in iRobot. In that, we have Sonny, the one robot accused of murder, who early on is described as having denser alloy in his skin. Okay, doesn't seem like it really means that much, it just makes him stand out, possibly for some sort of an emotional reason, because Sonny was closer to the professor who created him. And it doesn't feel like too much at first until much later on into the movie, when Sonny has to go and retrieve the nanites that are held behind a protective laser barrier.
Denser alloy. My father gave it to me. I think he wanted me to kill you.
And because he has the denser alloy, he's able to slip through without much problem, and he's able to get the nanites, and then the plot can happen. And in that way, that works because there's a possibility that the audience can follow along with the setup and payoff, so that before we actually get the answer and we understand that Sonny can slip his hand through the laser barrier, we might remember, oh, he's got the denser alloy, that might come in handy here. There's a sense of fulfillment that the audience gets at that point that Andrew Stanton stated in a TED Talk. You don't want to give your answer, you don't want to get your audience 4, you want to give them 2 plus 2. Readers, audience members, they enjoy doing a little bit of work, like subconsciously, in order to figure out the plot as it goes along. So, if you give them the setup and then the payoff, as long as you're communicating effectively, you're going to have a much stronger emotional reaction from the viewer, which ties us back into the runes. Every time they've been used before this point, it has been payoff before setup. Now, there are going to be scenes later in the book, and I'm sure later in the series, where runes are used more frequently. And that's not going to be as satisfying because that's now just another aspect of the magic. It's like the same thing as Violet using her signet powers. It's just a thing they can do now. But speaking of setup, we actually do have something on the next page. It turns out that Zaden has a special rock that he keeps next to his bed that is carved with a special rune that apparently is so unique no one knows how to replicate it. Now, this is the first time I think I can recall ever hearing about any sort of rock that Zaden sleeps next to, but the way Yaros introduces a lot of things very rapid fire, it's entirely possible that I just missed something. Now, the particular rune that Zaden has here was made to protect someone of his father's bloodline. It was designed to counter the signet of the rider whose dragon would kill them, but it would only activate when killed by dragonfire, which was the primary method of execution for traitors. The dragon would need to try to incinerate a rider at the same time that dragon's rider was trying to use a signet. I'm going to be perfectly honest, that's a little confusing. Why would you need to use both simultaneously? And with the way that we've seen signets used, that would only work with an offensive style signet, so you're already restricting your utilization to a number of ways. Although from the way that it's described, Violet asks what does it do, and Zaden responds did. So it sounds like it doesn't have any uses left. I don't know, it's obvious setup for something probably later on in the series. God only knows what this will lead to, though. Now, in the Aria Academy College thing, they've been trying to get the Dragon Riders and the Griffin Flyers to cohabitate as peacefully as possible. And it hasn't been going well, largely because both groups have been training to kill each other for several years by this point, having been raised in nations that just automatically hates the other side. So, in an attempt to bridge all of the gaps, they've got this great idea that everyone should just fight each other. So you'll have riders and flyers sparring against each other, using murder college rules, so broken bones and whatnot are likely to happen, and naturally, Kat challenges Violet to a fight. And Violet thinks that she's actually going to do decently because she was trained by Zaden, who knows how to fight in all sorts of arenas, so completely ignoring her EDS, this should be easy. Until Kat starts countering a lot of what Violet is able to throw, and she realizes Zaden trained Kat as well.
You might know everything I'm going to do, but that's not going to help you since I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it?
Now, admittedly, I do like this kind of a twist because this puts Violet on a much harder edge. This isn't going to be any kind of an easy victory for her until the plot armor activates. I see red and throw every ounce of my rage into the punch I deliver to the side of her ribs, right where Zaden taught me to stab. And then I draw back and do it again, savoring the dull sound of the crack of her ribs and the jarring pain that shoots through my hand, along my wrist, and up my arm because I know I just delivered 10 times worse.
Let me tell you, like, ribs, if you're not a guy, especially if you're a, like, Violet or me, anyway, around, like, 55 kgs. I don't know how it's that in Spanish. I don't speak American. So, sorry. It is not possible to break ribs with just a punch. A kick, probably. Not with a punch, right?
Now, the thing that I'll give Yaros credit for during this scene is the idea that combat should really be seen as a conversation between at least two sides. And that is what goes on in this scene, perhaps a little bit more literally than just straight up combat. You see, we actually get a little bit of Kat's perspective and why she's fighting Violet, why she has so much animosity towards Violet. Violet has been working under the assumption that Kat still loves Zaden and is pissed off that Zaden picked Violet over her. And that's partially true, but not entirely. He's not capable of loving anyone, she hisses in my ear. You think I'm so petty that I'd attack another woman over love?
Yes.
Look at where we are. Ryerson House. Her mouth is close enough to my ear that I can feel how hard she's breathing. Who wouldn't love all that power and the case it comes in? But I'm sure as hell not fighting you over a man's affections. I'm going to war with you for a crown. That was the reason we were engaged. It was promised to me, and I'm not giving it to a damned Sorengale who chose to drop the flyer instead of her squad mate. Your entire family deserves to die for what you've put us through.
This is great. This is some good drama. You can't pay for that. No, you can't. It just simply is. It's like an eclipse or something. Yeah. You gotta be there. You gotta be there.
Guys, let's build the leaves. The cult is here.
You see, to Kat, Zaden isn't a person. He's a goal. He is a step in the way to power and luxury. To Violet, he's the love of her life. Not to mention, this ties in with her hatred of Violet for dropping the one flyer whose name I've already forgotten. And this gets Violet to redouble her efforts and think to herself that Zaden isn't a crown, he isn't a stepping stool for power, he is everything to her. And this is the upswing in their relationship cycle. Oh boy! Now Zaden steps into the scene and he had actually overheard a lot of what Violet had said to Kat about how much Violet loves and respects Zaden, so the two of them have patched things up. Yay!
5, 4, 3.
And we get another long conversation between Zaden and Violet as the two of them talk about how much they mean to each other and how Kat doesn't mean anything to Violet, or doesn't mean anything to Zaden. And we get a reference to something else that I don't think actually happened in Fourth Wing or wasn't noted in such a way that anyone would actually notice it. He glances away. Look, Kat got to you because you weren't wearing your daggers. The one with the intertwined V's, it's Rune to protect you from her gift. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen, and frankly, given how information-dense Fourth Wing is, I don't want to have to go searching for it. But if that moment did happen, it was so inconsequential that I can't recall it. I don't even have it in my notes anywhere. Now, the next day, Kat is still sore. She ended up losing the fight, forgot to mention that. And she kept trying to get into Violet's head. One of the things that Kat did is she started talking about what sex with Zaden was like, and how she was with Zaden and taught him all sorts of neat things that Violet didn't get to experience first. But Violet has a good line that I really enjoy when Kat tries to raise a stink the following day. "You're welcome to try and make me miserable," I tell Kat, letting go of Rhiannon to walk back to the flyer. "Oh, and one more thing." I lower my voice just slightly, well aware of every head within our squad that turns our direction. "What?" she snaps. "That trick you mentioned, you know, with the fingers?" A slow smile spreads across my face. "Thanks." You know, there's moments like that, I cannot hate Yaros as a writer, because every once in a while, man, does she get a good line in. Well, eventually the idea of the wards comes back, and Violet goes back to the journals to try to translate something. Maybe she made a mistake, because they are talking about a language that hasn't been spoken in several hundred years. And unfortunately, it's written in an old dialect called Krovlish. And there's one particular person who actually is pretty good at speaking Krovlish. Dane. Now, there is a troubling development. The Venin have been continuing their march, and they've recently taken a town called Pavis. Now, that's a little further west than what everyone anticipated they were going to do. They thought they were going to go south towards Cordon so they could take the capital of Pormil. But no, it turns out that they're actually apparently heading straight for Aredia. So a week goes by, Violet and Dane are still working on translating the journals, and it seems that there might have been a mistake that Violet had made, because every time they had translated the symbol for blood, the word breath fits even better. So Violet had previously found a phrase that said the blood of life, but if it's actually the breath of life, that could signal dragon fire. So, when they needed the 6 strongest in the region, they didn't need the blood of riders, they needed the dragon fire from the 6 strongest dragons. So, if that's the secret, then Violet seems to know how to raise the wards, but she's not entirely sure if she should. What that means is the Griffin flyers who are with them will be cut off from their magic. Part of the reason the wards are so effective is because it blocks Griffin magic. So, yes, it's an effective barrier against the Venin, but their newfound allies, who they still have a very strenuous relationship with, won't be able to really help that much. Now, this is a big reveal, but something to keep in mind is, we get a line here. Violet says, "I won't lie to Zaden. The moment he's home, I have to tell him," referring to how to create the wards. Despite that, on the very next page, Violet has another nightmare where the sage is torturing her, and she wakes up, looks around, she's not in a familiar bedroom, and then realizes she's in Zaden's bedroom, and he's sleeping right next to her. "There's nothing that can touch me here, Zaden asleep beside me." And then she lies back down, curling my body around Zaden's, and his arms wrap around my back and pulls me closer like it's a reflex. Zaden's present, and then, on the following scene, it starts 6 days later. And despite this, several pages later, just to be precise here, 6 pages after Violet figures out how to raise the wards, Zaden effectively works out on his own that Violet figured out how to raise the wards. Why didn't she tell him? Look, this isn't a huge problem. It's really sloppy. Now, before Violet and Zaden can really have a talk about how to raise the wards and what that really entails, Violet has to go off on some class that's meant to really bond the flyers and the riders. They're just wandering around. I think of it as being on patrol. Violet, Sloane, Kat, and some extra Vizia, I think. They're all exploring. Andarna is with them because they're not flying. They're pretty much just walking around on a cliff, checking a cave, and we get a little bit of character work back and forth. Nothing too prevalent, but nothing bad. When Vizia raises an interesting idea, she asks if Violet is going to get a second signet, because 2 dragons, 2 signets, right? Okay, logically, I could see how that could work. But there's a bit of a problem with the way that Yaros wants this idea to really sit, because second signets are apparently a pre-existing thing. Second signets only happen when a dragon bonds a rider in the direct familial line as its previous, Sloane says, misunderstanding Vizia's question. But there's an equal chance of it causing madness. From what Thort told me, that's why Cruith wasn't punished for bonding Quinn. She's only the great niece of her previous rider. Her signet's more powerful, but not entirely different. And this is one of those really obvious setups, like, this harkens back to my prior conversation about introducing magical elements. This was such a pointed moment that it has to lead to something. They could have just as easily tried to excuse this with, Violet's got 2 dragons, she's gonna have to get a second signet at some point, right? But unfortunately, this does lead to something else. I don't like it because it's sloppy, but we'll talk more about that later. Anyway, the team is investigating this one cave when there's a slight disturbance. There's a growl they can hear deeper on in the cave, close enough that they should definitely be on guard, but all of a sudden, Vizia is swatted out of the way. Violet grabs Kat by the pack and yoinks her back, saving her life. And it's obvious from the way that Vizia hit the side of the cave that she's dead. And Violet looks up, notices that the dragon only has one eye, and realizes that Solus has found them. Yes, Varish might be dead, but his dragon is out for revenge because he's a dick. And unfortunately, Tern is about a minute away, which is just long enough that Solus can probably kill all of them. Anyway, we get an interesting moment here. They're able to take out Solus's remaining eye so that he can't actually see where anyone is, ignoring the fact that as a dragon he probably has a heightened sense of smell and should be able to sniff them out, but whatever for now. At one point, Violet does take a pretty nasty hit. Remember, it was just a swipe that sent Vizia flying into another wall and broke her neck. Solus roars, swinging his hind end around. A shape comes swinging for me, and I make out the thicker part of his tail in the dim light a second before it slams into my stomach, sending me flying and breaking the stream of lightning. I'm airborne, nothing more than a projectile as I fly backward, hitting my ass, then my back, and lastly my head against the ground with a crack. But I hold my power tight instead of striking, letting it burn me from the inside out. Better than accidentally hitting Andarna.
Plot armor is what I would kind of call that.
Yeah. He's got a plot back brace. Amazing. I want one.
Well, everybody works together, and through, again, the power of friendship, they are able to kill Solus. And not just that, it turns out that Sloane's signet manifested, and she is a siphon, so she is able to draw power out of people and redirect them into other things. However that actually works. Which unfortunately does kind of limit the severity of the whole thing. Solus was introduced and killed within a span of 4 pages.
It's gonna be super easy, barely an inconvenience.
Like, this wasn't some sort of a dramatic showdown or some sort of an act of revenge. This is just tying up a loose end. Really nothing else to it than that. I mean, yeah, Vizia died, but she was introduced, what, 7, 8 chapters ago? She's a nobody.
Shut up, Excludey! Get back in your box!
Now, the survivors do get back to Aria and get healed up. Zaden bursts into the room and is simultaneously relieved and angry at Violet because she put herself in harm's way in order to save Kat, of all people. And the way that the argument is phrased, because he actually says, "What the fuck were you thinking saving Kat?" And it's like, she's a teammate. Like, obnoxious as Kat is, and as terrible as she's been, Violet did the moral thing in saving Kat, and Sloane, and Andarna, and whatever the Griffin's name was. And this is really just an excuse for Zaden and Violet to start a fight again, because he's aware that Violet's mother told Violet about the deal that Zaden made with Violet's mother in order to protect Violet, and that's eventually what led them falling in love. It is an overly convoluted mess that Yaros just wanted to have in some stupid drama so that these two could butt heads again.
Over and over and over and over and over.
Really, this fight, this one goes on and on for several pages. And it's really just the two of them butting heads about how they don't properly, like how Violet doesn't trust Zaden, or rather how Zaden doesn't believe that Violet trusts him, and how Violet doesn't think that Zaden trusts her. And they keep going back and forth, talking past each other, and the whole thing gets aggravating because this feels like an artificial fight. This doesn't feel like a real reason for these two to be butting heads like this. Zaden should be elated that Violet is alive after running into Solus. But instead, he just keeps pushing this argument about how Violet needs to actually start asking him questions. And Violet counters by saying, you need to be more open about yourself. It's the same fight they've been having the entire book. And look, there's a way to have things like that, like where you have this romantic chemistry where they keep arguing the same points throughout the course of the plot. But, oh my god, they've been arguing the same points back and forth, resolving the problem, and then raising the problem again several chapters later. It's tiring at this point. That's why I've been calling it a cycle. It's the same goddamn thing repeated 1,000 times. Now, this argument is supposed to lead to a particular question, one that Violet is not supposed to ask, but it falls in line with the logical through line that Zaden's been building. And she asks, what is Zaden's second signet? I know you have one, I whisper as the pounding continues. You told me that Scale was bonded to your grandfather, which makes you a direct descendant. If a dragon bonds a family member, it can strengthen a signet, but a direct descendant will either produce a second signet or madness. And you seem pretty sane to me. Now, for those of you out there who have not actually read this book, this might come as a bit of news to you. When was that idea ever introduced? Scale was bonded with Zaden's grandfather? Well, yeah, as someone who did read this book, I can tell you, I had to go back and double check. This information isn't revealed very well. You see, in order to get any hint of what Violet is talking about, you have to go back to chapter 12 of this book and not look in any of the chapter. You've got to look at the flavor text at the beginning of the chapter, because that is where we get some flavor text confirming something from a letter that Zaden wrote. Because, you know, they were doing the correspondence thing for a while. And this is where Zaden says that he thinks he reminded Scale of his grandfather. Now, if we're being pedantic about this, this doesn't actually confirm that Zaden's grandfather was bonded to Scale. So that little bit of information, for clarity's sake, isn't actually in the book. This is, in fact, the closest we get. So this reveal feels like an ass pull or some sort of a mistake that Yaros forgot to include earlier on. And considering the other continuity error we found with the I'll tell Zaden how to raise the wards the next time I see him, and then almost a week goes by and she doesn't. Stuff like this is what makes me think that Iron Flame was rushed. And I don't know precisely what Yaros, like what conditions Yaros is working under, if she's got publishers or an agent breathing down her neck to pump out more of these books faster than she's ready. She's making very basic mistakes. We're getting information that we've never been given before, but it's being read in such a way that only makes sense if we have been given it before. It's a very frustrating tactic that, if you're paying attention, really takes away from the experience. I mean, I can't really say that this is necessarily wrong, because using the flavor text at the start of the chapter is one way to try to introduce this information. It's just really risky because it's not really part of the story, not directly, and you're kind of relying on the audience picking up secondary information indirectly, and that can be ineffective. Anyway, with a horde of Wyvern approaching, they have to get the Wardstone activated immediately, so Violet explains that it's not the 6 strongest riders they need, it's representatives of the 6 dragon dens. And this is something that I'll give Yaros a bit of credit for, because she was indirect. She had, as far as I'm aware, she never directly stated that there were 6 different types of dragons, but if you go based on scale color, which seems to be the differing factor, there are in fact 6 different flavors of dragons. And the reason this works and the grandfather thing doesn't really work is because she did provide the information hinting, although indirectly, that there were 6 different dragon dens. Because we had the red, blue, orange, green, black, and brown dragons. So they quickly grab representatives of each of the dragon dens, they go to the wardstone, and 6 dragons, including Tarn, breathe fire on the wardstone. It reverberates a little bit, and there is a strange sensation in the air, kind of familiar to what it was like in the murder college, so they have a possible idea that the ward is working, and in order to verify that the wards are working, they can't just go on an assumption here, that would be stupid. Violet and Zaden fly to the edge of where the wards should have extended, and they see a whole fleet of Venin flying in on Wyvern. There are hundreds of Wyvern and 17 Venin, including the Sage. And remember how much trouble they had in wrestling against 4. 17 would be crazy to fight against. But fortunately, they don't have to fight, because one of the Wyvern flies through the barrier and immediately dies. The wards work! Hooray! Or at least that's the assumption, because once Violet and Zaden get back to Aria, they run into Cyrena, who says, hey, congratulations, small problem. The Griffin Flyers can still cast magic. The wards are supposed to cancel out Griffin magic, so if they can still channel, something's wrong with the wards. Now, I do like that we don't have all of the answers for how the wards work, and in fact, there is one more additional step that they have to consider. We'll get to that when we get to it. Because at this point, we've got a really unknown threat here. The wards aren't quite working the way that they should, and no one knows how or why. They followed the instructions from the journals, so maybe there was something they mistranslated somehow. Now, there is one thing that I had to skip over in order to condense some of the information here. While Violet and Zaden were waiting at the edge of the barrier to see if the wards worked, they had a conversation, which also goes in line with the downward part of their relationship cycle. You see, Violet figured out that because Scale had bonded with Zaden's grandfather, he must have a second signet, and she's able to deduce that his second signet is that he's an intrinsic. Yeah, you know, the basically the mind reader classification of signets that for some stupid reason requires death on sight. Now, because of the terrible way that some of the magic has been set up regarding signets, we've got all of these background rules. So Zaden was able to get away with this by simply not telling anybody about it, because they assumed that since Scale had bonded with his grandfather, he was just extra powerful, you know, instead of developing a second signet, because I guess the magic just does whatever the plot needs it to. Yeah, that's the other thing about just the world building and the magic system in this book. If you need to keep adding rule after rule after rule to your characters, your world building, your magic system, in order for the storyline to work out the way you want it to, you're doing yourself a disservice. Now, it's not precisely that Zaden can read minds. He is a kind of a subtype of intrinsic. He doesn't read thoughts directly, he reads intentions. This doesn't seem like it's that bad. That actually kind of seems like Dane's power. He's sort of an intrinsic. He can read memories. Why is that acceptable when the other one isn't? Like, again, I know I said this in the last review, but the whole thing with the intrinsics, it doesn't work in the slightest. We're told that this particular type is dangerous. We're not told precisely why, but then all of these exceptions are being made for the sake of the story unraveling the way that Yaros wants it to. Oh, and when Violet and Zaden got back to Aria, after testing the wards, one of the members of the assembly had received a missive from General Melgren, who wants to meet representatives of the rebellion. specifically, he wants to meet no more than 2 marked ones, along with Violet and Mira. And we know why he has to set that condition in place, because otherwise he won't be able to read the outcome of a battle, which, again, why is this rule in place? It defies logic. Now, fortunately, the rebellion doesn't actually listen to this precisely. They have a group of 10. They only present 4, Violet, Mira, Zaden, and someone else named Ulysses, I think. More on him in a little bit. And an additional 6 hide just out of sight. Now, Violet is a little worried that the other dragons from Melgren's group will just know that they've got 6 dragons in hiding, ready to counter any ambushes that might occur. And Taryn explains, dragons only sense each other mind to mind when we allow it. As long as they stay downwind, the others will know they're here, but won't be able to identify how many or who has come. And this really feels like information we should have gotten a while ago. I mean, I'm fine with the rule as is, it's just that the timing, this feels like introductory stuff with how the dragon telepathy is supposed to work. Why wasn't this in 4th Wing? Anyway, the meeting is underway with General Melgren. General Sorengale is there as well. And it opens up with Melgren addressing Ulysses, one of the assembly members of the rebellion, saying, "And here I thought you were dead, Ulysses." And Ulysses counters, "And here I was hoping you were." So there's obviously a history between these two, and the only thought I can take away from the scene is, who the hell is Ulysses? Now, to be fair, Ulysses has been mentioned time and again in a handful of scenes earlier in this book. So he is an established character, but he has almost no footprint. I genuinely did not remember who this guy was when I got to this chapter. And so for him to take center stage in this meeting, when Zaden, of all people, is present, someone who has appointed himself effectively the head of the rebellion, then for this tertiary nobody, who I could not describe with a gun to my head, starts everything off. It feels weird. Like, who are you? And there are some barbs back and forth. There's a lot of bad blood present here. Understandable. You got a lot of characters that should be interacting like this because there's a lot of hostility. The reason why Melgren has called this meeting is because he's sensed that there's going to be a massive battle at Samara and he needs their help because he's seen the outcome of the battle. The Venin are going to find a way to breach the wards, and his forces are going to be overwhelmed. But while this is going on, Violet gets a little curious about what Melgren's actually thinking, if he is in fact being truthful here. And so she asks Zaden to use his intrinsic powers. "Do me a favor," I say to Zaden. "Forget feeling guilty about reading my intentions and please read theirs." Everyone but the Major on the right is shielded, but she's scared shitless and intends to do whatever she needs to get us to agree. He answers, shifting so his hand brushes the back of mine. "Oh, and she wants to eat after this meeting, and argue with your mother over her supposed affection for her daughters. Now, put your shields up and block me, and everyone else, out." Holy shit, no wonder Intensics aren't allowed to live. Zaden is both a jaw-dropping weapon and a frightening liability. Except this proves the opposite. This makes the Intensics look like such an incredible force. In this moment, Zaden is single-handedly the only one who can actually tell whether or not anyone on Melgren's side is being truthful, or if they're trying to lead him into an ambush, or betray them, or something. He is an incredible safeguard, one that should be acknowledged and commended. Now, there absolutely are scenarios where an Intrinsic will be able to use their powers against their supposed allies or against the chain of command and make themselves more of a threat than a proper weapon. But you know what? In almost every single one of those scenarios, you could do exactly the same thing with almost every other offensive signet. Take Violet, for example. Let's say that one day she got tired of the rebellion and Zaden and all of them and just decided, screw it. So she uses her lightning powers to blast everybody in the assembly all at the same time without any notice. Functionally, is that not in fact what the Intensics are supposedly being used to block? Now, granted, we have not been given a lot of good rationale for why the Intensics are treated the way that they are and why most of them are killed on sight. And one of the things that Yaros is writing thematically to tie in the series is the spread and use of information. So, including intrinsics in the way that she has, it seems like cover-ups and information control are a driving factor to consider and a main reason why intrinsics would be murdered. So, thematically, there is an element at play in which this could still make sense. But it doesn't make sense logically within the confines of the universe. Now, Yaros does still have time to retroactively make everything make sense, possibly in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th book, where it's revealed, oh yeah, when intrinsics become powerful enough, they can reach into everyone else's minds and take over their bodies and remove individual agency. So if one of those intrinsics becomes a Venin, then everyone is subject to the whims of whatever that individual intrinsic wants. It's kind of like that, I think Marvel did a story like that at one point where Dr. Doom used the Purple Man to take over everyone on the planet. Oh my god, if that's actually the twist later on in the series, I demand recognition! So the meeting comes to an end with no real decision on whether or not the rebellion will help Melgren in his upcoming battle. Afterwards, General Sorengale takes her daughters aside and reveals an interesting bit of information. First off, she's told that Brennan is alive, which is stunning to her, of course. But she reveals, she pulls out one of the other journals, the one that Violet originally had on her when she was grabbed by Varish and interrogated. That journal belonged to Lyra, and it turns out that General Sorengale knows what the problem with the wards of Aria is. But she doesn't share it quite yet, she just hands over Lyra's journal so that Violet can translate it. Oh, and also, Venin use runes, so apparently that's how the Wyvern are formed. They've got like these runed rocks at their core, or something. I don't know, it's just another inclusion of runes, which is troubling because they go back to the Wyvern that had fallen on the other side of the barrier of Aredia, cut it open and pull the stone out. Turns out the magic is still humming inside of it, so the Wyvern was really just stunned, not dead. Not dead anyway, not the dead that it should be.
Cadaverific!
So yes, it turns out that Warwick believed that no one else should know how to power the wards, so he lied in his journal. There is, in fact, a flaw introduced in the method of ward creation. It's really weird that you would write that down at all if you didn't want the secret to get out, even if it was a lie, but okay. When they get back to Aredia, Violet and Zaden have another dramatic talk where the two of them just bicker at each other, and the two of them start sparring lightly, like Violet's not really in the mood for it, but Zaden's pushing it anyway because that kind of stuff is important to maintain your skills. And then we get a curious line that kind of ruins a lot of world building once you understand it. I'm not sparring with you. Why? His brow knits in confusion. You have a better teacher? I have heard that Emeterio is teaching you a variety of new techniques since Venin adapted to our fighting styles so quickly. Now, that right there, that probably doesn't sound too disastrous. The Venin are clever and can adapt. And at this point, I don't know if I want to make a reference about the Tyranids or the Borg.
Captain, they've adapted.
The Venin are able to adapt to fighting styles quickly. Weird that we haven't really seen that demonstrated too much, but okay, I'll accept it. It's probably just information that they were able to get from the Flyers, since they have much more direct experience fighting the Venin. Now, do you remember the singular weapon type that they use against the Venin? It was mentioned earlier that they use daggers, and only daggers, to, well, and signets, but whatever for now. They mostly use daggers when fighting the Venin. And my assumption at the time was, okay, you're just doing that to save on resources, because if you were to build a sword, then that requires more ore, more material, more crafting time in order to properly get into shape and all that. So, fine, whatever. Except, if the Venin are able to adapt to fighting styles, that means you're going to have to master multiple different styles of fighting with daggers. And it's not like we've got years to master this. We've got maybe several weeks, months at the most. Rather than try to master a single weapon type, why not try to learn different styles with different weapons? If the matter of the material is important, switch up other weapons that wouldn't use that much metal, like spears or arrowheads. Spears would use possibly even less material than a dagger and would give you more range. And an arrow would give you even more range. And Violet, later on, uses a crossbow, so it's not like the technology is unknown. I don't know, maybe Yaros just really likes knife fights.
You'll never know the simple joys of a monkey knife fight.
Give it to him, boy! Give it to him!
Anyway, the conversation between Zaden and Violet ends amicably. She lost her daggers in the fight against Solus, so he had 2 new ones made for her. The chapter goes on, and there are more conversations within the assembly and the characters about whether or not they should actually help Melgren, because like him or not, if his forces fall, that's going to leave a lot of innocent civilians exposed in the Kingdom of Navarre, and who knows how many people could die to the Venin then. But there is a logical problem with what they're thinking. Melgren has already seen the outcome of the battle at the outposts. That means that in the future, the rebel forces do not help him there. But something still has to happen in order to make the wards crumble that allow the Venin to even fight inside the wards in the first place. And Melgren, despite his supposed military expertise, doesn't pick up on that. And everyone figures out that something must happen at the Wardstone, which Melgren doesn't foresee, because all of the members of the rebellion decide to go to the murder college where the Wardstone is. Now, everyone is making preparations to leave. They unfortunately cannot take the Griffin flyers with them, because once they pass into the Navarran wards, the Griffin magic will falter and they'll apparently be useless, because, you know, hand-to-hand combat is not a thing. It's not like you could just hand a bunch of daggers to the Griffin flyers and have them, like, dive bomb the Venin. I don't know, it's not a well thought out fight. It doesn't seem to be the case that the Griffins will just fall out of the sky, so I don't know why they can't actually help them here, except for an obvious setup for reinforcements later on. But we'll get to that later. Anyway, in order to help, since they can't travel along with the actual battle, Marin gives Violet a little crossbow, a secondary weapon in case she runs out of daggers again. This one comes with Marasite arrowheads. They should be bolts, but that's a nitpick. They are imbued and runed to explode on impact. Violet effectively has a grenade launcher.
There's nothing stronger than love, except an M32 rotary grenade launcher. Because fuck you and everyone near you.
Now, unfortunately, I really do have a problem with the way that this book's pacing has been going about. So, like I said a while ago, it feels like the second part of this book is in something of a holding pattern. Now, things do happen. I have, in fact, been describing plot elements. But the reason why it feels like it's a holding pattern is because these pivotal, like these plot moments, the beats in the story, they don't have any kind of staying power or impact. Think about a lot of the major things that we've seen thus far. The Sorengale siblings go down to Cordon and talk with the Viscount to get a luminary. Well, the luminary was kind of in the background, and that was all covered up by Violet fighting some Venin. It was an emotionless fight that didn't really have any staying power. There was no personal stake in it. It was a fight scene for the sake of a fight scene. There was that tumultuous 12-hour climb up into the mountains that largely didn't do anything except establish a few characters whose only purpose was to die later on. Vizia and the flyer Luell, I think, really doesn't matter since she died in the chapter she was introduced in, or technically the second chapter, but it was all like the same scene, so whatever. There was the fight against Solus, who really was just there to tie up a loose end. You've got this meeting with General Melgren that was really just set up for the climax to make sense the way that it does. There was the sparring match with Kat, which was more of a character moment than a plot moment. So functionally speaking, it feels more like we've seen characters standing around and talking. The net result of all of this is just talking. It's not characters breaking into a vault to find a lost journal. It's not the characters attending various classes where they have to make decisions. And because of that, a lot of the pacing in part 2 of the book feels impressively sluggish, especially because most of the character drama is just Violet and Zaden going back and forth in their cyclical relationship, which again is tiring.
And over and over and over and over.
Okay, Clay, I get the point.
No, you don't! And over and over and over and over and over.
Now, if there was going to be some turbulence in the relationship, that could still work, but mix up the problems every once in a while. It really always comes down to a matter of trust. Granted, it's trust being viewed through different lenses and different ideas, different problems, but fundamentally it's a matter of trust. Compare that to Final Fantasy IX, one of my favorite video games. The relationship between Zaden and Garnet in that makes a lot more sense because Zaden starts out as this womanizing playboy who doesn't really take relationships seriously until he actually spends time with Garnet for a good long while and actually does start to develop feelings for her to the point where he doesn't know how to process things. Eventually, when he does figure out how he feels, it's too late. Garnet has to ascend to the throne as queen, and he is really just a peasant. There's no way the two of them can work out, so he falls into a depression. And it's not until he needs to run and save her again, when the antagonist of the game attacks Alexandria and Garnet indirectly, then Garnet, for the sake that she's been going through a lot of traumatic events, loses her voice, so Zaden has to try to help her out through that, while trying to save the world at the same time. And it looks like they're getting closer and closer as they're starting to heal together, and eventually the plot happens and Zaden falls into a deep depression that lasts until Garnet is able to snap him out of it near the end of the game in Braun Ball. And the only reason they're not able to develop their relationship deeper is because they're too busy saving the world. But because we have a variety of problems there, and because there is character on display, the relationship between the two of them is that much more compelling. A lot of the conversations, a lot of the problems that Violet and Zaden have feel like it would all be solved if they sat down together for one night, total honesty on everything, and just fucking talked to each other. Which is made even more frustrating when that's in fact the solution. They get over their problems and they mend their relationship by just fucking talking to each other. But anyway, that's enough complaining about that. We have to get to one of the dumbest moments in the book. You see, we do eventually get a pivotal plot moment, something that does occur, finally, at the murder college. Violet and a small team of rebels, Mira, Zaden, Garrick, a few others, they arrive at the murder college and they run into General Sorengale and they explain the situation. They think the ward stone is at risk. And General Sorengale doesn't really believe that, so she takes them down to where the ward stone is, and the guards watching over the doorway have been murdered. And are you ready for this? It's about to get really stupid. Inside the wardstone chamber, this massive area that apparently has a skylight, is Jack and his dragon Bade. Zaden and I run to the left, and I flip the dagger in my hand, pinching it by the tip in readiness to throw as we round the corner. What the fuck? Bade is up on her back legs, her front claws grasping the top of the flaming wardstone, and Barlowe isn't in his seat. It takes a precious second we don't have to spot him holding onto the top of Bade's neck, clutching one of her horns. Not even Zaden is fast enough to stop the downward plunge of Jack's short sword between the scales along Bade's neck. The dragon's cry shakes the foundation of the chamber and stops abruptly when Jack pushes the blade all the way through the front of her throat. Jack's head swings in our direction, and he wields with an outward-facing palm, throwing a shield that deflects Zaden's shadows as blood sprays from Bade's throat onto the wardstone. The black flames extinguish in an instant before Bade collapses, her weight pitching forward. The ward stone tips, and Jack fumbles to hold on, giving me the perfect opportunity to flick my wrist and release the dagger. I hear a satisfying cry as Zaden grabs hold of my waist, throwing up a wall of shadow that blocks out the chamber around us, but doesn't shield us from the noise of the stone crashing, cracking. The humming stops. The wards have fallen. Now, this might feel like a real nail-biting moment. This incredible display. Jack is a traitor. Who could have possibly seen that coming? And he's destroyed the Wardstone, the one thing keeping the Venin out of the Kingdom of Navarre. And you do get some of the basic questions like, what's Jack's motivation for all this? Why would Bade go along with something like this that would endanger the hatchlings at the Vale? But then you start to think about other questions that, again, deal with logistics, and you realize that a lot of this doesn't make any sense. Brief rundown of a few explanations just so I can fully encapsulate everything that's wrong with this scene, but Jack is, in fact, a Venin. And it might seem like this pretty much came out of nowhere, and a defense that I've seen for this is that it was hinted at in Fourth Wing, and technically, that's true. It technically was hinted at in Fourth Wing when Jack and Violet were fighting each other in the sparring arena. His knee forces the air from my body when he rams it into my stomach, but I stay on my feet until his hands clasp my face. Agony fills every cell in my body as a violent, vibrating energy rips through me with an intensity that makes it feel like he's cleaving ligament from bone, muscle from tendon. I scream as I'm shaken by an internal force I don't understand, as though he's forcing his own power into my body, shocking me with 1,000 stings of vibrating energy. His sadistic grin and a red rim around his eyes is all I can see as he forces more and more power into my body. And a telltale sign that someone is a Venin is that their eyes go red. So this was sort of foreshadowed in Fourth Wing. There's 1,000 other problems with it, not the least of which being that, as I complained about in Fourth Wing, Yaros has a problem with overloading the reader with so many notes and so many little so much minutia that even I, with my copious notes, didn't pick up on this. Although it doesn't help that by this point in Fourth Wing, you don't actually know what a Venin is, so the whole notion of red eyes would only make sense when you were reading it for a second time. Again, payoff before the setup. But let's just accept that Jack is a Venin and now is working for the bad guys for some reason. This then goes back to, why is he even alive? Nolan revived him and Varish, I guess, oversaw his retraining or something and reinstituted him back into the murder college. But again, why did they extend so much energy for Jack goddamn Barlowe, of all people? It doesn't make any sense. It makes more sense if you step back from the story and think, maybe Yaros couldn't write the story she wanted to since Jack was dead. So she had to basically retcon that in her own story, which is maddening and yet is the only thing that really fits any logical pattern, considering that it makes no sense for the murder college to put this much effort into reviving somebody. And even if Jack, by some grace of God, was alive when he fell from his dragon down who knows how many hundreds of feet and was buried by an avalanche, how would they know that he was alive? How would they be able to get him out from underneath a broken mountain like that? And if they're that concerned with the number of forces they've got on their side, why did Varish murder half of Third Squad when he was introduced? You see, you've got what could have worked as a twist here, even though a lot of the setup we got beforehand doesn't work, because why was Jack acting so pleasant towards Violet? Why did he save her life? And there's some speculation that the Sage wants her, and that can work, except that requires that there be some sort of a telepathic link between Jack and the Sage, because at no point is there time for him to actually make any other form of communication with the Sage. Like, maybe the Sage is reaching out to Jack in his dreams as well and says, hey, if you break the Wardstone, I'll give you a cookie. But there are other layers to this twist that don't work, namely how Jack was able to manipulate Bade into just going along with this and eventually get murdered. That's the thing, Barlowe says, his blonde hair covering his forehead as he falls forward onto a hand. I'm not! They have us thinking we're the inferior species, but did you see how easily I controlled her? How easily the energy she bonded with us is replaced? And yes, normally murdering his own dragon would lead to Jack's death, but since he's a Venin now, he's got a workaround. Before his challenge against me, I answer when Jack refuses to. He forced power into my body. I just didn't recognize it for what it was. How? The words, "Do not block all power like the dragons want you to think they do. We can still feed from the ground, still channel enough to survive, enough to fool them. We might not be at full strength, capable of wielding greater magic under your protections, but make no mistake, we are already among you, and now we're free!" Jack gestures at Bade, his glare alternating between Zaden and me. "I'll never know why it's you he wants! What the fuck makes you so special?" I think if they ever remake Final Fantasy VI, I should try it for Kefka. So because he's able to still channel magic from the ground, for some reason, Jack is able to still maintain a magical link, which bypasses the need to receive magic from his dragon, which is, I guess, what kills riders when the dragons die. And this sounds like an answer, but it's not, because, again, logistics. So we don't know how long Bade has been under Jack's control like this. Let's say at the low end, a couple of, at the very least, a month or two. It's probably more than that, but the book doesn't really explain it one way or the other. Now, we know that dragons, thanks to one of the lines that I read earlier when meeting with Melgren, dragons can only really talk to each other when they choose to open the telepathic link. But does that mean that Bade had otherwise completely changed her personality and just cut herself off from every other dragon for at least a few months? Was it a slow personality shift, or was it sudden? And how did no other dragon pick up on this personality shift? Bade is probably dozens of years old by this point, and no other dragon seemed to pick up on this. See, this is the problem when you write a story that's centered around twists, and solely around twists, because the twist itself becomes so centric to your vision that you lose sight of some of the supporting strands around it. Some of the, again, logistics around the twist are just as important as the twist itself. If the twist is not built on sturdy foundation, the entire thing just immediately crumbles when you start to think about it, and the writing suffers as a result. And when that happens, your immersion crumbles, and because of that, and many other reasons, I don't think Iron Flame is as good as Fourth Wing. Fourth Wing is passable, Iron Flame is hinging on bad. And then, of course, there's also the question of, if it's that easy to turn into a Venin, apparently, why don't the Murder College people actually tell the students about the threat of the Venin? Look, this isn't a matter of accidentally exposing somebody to enemy propaganda and having them start to question their loyalties. This is somehow being able to churn magic apparently without any sort of lead up or education. This is a brand of magic you can accidentally stumble into. And the Murder College takes zero precaution leading up to this. It must be that they didn't know that Jack was a Venin. He was, like, turning evil the entire time under their noses, and they go and they fucking revive him! Again, I would love to hear the explanation for why the Murder College is run as badly as it is, but the more Yarrows just stacks on top of this charge, the harder it's going to be for her to justify all of this bullshit. Now, even though the Wardstone is destroyed, they are able to imprison Jack, and he's sent off to the brig, which is the only piece of evidence that prison is a concept in this world. But one other little bit of information is that Jack has actually been seeding a pathway for the Venin to follow. There are these crates that apparently he's been leaving out that will attract other Venin to the murder college, so they'll be able to take it over, and it'll be a major victory for the Venin, and they can use it as a staging ground to take over the rest of Navarre. And Dane is on hand to assess the situation and says that they have 10 hours to prepare for a fight, maybe less. So they do what they can. They get the rest of the murder college on hand. They get the infantry and they get the riders on standby, and they set up strategic locations. They try to create a battle plan. There's a grid system that they come up with where dragon teams are going to break up, and everyone's going to be like, the dragon teams are going to be responsible for a particular grid in a certain area. So if any wyvern come flying in, the dragons will engage them in that grid. And Violet's there with her squad, so Sawyer, Rhydock, Rhiannon, Zaden, they're all assigned the grid directly over the ward stone. Now, as far as the battle itself, unfortunately, the Venin possess enough strength that if they did arrive in enough numbers, it doesn't matter what defense the murder college puts up or the military, they will get overrun. So there is a desperate plan to mend the ward stone, since it's apparently cracked and broken. So Brennan volunteers to try to mend it, if that's even possible. And they're even so desperate that they don't garrote Nolan, even though he desperately deserves it, and he is sent to assist in mending the wardstone as well. Now, the military is eventually going to be on their way to help out at the murder college, but right now most of them are concentrated at one of the outposts, Samara, I think, because that's where Melgren saw the fight happening. And unfortunately, that means that the wyverns are able to skirt around the border through other locations because they're under-defended. So we've got hundreds of wyverns flying towards the murder college, ready to engage all of the riots they have flying in the air. And there are also Venin that are coming in near the ground, so the infantry will have something to do. And as far as setup to a fight, that's not that bad. The downside of that being that we really don't have that much time to develop a proper battle where there are, real stakes, some give and take of territory, certain areas are lost or certain characters are cut down, really make it dramatic. Oh, and also Jasenia is in the area. She flew in with Marin, so the Griffin flyers can still fly and presumably use combat, so leaving them back was stupid. But Jasenia is in the archives, and she's comparing Warwick's journal with Lyra's journal to try to find where any differences lie, because that might unveil the secret of creating another wardstone. And there are all sorts of really dramatic moments, a lot of movie-esque moments in this climax. Granted, it's not too different from the climax of Fourth Wing, so there are moments that I'm sure plenty of people would enjoy, but it runs a little sour after having talked with the EDS Council, because we have moments like this. Characters are jumping all over the place, jumping from dragon back to dragon back. At one point, a Venin jumps from a wyvern onto Tairn's back as Violet and Tairn are flying through the air, and in order to save her, Rhiannon jumps onto Tairn's back to fight the Venin. And that just turns into a cluster. I need you to roll this fucker off you in 3. I start. Rye! I shout out loud, taking aim. 2. She glances back, then throws her body flat between Tairn's shoulders, and I reach forward, grasping her ankle and pulling the lever without hesitation. 1! The arrow hits true, striking the Venin in the sternum as Tairn banks hard right. The Dark Wielder falls, but the sound of an explosion comes from behind us as I grip Rye's ankle, ignoring the screaming protest of my shoulder as the Wrap fights to keep the joints in place.
So I don't know how she can hold onto her saddle and another person without dislocating a shoulder, and not only endangering herself, but endangering her comrades. So in a situation like this is a liability. All she's going to do is hurt herself, lose feeling in probably her arm, and drop someone.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Adventure Time, but I feel like if I were on a dragon trying to hold a person and a saddle at the same time, it would be like Finn, and I'd just lose my arm.
Yeah, you'd watch your arm go off with the person.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay.
At one point, Sawyer is attacked by a wyvern. It bites his leg and rips it off, so there's nothing left below his knee.
Shit, my leg! Ow!
Nice SpongeBob impression.
No, for real, I think I actually broke my leg!
Nice SpongeBob impression.
In an attempt to save Sawyer, Violet jumps off of Tairn and lands on Sawyer's dragon's back from a height that is not actually described, but it's probably high. And then to help get Sawyer to a healer, Violet grabs him in her arms. They both slide off of his dragon's back, and they fall for a little while until she lands directly onto Tairn's back. On the ground, Violet runs into Kat and Marin. They're helping out with Sawyer when they have a Venin just kind of pop out of nowhere and try to attack. He is working under orders to capture, not kill Violet, because apparently you'll be so much fun for him to wield. So it sounds like the Sage can somehow possess people, maybe? Maybe he's been jumping from body to body trying to find strong fighters or something. You know, if they were actually handling EDS correctly, he would probably be able to take over Violet and then struggle with the constant pain that EDS brings and unstable joints. How quick do you think you'd try to find another body to possess? Anyway, Violet is struggling against the Venin, and Kat is able to manipulate it a little while with her reverse empath abilities until another Venin just knocks her aside, and it's pretty much Violet on her own. Until something I forgot to mention, Andarna's in the area as well, and we get this reveal. A shape moves in the cliff behind the Dark Wielder. No, not a shape. A part of the cliff itself. A giant boulder? A boulder with slivers of golden eyes. It springs forward from the cliff like a projectile, expanding, changing colors, sprouting wings and claws, and black scales. And Andarna is able to take the moment to surprise the Venin and chars him to death. And that comes along with a few other choice bits of information. Now, a lot of things happen at the end of the chapter here. General Melgren shows up. Part of his plan is to withdraw to the Vale, and he's having difficulty because, you know, you've got a bunch of marked ones fighting in the murder college at the moment, so he doesn't know how the battle's actually going to end, so why did you ever do that? It's like Superman freely distributing kryptonite to the Legion of Doom. Why would you do that? Also, General Sorengale lands as part of the military leadership, and Zaden lands. He can tell that the Sage is coming. Apparently, he is waiting for Zaden himself, which is a weird change because we've gotten a few scenes of the Sage tormenting Violet in her nightmares. We haven't gotten a thing about the Sage talking to Zaden at all. There hasn't been a hint of that, so this doesn't feel like a conclusion of anything. This is, again, probably a payoff before the setup. That is such a sloppy thing to do. Justinia is done translating Lyra's journal, and it turns out that there's a strange discrepancy between Lyra's journal and Warwick's journal. You see, Warwick had said that it takes 6 dragons in order to charge a wardstone. Turns out that there is a 7th dragon den type. Brennan is able to repair the wardstone. It is in one piece, but it has no charge, so they need to get apparently 7 dragons now to breathe fire onto the wardstone in order to charge it. And because of the way the magic works, for some reason, when a dragon breathes on one wardstone, they can't do it on another. They can't rechannel their power into that wardstone. I don't understand mechanically why that would be the case. It doesn't seem to have, like, breathing on a wardstone doesn't seem to have any kind of a negative impact. They're not sworn to it or compelled by it or anything. It just seems like a quick, easy way to make it seem like there's no solution to this until you remember that General Melgren's dragon is a black dragon and can fill Tairn's spot just as easily. So we get a whole half a page of suspense. Oh boy. And Violet is able to figure out that, what's his name? Kodak knows about the existence of the 7th Dragon Den. They just largely don't exist now, except for Andarna. And Kodak didn't tell Melgren because Dragonkind protects Dragonkind.
The Guado take care of Guado affairs.
And it sounds like Kodak didn't tell Melgren about the secret of word crafting for this reason, so he was willing to risk everything for the sake of some vague idea of protecting Dragonkind via secrecy. And so we've got Violet yelling at Kodak to, like, do the right thing and breathe on the ward stone so they can repower it and instantly disable the Venin across the country and hopefully have an easier time wiping them out. But it would be much more logical for Kodak to reveal this secret to Melgren, but he doesn't because it looks better for Violet if she figures it out. Kodak has to eschew logic in this moment in order for the protagonist to look better.
I swear to God, I am going to burn this entire place to the ground!
And all this time, Taryn and Zaden don't really know what's going on. She doesn't need Kodak in order to act as the Black Dragon, a representative of the Black Dragon Den, in order to power the Ward Stone. She's got Andarna. Violet doesn't reveal the truth about Andarna because she needed to confirm a secret that isn't hers to share, which would sound dramatic if she did not spend the entire book arguing against secrecy. A lot of the problems in the relationship with Zaden came down to secrecy and not being open with one another, and now she's arguing for the opposite.
Over and over and over and over and over.
But this doesn't feel like she's learned a lesson and she's come about or something. There's a gap in the logic there. It feels more like she's just arguing this because the book's almost done and it sounds more dramatic if we write it this way.
Phase 1, collect underpants. Phase 2, Phase 3, profit!
And once they get inside the Ward Stone, Violet confronts Andarna, saying, I should have listened to you when you said you were the head of your own den. And it wasn't Andarna being cute, she was being literal. Say it, don't just guess, she demands. Even a slow breath won't calm my racing heart. Your scales aren't really black. No. Even now, her scales are changing, taking on the grayish hue of the stone around us. But he is, and I so badly want to be just like him. Tarn, it's not hard to guess. He doesn't know, only the elders do. She lowers her head, resting it on the ground in front of me. They revere him. He is strong and loyal and fierce. You are all those things too. I wobble under the strain of wielding, but keep my balance, keep the power flowing into the stone. You didn't have to hide. You could have told me. If you didn't figure it out, you weren't worthy of knowing, she huffs. I waited 650 years to hatch. Waited until your 18th summer, when I heard our elders talk of the weakling daughter of their general, the girl forecasted to become the head of the scribes, and I knew. You would have the mind of a scribe and the heart of a writer. You would be mine. She leans into my hand. You are as unique as I am. We want the same things. I mean, this again kind of struggles with the theme about secrecy and information here, because Andarna's supposed to be on team good guy, and the information and secrecy thing has been something that the kingdom has been doing, and they're clearly shown to be in the wrong for the run of the book. So we're getting this mixed message where it's bad to withhold information from the people, but it's okay to withhold information from your friends until it just becomes more dramatic to reveal the secret anyway, or until they figure it out on their own, which is the same as withholding secrets entirely anyway. This is a mess. The whole Andarna's been an egg for 6.5 centuries, and she could just tell when it was time to hatch because Violet was born, and Andarna, as an egg, overheard a conversation. That's dumb, but that's not like foundationally breaking dumb. If that's just how dragons work in this universe, fine. That is just within the line of suspension of disbelief, so I don't really have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the fact that Andarna was apparently aware that she was a 7th breed the entire time, never raised it, and only raised it when Violet figured it out for herself, which seems to indicate that Andarna was aware of the secret of the Ward Stones and that she needed, like, Violet needed a 7th dragon breed in order to get the Ward Stone to activate in the first place. That means that Violet wasted the dragon fire of Tarn and all the other dragons present when they attempted to activate the Ward Stone in Aria, and Andarna at no point said, "Hang on a second, you're missing a step." The way she so knowingly announces this seems to indicate that she was always aware of this flaw. Now, maybe that's not how Yaros intended the scene, but that's how I'm reading it, because why else would Andarna keep all of this secret? But, of course, if that had happened, then we wouldn't have gotten the story to play out the way that Yaros wanted to, meaning that she sacrificed character in order for this scene to evolve the way it did, which is always a bad choice. Do not sacrifice character just because you've got a cool idea for a reveal or a twist or a fight scene or a whatever. If you write like this, your story, your writing style just feels more mechanical and paint by numbers. It's not a great idea. What you want to do is create a world, set characters in it, and then just observe what they do. Bad writers control what their characters do. Good writers control what their characters confront. Now, in order to get the Ward Stone to properly power up, Violet has to channel her signet into the stone, and unfortunately it takes more energy than she can really safely sustain and survive. So the way things are going, it looks like she's going to burn out. When her mother arrives, and remember, her mother has a signet that controls storms, so very similar magic vibe, I guess. Now, she can't directly inject her power the way that Violet can by shooting lightning. Instead, she relies on Sloane, who is also present, and Sloane acts as a siphon to drain General Sortingale's life force out of her and into the Ward Stone, and that's all it really takes, and the Ward Stone is activated, and the Wyvern across the country start falling out of the sky, the Venin are depowered and start running for the hills, and Violet describes as the Ward Stone burning with an iron flame. Also, her mom is dead. Now, one thing I forgot to mention, because there's a whole lot of crap happening all at the same time, is when Violet and the others ran for the Ward Stone, Zaden stayed behind in order to fend off the Sage, because he had just arrived and Zaden was the only one that could actually spare. So, obviously, Violet needs to get out there and support him before something could possibly go wrong and Zaden could wind up injured or dead. When Violet gets to the courtyard where she left Zaden and the Sage, we're expecting the conclusion of a battle where the Sage has Zaden on the ropes and Violet swoops in to save the day, because that's the arc that's been building. You know, Violet versus the Sage. Now, when Violet gets to the courtyard where she left Zaden and the Sage, the battle's over. Zaden won. Zaden's sitting on the edge of a ravine, he seems distant, and he explains, "I killed him. His voice is flat, and so is his expression. The noon sun cutting away almost every shadow from his face. Snapped whatever tether he had on me and killed him. His body fell into the ravine, and I know I keep watching the river like it's going to pop back up, even though I know he's miles downstream by now." So, there was a tether the Sage had on Zaden, and as far as I can tell, this is the first time we're hearing about it. Now, I'm not crazy about this reveal. This is underwhelming in almost every way it can be underwhelming. There was no apparent connection between Zaden's character and the Sage. We've got no lead up, but the way this scene is written, it sounds like there was some setup. Like, did I just not do some homework? Was there something written online, like on Yaros' website, that I was supposed to read before this? Or maybe during it? And I'm going with the idea that the Sage is able to possess bodies, or he was being controlled by somebody else, kind of like Harbinger from Mass Effect 2.
I am assuming direct control.
But for him to be dead, apparently, at the end of this, with, like, we didn't even get the fight scene, really. I mean, that's not entirely true. We get the tail end of the fight scene from Zaden's perspective in the next chapter, but we'll get to that in a minute. And with having Zaden kill the Sage instead of Violet, this feels like Aria killing the Night King from Season 8 of Game of Thrones. You know, everyone's favorite season. Like, there's obviously going to be some bigger threat that's going to happen later on in the series. We've got another 3 books planned, apparently. So, Violet is going to have another big action scene against some central antagonist, but for this moment, this feels deflating. Like, all that setup with the Sage invading her nightmares just for it to be just misdirection, or at least for this moment, it's misdirection. I don't know if Yaros is going to do something with that later on in the series, but whatever. But the book almost ends on a really dramatic cliffhanger when Zaden does stand up and Violet understands why he's being so withdrawn even though the battle is effectively done. Slowly, he drags his gaze up my body and it feels like it takes years for him to just look at me. When he finally does, I gasp, my hand tightening on his in reflex. No, that single word is all I can think, feel, scream internally as I stare up at the man I am hopelessly in love with. Me. He whispers, a faint, almost indistinguishable red ring emanating from his gold-flecked onyx irises. You should be scared of me. Obviously, Zaden had to turn Venin in order to beat the Sage. Dramatic, thrilling, compelling. What's going to happen to him now? Is he going to lose himself? Is he going to convert to the dark side in order to just stay sane? What's going to happen between his relationship and Violet's at this point? This, again, would have been a great cliffhanger. Except Yaros continues the story. Now, despite how strong Zaden is normally, the Sage is surprisingly powerful and is actually putting up a really good fight. So much so that Zaden really struggles to gain any ground and actually get any kind of an effective hit in. So the Sage starts mocking him, saying that once he's done killing Zaden, he's going to find Violet and violently murder her. And in his desperation, Zaden reaches out and he can feel a steady flow of unmistakable power from somewhere beneath him. And considering that Violet's life is at stake here, he reaches out, much to Sigale's annoyance, and draws that power forth and kills the Sage with it. Now, the chapter isn't quite done, and Zaden hasn't lost his mind. He's still in control of himself. So later that night, he gets up from bed, Violet sleeping next to him, and he goes down to the brig to talk to Jack and try to find out if there's some sort of a cure to stop someone from being a Venin. And the story ends with, I'd rather die than become one of you. Fear flavors the words because I feel it. The power beneath the college, the craving to sate the need for it. And yet you just did! Jack laughs, and the sound curdles my blood. All this time you've been convincing everyone you're the hero, and now you'll be the villain, especially in her story. Welcome to our fucked up family. Guess we're brothers now. And that's the end of the book. Far less effective than the cliffhanger we got in the last chapter when we just got a glimpse of Zaden's eyes. And that is how Iron Flame ends, and now we've just got to wait for Onyx Storm, I think is the third one. Look, I went into this book wanting to like it. Like, I don't think Yaros is a bad writer. I just think she makes a lot of bad decisions when it comes to writing fantasy. Her world is overcomplicated. It has too many rules. It has too many characters for her to manage. The magic system is 7 shades of a mess. We do get a little bit of definition in some of the side characters, definition they desperately needed, particularly Rhiannon and Rhydock. Kat gets a little bit of definition, but she was mostly introduced in this book anyway, so I'm not counting her. Sawyer doesn't really get definition. The most he gets is that apparently he has a crush on Jacinia and wants to learn sign language so he can talk with her properly, which is a cute moment, but he's still really underdefined. A lot of the twists that we get come in direct opposition to obvious logic, so they're not satisfying, they're not really shocking. Logistically, a lot of this book is a disaster because there are so many elements that don't actually make any sense in the world they're presented. They only make sense in order to prop up Violet or make the story, like reveal the story in certain ways, when many times Yaros just should have simplified things. She didn't have to give a history of the Ryshed chest. She just, or whatever it was, Rysted? I don't care enough to look it up. The box that Zaden's father gave the Viscount. And while I praised the romance in Fourth Wing, it's one of the biggest letdowns in Iron Flame. Violet and Zaden started off on a rough patch just because of the shock of Zaden is actually still aiding the rebellion thing, a reasonable thing for him to keep secret, and also a reasonable thing for Violet to be shocked by. Also, her brother's alive, and Zaden's been keeping that secret too. But there were reasons for both of these characters to be acting the way that they were. That's perfectly fine from a character perspective, and they could have spent the book slowly building up trust towards each other throughout the course of things, but instead we just get Violet forgives him until she doesn't, and then she forgives him, and then she doesn't. It was the same problem over and over and over. Look, there are times when repetition can be incredible for your story. Case in point, Shadow Dream Girl again. Just the way that Bennett White was able to use repetition in this book emphasized things. There was a purpose to the repetition. It wasn't just some off-putting thing because you can't think of something else to have the characters fight about. Oh my god, the way that things cycle in this book makes so much more sense. It was used to show how mindless and tedious and soul-sucking Ian's life was. We actually had purpose for it. But in the end, with all of the twists and the shock reveals and the random character moments, we're left with, well, that just happened, the book. I don't know. Man, like, I'll read the third book, but I'm not looking forward to it. I was kind of looking forward to Iron Flame because I was a little invested in the world, but at this point, things are so tangled, I'm gonna dread this. But probably not as much as I'm going to dread the next book, because by the time I'm done editing this video, it'll be time for Sky Shade, or Sky Dance. I don't remember the title. Alex Astor's third book, the third and possibly conclusion of the Light Lark series. As of filming, it's not out yet, so I don't have a copy of the book to hold up in disgust, but you can bet I'm gonna dive into that thing something fierce.
In an interview with Health.com, Yaros is quoted as saying, "There is not a single decision we make without taking our illness into account first, because it affects everything about how our bodies function." Now, after everything that's been discussed thus far, would you say that Yaros took this idea into consideration when writing Violet?
No.
No. And one of the biggest examples I can think of her not being an active participant in her own health is that she has nothing. She wears like the full lace corsets. And I would actually like to propose that instead of wearing a full lace corset, something that might actually help her better and support her joints better would be almost like the outfits from Attack on Titan, which has the straps to um, make sure that the whole force of the machinery they work with is not on one area but spread through the body. And I kind of wish that the saddle that Zaden had made for her was more in terms of evening out the stress to the body and not the joints. And then maybe then her muscles can support the joints, and the mechanics of the saddle and of fighting would then be spread on a more like have more surface area so it's not as hurtful to her.
I was going to say, I might have physically cringed when I read the full lace corset quote, because her ribs are going to pop out, and so is her spine from wearing that. Just takes one twist on the dragon, and she's crippled.
My thought is the hips too. Like, doesn't that dig right into the hip joints when she's sitting on a
Yeah,
saddle?
But consistent pressure on the ribs like that, you can't. It'll just push them out.
Yeah, that too.
And you can't. Dislocated ribs you can't treat them properly. You can't bind them or anything. You just have to wait. Not speaking from experience here, no. But yeah, no. Full lace corset was just sitting there going, "She's what now? How what?" Has Yarrow even tried it? I don't. Oh my god. Yeah, just it made me boggle when I saw that.